Hi, I'm USA Today bestselling author Jennifer Youngblood. I'm excited to present the first part of Livin in High Cotton. This unique video book featuring original video footage has been made especially for YouTube and is only available to enjoy here on my channel. Livin in High Cotton is my first novel. I co-wrote it with my mom, Sandra Poole. Inspired by the true story of my great-grandmother, this historical novel is set against the rich tapestry of the South during the late 1920s and early 30s. It's a story of love, betrayal, and the indomitable human spirit in the face of adversity. It's about a young girl growing up who realizes that life is full of second chances and that it's never too late to learn how to live. I hope you enjoy this little piece of my heart. Be sure and take a second to like the video and subscribe to my channel.
Opening credits. Livin in High Cotton, written by Jennifer Youngblood and Sandra Poole, narrated by Lisa Valdini. Copyright 2014 by Jennifer Youngblood. Production copyright by Jennifer Youngblood. When she heard a knock at the door, Homer ran to open it. "I'll get it!" Before she could stop him, he swung it wide, and the whiny voice of Mrs. Clements filled the hall. Wiping her hands on her apron, Shelby looked around the kitchen. It was in total disarray. Why did she have to come by today? She'd promised to take Homer and Sarah swimming at the creek later on in the day and had a long list of chores to do first. She could get everything done in plenty of time if she hurried, but the last thing she needed was to have to entertain Mrs. Clements for several hours. She had already been by twice this week, and it was only Thursday. Tuesday, her excuse was to inquire if Shelby had heard any news from Ellen, but Shelby knew the real reason she dropped by unexpectedly. She wanted to find something wrong with the way Shelby was handling things while her mama was away. Shelby glanced at the mess in the kitchen. The sink was piled high with dirty pans and dishes. Sarah decided that it would be more fun to smear her grits and eggs all over the table rather than eat them. Biscuit crumbs were scattered over the wooden floor. "I'm going to give that old biddy a mouthful to talk about today," Shelby muttered under her breath. "Why couldn't she have waited about 30 minutes to come? I would have had this mess cleaned up by then." Mrs. Clements followed Homer and Sarah impatiently down the hall toward the kitchen. "Where's your sister?" "Well, good morning, Shelby." Her arched eyebrows gazed around the kitchen, taking in every detail. "It looks as if you're getting off to a late start." Shelby felt her face flush and her temperature rise. How dare this woman come barging in and then have the nerve to criticize her? Two things Shelby detested were nosy people and gossips. Joyce Clements, with her constant babbling and haughty air, was both. Once Shelby had candidly told Mama this and got a reproving glance, followed by a gentle reminder that one should not judge others. "Joyce has had a difficult time since Henry passed away last fall. She can be a little overbearing at times, but we might be the same if we had to walk in her shoes." Remembering how Mrs. Clements' pudgy feet always seemed to be stuffed into her shoes, causing fleshy ripples across the top, Shelby retorted, "Hopefully I'll never be big enough to walk in her shoes." As soon as she uttered the words, she saw the color drain from Mama's face and quickly apologized for the remark. Since that day she tried to be kinder in her thoughts toward Mrs. Clements. Most of the time her persistence paid off, and she was able to view the woman's offensive and intrusive behavior in a comical light. Today, however, she was in no mood to be tolerant. "I must at least try to be civil out of respect for Mama," she told herself. "I'm probably just being overly sensitive, because I want to do a good job of taking care of things while Mama is gone." She took a deep breath and smiled. "Mrs. Clements, I can take care of these dirty dishes later. Why don't you go and have a seat in the parlor? I'll make us some lemonade." Mrs. Clements nodded, but her feet stayed rooted to the floor. She had something to say first. "Look at my feet. They're so swollen. I just came from Abel Whittaker's place. It's awful the way Mabel carries on 'bout Linda Joyce, always fussing over her while her boys run around like wild Indians." She'll fill the wash tub and set it out in the sun and let the water get just right for Linda Joyce. She'll wash her from head to toe, and then she'll holler for Junior." Mrs. Clement's voice became shrill as she mimicked Mabel. "Come here, Junior. Let me wash your face." Mrs. Clements laughed. "Of course Junior runs up the nearest tree and hides. Can't say as I blame him. I wouldn't want my face washed with the same rag that just washed Linda Joyce's rear end." Shelby chuckled despite herself. Mrs. Clement's face puckered up like she'd bitten into a sour pickle. She shook her head. "Shame, such a shame, them children running wild." Homer tugged on Shelby. "Sarah hit me on the arm." Instead of reprimanding Sarah, Shelby attempted to divert Homer's attention. "Would you take Sarah outside to play for a little bit?" "But Shelby," he protested, "you said you would let us go swimming at the creek." "I will, but you have to mind me." She gave him a look of warning that dared him to protest any further. Mrs. Clements glared disapprovingly at Homer. "Children should spend more time working. Reverend Dobbs says that idle hands are tools of the devil." Homer's eyes widened. "I ain't no devil." "Hush now," Shelby interjected. "Mind your manners. Go on outside." Firmly she guided Homer out the back door with Sarah in tow. "Make sure you keep a good eye on Sarah," she yelled. When Shelby brought the lemonade into the parlor, she wasn't surprised to find Mrs. Clements next to the china cabinet, scrutinizing each piece of silver. Seeing Shelby enter the room, she sat down on the couch and reached for a glass of lemonade, shaking her head in dismay. "Every time I come into this room, I wonder why in the world Ellen chose to paint it such a peculiar color. Mama loves flowers. We chose the rose color because this is where we do most of our entertaining, and we wanted it to be warm and vibrant." "Yes, it certainly is that," Mrs. Clements smirked. Shelby ignored the comment. "We even dyed the curtains a hint of rose to match. White walls are so boring, don't you think?" With the hint of mischief in her eyes, she continued, "After all, what fun is it trying to be just like everyone else?" She looked steadily at her visitor and waited for a reply. Mrs. Clements shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "Well, it is different," she said, her face reddening. She quickly changed the subject. "Shelby, this lemonade tastes too tart. How many lemons did you use?" "3. "Yes, that explains it. Next time use only 2 and add an extra 4th cup of sugar." Shelby politely smiled and nodded at the plump, middle-aged guest and tried to seem interested in their conversation. Had Mrs. Clements been attractive in her younger years? She doubted it. Her straight, cocoa-colored hair was now streaked with gray, her squinty eyes framed by tiny wrinkles. The plaid dress she was wearing looked stylish and expensive. It probably looked beautiful in the Sears and Roebuck catalog, but on Mrs. Clements it looked all wrong. The waistband was too tight and emphasized her expansive waist. Gold buttons accented the top of the dress, and Shelby had the distinct impression that any sudden or jerky movement would cause them to pop off. She stifled a grin. "Have you heard any news from your mother yet?" "No, ma'am." "Land sakes, it's been 2 whole weeks since she left. One would think she would be wanting to make sure you young'uns are doing all right." The comment struck a nerve. "I'm sure Mama has been extremely busy taking care of Grandma. She would not have gone all the way to Alabama on such short notice if Grandma hadn't been so sick." "Oh, of course, dear," Mrs. Clements cooed. "I didn't mean to imply otherwise. I was only suggesting that this situation must be very difficult for you children and your papa. How is he managing in Ellen's absence?" "Fine," Shelby answered curtly. "As long as he's not drunk or angry," she wanted to add. "Good. I just hope we can receive word soon of when she'll be returning. Shelby nodded in agreement, saying nothing. Yes, Mama could not return soon enough. The afternoon sun streamed through the kitchen window and down onto the brightly scrubbed kitchen floor. Shelby wiped her hair from her forehead and leaned against the wall to rest. Mrs. Clements had talked incessantly for 2 straight hours. After she repeated every last scrap of the latest town gossip she could think of, she gave Shelby advice. Now, Shelby, you'd better watch yourself. A pretty young lady such as yourself should be extra careful not to get too friendly with the menfolk. They might get the wrong idea. Take it from me, I know. With a sigh of relief, Shelby wrung out the mop and put it away. The kitchen was clean. Now all she had to do was dust the parlor before they could go swimming. Mrs. Clements' warning was still running through her mind. Shelby found it interesting that Mrs. Clements would describe her as pretty. At 16, Shelby was barely 5 feet tall and very slender. Her dark chestnut hair was caught at the nape of her neck, making her almond-shaped eyes more prominent. She picked up the feather duster and walked into the parlor and over to the fireplace. Shelby stood on her toes and peered into the mirror hanging over the mantel. Critically, she studied her reflection as she wrinkled her nose. She'd never given her physical appearance much thought, only making sure she was properly dressed and well kept. Lately, though, more people were paying attention to her looks. When had the change occurred? Even Mama had noticed. She pulled Shelby aside and told her that while it was a blessing to have good looks on the outside, it was more important to be beautiful on the inside. Just remember that pretty is as pretty does, she said. Her heart clutched. The intrusive questions Mrs. Clements asked about her mother's absence left Shelby unsettled. She wondered why they hadn't heard from her. Has something bad happened to Grandma? With each passing day of Mama's absence, things seemed to get a little worse. Papa had been okay the first couple of days after she left, and then his disposition turned sour. He was nervous and irritable. Homer and Sarah seemed to get on his nerves by just being there. Last night Shelby caught him staring at her in that weird way again, the way he had since she was 13. It made her skin crawl. Mama, with her genteel manner and quiet way, had always been the rock that held everything in place, and Shelby's protection. What would happen now that she was gone? "Shelby!" Homer yelled impatiently. "Are we ever going to go swimming?" "Yes, get Sarah and come and help me finish up, so we'll have time before Papa gets home." After carefully placing her stockings aside, Shelby raised her skirt to her knees and lay back on the grassy creekside and breathed deeply. The air felt moist against her skin, and a slight breeze was blowing. She closed her eyes and let the warmth of the sun envelop her. It was a perfect afternoon. A bird was chirping in the distance, and the playful laughter of Homer and Sarah mingled pleasantly with the soothing sound of flowing water. She sat up and watched the two of them. Homer, not quite 7, was quickly becoming a little man. More than occasionally, neighbors and acquaintances remarked how he resembled Papa, with his chestnut brown hair and hazel eyes. Smiling, Shelby remembered how Homer always straightened himself a little taller and jutted out his prominent chin when he heard these comments. Sarah was 3.5 and sharp as a tack. Little blonde ringlets framed her chubby cheeks. Despite her stocky frame, she was always running behind her trim older brother, mimicking his every movement. "I can do it," was her favorite expression. Homer glanced over and realized that Shelby was watching him and Sarah. "Shelby, why don't you get in the water with us?" he asked. "Please," Sarah chimed in. "Okay, but you two had better not get my hair wet." Shelby looked sternly at the two surprised expressions and then winked. Jumping up, she ran to the edge and began splashing them both. "This is war!" Homer shouted. Some time later, 3 drenched siblings gathered their things and headed for home. Impulsively, Homer leaned over and hugged Shelby. "I love you." You're the greatest big sister in the whole world." Touched by his sudden display of affection, Shelby hugged him back as she tousled his wavy hair. "You're not so bad yourself, little man." Glad to finally have some time for herself, Shelby sighed and sank deeper into the thick cushion of the wooden swing on the front porch. The air felt cool and fresh and tasted like the honeysuckles growing along the fence. She swung back and forth, listening to the creaking sound of the swing and the rhythmical chirping of crickets. The swim had sufficiently tired Homer and Sarah, and after supper they went to bed without complaint. Homer had wanted to kiss Papa good night first, but Shelby insisted that he could see him tomorrow. She thought about going to bed early, too, but feared Papa's wrath too much. He would expect her to serve his supper like Mama always did. She swallowed the dread that crept into her throat. Feeling a sudden chill, she shuddered and wrapped her arms around herself as she gazed across the yard. Even in the semi-darkness, Ellen's talent for gardening was apparent. Rhododendron and azalea bushes were planted near the house and were bordered by colorful daisies, tulips, and marigolds. The grass was a lush blanket of green. Dogwood, persimmon, oak, and sycamore trees filled the spacious yard. The sycamores grew so tall, she used to pretend they touched the sky. Shelby looked up at the huge leafy branches in wonder and up to the black, velvety sky beyond. It seemed as though the trees were stretching out their long branches in a protective gesture over the home. For as long as she could remember, she had lived in this house. Some Sundays she had accompanied her mama and a few of the other ladies from church to deliver food to needy members of the community. She was shocked by the run-down and battered-looking homes. One even had a dirt floor. Before these visits, she assumed everyone else lived the same way she did. Running her finger over the grainy wooden swing, she looked at the massive porch, wrapping around the two-story home with its large picture windows and white picket fence. Mama's words flashed through her mind. "Children, we should be ever thankful for the tremendous bounty the good Lord has bestowed on us." Emotion welled in her breast. "I'm trying to be, Mama," she said aloud. Homer's voice rang out, disturbing the stillness of the evening. Suppressing a flash of irritation, Shelby jumped up from the swing and ran up the stairs into Homer's room. Homer was crying and tossing back and forth in his bed. "What's wrong, Homer? Are you okay?" Shelby leaned over and nudged him. He was still half asleep. "I want Mama. Please come back," he wailed. Shelby sat down on the bed and gathered Homer in her arms. She pulled him close and gently stroked his hair as he sobbed. Then, becoming somewhat embarrassed, he pulled away and wiped his tear-stained face. "When is Mama coming home?" he sniffed. "Soon, Homer. I was having a bad dream." "It's okay. We all have them sometimes." Homer nodded. "But this one seems so real. You can tell me. It's nothing to be afraid of." "I dreamed that Mama disappeared." Tucking him in and pulling his sheet up around him, Shelby sat on the edge of the bed and patted his arm. "Mama just went away for a little while to take care of Grandma." I know that," Homer said emphatically. "It's just that—" "What?" Homer tilted his face upward and looked pleadingly into Shelby's eyes. "I dreamed that you disappeared, too. I looked everywhere for you, but you were gone." A sudden fear seized Shelby and then quickly faded. "Don't be silly," she said flippantly. "Wherever would I go without you?" Shelby's answer gave Homer the reassurance he needed. He snuggled under the covers and grinned sheepishly. "I guess it was just a silly old dream." Shelby winked. "That's right. Now you'd better get some sleep." Both Homer and Shelby jumped when they heard a booming voice from downstairs. "Shelby girl, where are you?" His eyes widening, Homer exclaimed, "Papa's home. Shelby, you won't tell Papa I've been crying, will you?" Was that fear she saw in Homer's eyes? Did he sense the change in Papa, too? She wished that she could crawl in bed with Homer and hide. "It will be our little secret," she whispered as she blew him a kiss and turned off the lamp. She rushed down the stairs and into the kitchen, trying to ignore the sudden pounding in her chest. The disheveled appearance of Papa staggering around the kitchen with his sweaty forehead and shirt untucked caused her to pause in her tracks. He looked so haggard she barely recognized him. "Where you been, girl?" Answer me." He grabbed her by the collar and pulled her roughly to him. Then suddenly he let her go before turning and slamming his fist down on the table. Warily he slumped into the chair and clumsily attempted to remove his shoes. Never before had Shelby seen her papa in such a state. He always took great pride in his appearance. Realization dawned. He was drunk. Mama was always pestering him about his drinking and forbid him to ever come home drunk. Only on one other occasion had Shelby seen Papa drunk, and that was like witnessing hell's fury. Swallowing hard, Shelby attempted to compose herself. She smoothed her rumpled skirt and went over to the stove. "Papa, I made some ham, pinto beans, and cornbread. I left yours in the skillet. I'll fix you a plate." With a shaky hand, she placed his supper and milk in front of him and quickly turned to leave. "Good night, Papa." Before she could walk away, he grabbed her arm and spun her around. "What's your hurry?" "It's been a long day and I'm tired. Besides, Mama always says—" He slammed his hand down on the table, causing her to flinch. "Darn you, your mama ain't here, is she?" "No, He reached out and pushed a strand of hair from her face. The look in his eyes made her shrink back. "But you are." Gruffly, he placed his arm around her waist and pulled her onto his lap. "Why don't you sit on my lap?" Shelby felt a surge of panic. "Don't you think I'm a little old for that?" He held her hands behind her back and placed his mouth next to her ear. His lips felt moist and repulsive. "Not for what I have in mind." She could smell the stale odor of liquor on his breath, mingled with sweat. Struggling to free herself, she tried to keep her voice even as she spoke. "Please, Papa, please let me go." Throwing back his head, he let out a loud cackle that echoed through the room. He loosened his grip, and Shelby managed to break away from him. She ran for the back door, but he was faster. He pushed her into the stove and began rubbing his hands over her shoulders. Shelby felt revulsion rise and fought the urge to retch. Now his lips were grazing her neck. On the brink of utter despair, Shelby experienced an instant of clarity and felt a sudden burst of anger. Reaching out over the stove, she grasped the handle of the cast-iron skillet, her knuckles white, and hit him over the head with all of her might. His eyes registered surprise and then narrowed into small slits of molten lava, threatening to explode. "You little hussy, you'll pay dearly for that." He staggered backward, trying to regain his balance. Shelby hit him again with the skillet, this time using both hands, the sound making a sickening thud as it struck. He fell to the floor, and she hit him again and again. Silence filled the room as Shelby looked at the still figure on the floor. Dropping the skillet, Shelby put a hand over her mouth and backed away, her body shaking violently. A scream tore through the room, and Shelby realized it had come from her. She turned and ran blindly out the kitchen door into the darkness. Chapter 2. The kitchen chair looked too small for Joshua's bulky frame. He leaned back, causing it to creak in protest as he contentedly patted his round belly and stretched his long legs underneath the table. He smiled broadly. "Sister, if you keep making those fried apple pies of yours, I ain't going to be able to fit in none of my britches," he drawled. "Oh, Joshua, you've been the same size for years," she replied reproachfully, while a smile played at her lips. At 6'3", Joshua easily stood several inches above most people. He had always been proud of his big, strong frame, and his size had served him well over the years. He was a farmer, accustomed to rigorous, back-breaking work. Farming was not for the weak, and even Joshua, despite his expertise and knowledge of his work, had winters fraught with worry over the bills. Even though it was still too early in the summer to tell for certain, he felt in his bones that this fall harvest would be abundant. If so, maybe there would be enough money to buy some new tools and a heavy coat for Sister. "You are grinning like a possum. What are you mulling through that big head of yours?" Smiling, Joshua looked at his wife of 20 years with unabashed affection. Throughout the hardships of farm life, she had been by his side, supporting him and urging him on without complaint. He shook his head in amazement, as he always did when he thought about the life he and Sister shared. Lucille Ann Collins was her real name, but everyone in town knew her as Sister. She had been given the nickname by her older brother, and it had stuck. Barely 5'4" tall, she was petite and had been slender in her younger years, but was starting to collect a little weight around her middle. "Look at me, Joshua," she complained on occasion. "I look like a pumpkin." "You look beautiful," he would answer reassuringly, and he meant it. Although it was true she did not have the flashy good looks many considered attractive, Sister possessed an inner goodness that softened and enhanced her otherwise plain features. She wore her hair, now streaked with silver, high on her head, and often jokingly remarked that she chose this particular fashion to add extra height to match her husband. "When do you think you'll be through with all the plantin'?" Sister asked. "Hopefully in a couple of days. I'd like to get everything done so the plants will have time to root before the next rain." "I noticed today that something's been nibbling on my bean and tomato plants." Joshua shook his head in disgust. "I'll bet it's them deer I saw scampering off this morning when I went out to milk the cow." Reluctantly he got up from the table. "I'd better have a look," he said, grabbing his lantern on the way out the door. Joshua fumbled around in the dark, trying to light his lantern. A few stars were out, but no moon. On his second try, he finally succeeded, the soft ember glow illuminating a circle around him as he walked. One of the first things a city dweller usually noticed when visiting the country was the pitch-black darkness at night. Electric power seemed to be catching on in most towns, and Cartersville, Georgia, was no exception. Joshua figured the time would soon come when even the rural areas would have electricity. That might not be too bad, but he really didn't mind keeping things the way they were. He headed away from the house. "It is dark tonight." He made his way over to the dog pen where his coon dogs were still barking wildly. "Hey, rascals, what you see out there?" Recognizing their owner, the dogs began whimpering and standing on their hind legs with their paws on the fence. Joshua affectionately rubbed their heads. "If there were any deer out here tonight, you certainly scared them away." He left the dog pen and walked over to check the vegetable garden, where he knelt down by the rows and looked for deer tracks. Finding none, he turned to go. On impulse, he cast his lantern around once more. This time he looked over to the edge of the garden. Something on the ground caught his attention. What was it? A piece of cloth? He moved closer and gasped at what he saw. What in the world? It was a person, a girl, crumpled in a heap, lying face down. He bent down and turned her over, shining the light in her face. Joshua's heart dropped. "Shelby!" She was barefoot, and her feet were bleeding. Her gingham dress was torn and dirty. Was she alive? "Shelby, can you hear me?" He yelled as he shook her. He placed a finger on her neck and detected a faint pulse. Scooping her up in his arms, he ran to the house, yelling, "Sister! Sister!" Quickly throwing on her housecoat, Sister ran out the door and nearly collided with her breathless husband. "What's wrong? Who is that?" "It's Shelby." Her eyes widened as she followed him inside. "What happened to her?" Joshua carefully laid Shelby on the couch and placed a pillow under her head. "I found her out by the garden." "Is she—" Her voice faltered, and she couldn't bring herself to say the word. "She's alive. She's fainted." Sister let out an audible sigh of relief. "I'll get the smelling salts." She returned and placed the bottle directly beneath Shelby's nose. Slowly Shelby opened her eyes as the pungent odor invaded her nostrils. Her head ached, and the world seemed to be spinning out of control. For a second, she tried to make a concentrated effort to figure out what was happening. Then, finding it difficult, she shrugged nonchalantly and closed her eyes again, welcoming the enveloping darkness. Sister shot Joshua a concerned look before leaning over and shaking Shelby. "Shelby, look at me." "Where am I?" Shelby muttered. "At Sister's. You're here with us." "Sister?" Shelby opened her eyes and looked around the room, confused. "How did I get—" She looked down and noticed her scratched legs and bleeding feet. "What happened to me?" "We were wondering the same thing." Joshua paused, his voice husky with emotion, as he searched for the right words to say. "You gave me quite a scare. For a moment there I thought, I thought you weren't going to make it."
"Child, what on earth were you doing out at this time of the night by yourself? You're lucky Joshua found you. If those dogs of his hadn't been making such a racket, there's no telling what would have happened to you."
Shelby looked at Sister in confusion.
"I'm sorry if I caused any trouble. I didn't mean—"
Joshua placed a hand on Sister's shoulder. When she turned to look at him, he motioned for her to go into the kitchen. "She's had a rough night," he whispered. "Why don't you go and get her some water? I'll try and find out what's going on."
"Okay, I'm going,"
Sister huffed. Shelby was still lying down. Joshua sat on the edge of the couch. He patted her arm. He and Sister had never been able to have any children of their own, and he'd always had a special place in his heart for Shelby. Looking now at her confused and ragged state, this feeling intensified. "This is the first time since you were a young'un that I've seen you running around barefooted with your hair a mess. You almost look 12. Shelby's hand went to her hair as she attempted to smooth out the tangles. She was about to apologize again until she saw his mischievous grin. Most of the town folk were intimidated by her uncle's massive size and brusque manner. He had a reputation for driving a hard bargain, especially during harvest time at the cotton office when he dickered over the price of his crop. Yes, indeed, her uncle could be tough as nails when he had to be, but underneath that gruff exterior beat a tender heart. She used to pretend he was a giant.
"He is," she thought. "He's my gentle giant."
"Shelby, what happened tonight?" She leaned back on the couch and tried to think.
"The last thing I remember was tucking Homer and Sarah into bed and then going outside to sit on the porch."
"Did you go for a walk?"
"I'm not sure. No, I don't think so."
"Is your papa at home?"
"Papa?"
Even as she mouthed the word, Shelby's mouth went dry and her body began to tremble. Like a bolt of lightning, everything came rushing back. She shuddered as she remembered his sweaty hands, the smell of alcohol on his breath, her terror. An image of Papa lying motionless on the floor flashed through her mind and seared its way into her soul as she gasped and then struggled to catch her breath.
"Is he dead?"
Joshua felt his hair stand on end as he watched the color drain from Shelby's face. Her body was shaking violently. Was this terrified, wild-eyed creature the self-assured niece he knew and loved? She reminded him of a cornered deer, ready to bolt. "Is your papa home with Homer and Sarah? Did anything happen to them?" Tears welled in Shelby's eyes. She tried to speak, but the sound wouldn't come. Grabbing her by the arms, Joshua shook her. "Shelby, you've got to tell me."
"It's Papa. He's dead."
Shelby sank back on the couch, glad to have gotten the words out of her mouth. Joshua felt as if the wind had been knocked out of him. "Dead? Are you sure?" Confusion clouded Shelby's eyes.
"Yes. No, I don't know."
"What do you mean? What happened?" Shelby's face contorted in fear.
"I killed him."
The words came out in a ragged whisper. Joshua swallowed hard and tried to absorb what he'd just heard. "You what?" Instead of answering, she shook her head and stared unseeingly into the distance. Then she buried her head in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. Too stunned to speak, he placed a hand on her back and let her cry. After a while she lifted her head and looked imploringly into his eyes. He'd always thought that Shelby's eyes were full of expression. As he looked at them now, he had the impression they were windows to a soul racked with anguish. She was so young and tender. He wanted to somehow erase the pain, like he did once when she fell and scraped her knee.
"What am I going to do?"
"Why don't you tell me what happened?"
"I fixed supper for Homer and Sarah and put them to bed. I went out to sit on the front porch for a while. Homer had a bad dream and started to cry, so I went upstairs to check on him. I had just gotten him settled down when Papa came home. He called me downstairs to heat up his supper, and he was—"
"Whatever it is, you can tell me," Joshua prodded.
"He was drunk. He wanted me to sit on his lap, and when I wouldn't, he got angry. Please, Uncle Joshua, I don't want to say any more."
Joshua's eyes narrowed and his blood ran cold. He shook his head in disgust. Once again he looked at Shelby's bare feet and disheveled appearance. He didn't need to hear the rest. He could guess what happened next. Right then and there he made a decision. Whatever the cost, he would stand by her. Shelby wasn't the sort of girl to go flying off her rocker for no reason. If she did do anything to her papa, it was only out of self-preservation. "Did he hurt you or force you?"
"No," Shelby answered quickly. "I got scared and hit him over the head with a skillet, and then I ran. I don't remember anything else." She paused. "Except waking up here."
"Everything will be all right." Shelby's eyes filled with uncertainty. Joshua placed his rough hand over hers and squeezed it gently. "You have my word."
"Thank you,"
Shelby whispered, her eyes filling with grateful tears. Sister returned from the kitchen and paused as she witnessed the tearful exchange between them. "Is everything all right?" Shelby nodded and Joshua answered. "She's had a little scare, but she'll be okay. I suspect Frank is probably wondering where Shelby's gotten off to. I'd better go over and tell him where she is." Sister watched Shelby's face grow pale, and she shot Joshua a questioning look. He only shook his head and headed out the door, leaving Shelby and Sister lost in their own thoughts, staring after him. His body crouched low, Joshua urged his horse forward as fast as he dared go. Fog was setting in, and it was difficult to see more than 2 feet in front of him. What would he find? Was Frank dead? He shuddered involuntarily as the thought sent chills racing down his spine. What would this mean for Shelby, for Ellen, for Sister? Images of Shelby, tearful and battered, filled his mind, and his fury mounted. What sort of man would do such a thing to his own daughter? He shook his head in disgust. Like Sister, Frank was small-boned and had dark features, but that's where the similarity ended. In fact, Frank and Sister were so different, he often wondered how they had come from the same family. Frank had been bitterly opposed to Joshua and Sister's courtship from the beginning. He tried every possible way to convince Sister not to marry him. Joshua had a younger sister himself and wanted only the best for her, so he could understand how Frank could have wanted a better life for his sister. If this had been his only offense, Joshua could have overlooked it. But his dislike of Frank Collins ran much deeper than that. Joshua had always relied on his instincts, and the feelings he got around Frank screamed foul. On the surface, Frank was an ideal husband, father, and pillar of the community, and, Joshua begrudgingly admitted, had a keen sense for business. But Joshua suspected that behind the carefully constructed facade lurked a cruel and selfish individual. Sister dearly loved her brother and always looked for the good in him. For her sake, Joshua tried to keep his feelings in check. Frank was, after all, his wife's brother. Sometimes Joshua caught glimpses of the real Frank. Last January, he'd walked into the store and caught the tail end of an argument between Frank and Gus Brown. Farmers purchased goods on credit until after harvest. Frank had allowed Gus to charge an enormous amount and then got mad at him over something petty. Joshua couldn't remember the cause of the squabble, but he would never forget the outcome. Frank insisted that Gus's account be paid in full, right there on the spot. Gus, who couldn't possibly pay for his account during the winter time, apologized and begged Frank's forgiveness. His pleadings fell on deaf ears. Gus couldn't make it through the winter without essential goods from the store, so he and his family left their farm and moved in with relatives near Atlanta. Eventually, Frank auctioned off the farm to pay Gus's debt. Frank and Ellen got married about a year after his and sister's wedding. When Joshua first met Ellen, he was struck by her unusual beauty and assumed she would be snooty. Nothing was further from the truth. Over the years, he developed a deep admiration and respect for her. He often wondered what type of relationship she and Frank had. Ellen was too much of a lady to let on that things weren't right between them, but Joshua had noticed the lonely, wistful expression she sometimes wore. How often was Frank coming home drunk? On occasion, Joshua enjoyed his share of corn whiskey, but he drank it sparingly. He'd seen enough heartache caused from excessive drinking to last a lifetime. If a man's going to drink, he ought to be able to hold his liquor. When he finally reached the house, Joshua was immediately struck by the calmness of it. Everything looked normal. He opened the gate, walked up on the porch, and tried the front door. It was locked. Surely Shelby wouldn't have taken the time to lock the door before she ran out. Then he realized that the events she described took place in the kitchen. She must have left through the back door. He cupped his hands to the window and peered into the front room and saw nothing but darkness. He walked around to the back of the house and tried the kitchen door. It also was locked. "How strange," he said aloud. "Homer, Sarah, open the door," he yelled as he banged. He knocked and shouted another couple of minutes, but no one came, so he decided to try the front door again. He banged, then waited to see if he could hear any movement. Just as he was debating whether or not he should break into the house, the handle turned and the door opened. Frank stood in the doorway. For a second, Joshua could only gape at the live, standing figure in front of him. "Frank," he managed to say. "What are you doing here this time of the night?" Frank demanded as he leaned against the doorway. His speech was slurred, and a dark bruise was spreading across his forehead. "I could ask you the same question," Joshua fired back, his jaw tightened, eyes squinting into angry slits. Frank jutted out his chin. "What are you talking about? Where's Shelby?" The question took Frank by surprise, and Joshua caught the flicker of fear in his eyes, which quickly faded. "How should I know where she is?" Frank stammered. "Since Ellen's been gone, that girl comes and goes as she pleases. She weren't here when I got home this evening. What happened to your head?" Frank gingerly touched his forehead and laughed nervously. "Oh, that. I had a little accident at the store today. A crate fell." "You liar!" Joshua hissed through clenched teeth as he knotted his fists. "How could you do such a thing to your own daughter?"
I don't know what you're talking about. Frank smirked, straightened himself up, and stared defiantly at Joshua. All of the tension and frustration he'd been feeling reached a boiling point, and he could no longer contain it. He raised his fist and socked Frank in the nose. The blow sent Frank sprawling backwards, holding his nose as blood spurted over his white shirt. This time the fear in Frank's eyes was unmistakable, and he scurried back against the door to protect himself from another onslaught. Joshua took a step toward him and then suddenly became aware of his own large frame and strength compared to Frank's slighter build. He looked down at his clenched fist. Warily he relaxed his hands and let them fall by his side. Frank let out an audible sigh of relief, and then flashed Joshua a look of triumph, rekindling Joshua's anger. He bent down and grabbed Frank by the collar and pulled him up so their faces were only inches apart. I know you think you run this town, but you mark my words. If you ever again try to harm as much as a hair on Shelby's head, he paused and enunciated every word, I will kill you. His voice, quiet and menacing, sent chills down Frank's spine, and he knew Joshua meant it. Joshua suddenly felt very tired. He thrust Frank away and turned to leave. He took a few steps and then turned back. I'll send Sister over tomorrow to get Shelby's things, and Homer and Sarah. He paused long enough to note the surprised expression on Frank's face and then continued. They will stay with us until Ellen returns, and then we'll decide what to do after that. Without another word, he turned on his heel and walked briskly down the steps, leaving Frank staring after him with smoldering eyes. Shelby awoke the next morning to the tantalizing aroma of sizzling bacon and the cheerful clanging of pots and pans. For a moment, right after she first opened her eyes, she thought she was home and that Mama was in the kitchen making breakfast. She leisurely stretched, her legs rubbing over the cool sheets, and was about to roll over and sleep a little longer when the quilt on the bed caught her eye. Sister's quilt. She glanced around the room, taking in her surroundings. Mama once remarked that Sister was a practical person who didn't go in for a lot of fancy frills. That was an understatement. All of the furniture was arranged in a box-like fashion, with everything pushed against the walls. The bed, dresser, and rocking chair were made out of sturdy oak. No pictures hung on the bare, off-white walls. The only accent in the room was the colorful patchwork quilt on the bed. Shelby lovingly ran her hand across the quilt, tracing its intricate pattern with her finger. She had always loved it. One of her favorite Bible stories was of Joseph and his coat of many colors. Over the years, she'd spent many nights snuggled up in the old quilt, pretending it was her own coat of many colors. She raised it to her face and buried her nose, inhaling deeply. It smelled like Sister. Somehow that was comforting. The morning sun was streaming in through the window, dancing off the wooden floor. She glanced down, puzzled. Sister had laid out some of her own shoes for Shelby to wear. What happened to my shoes? She wondered. Did I have them on last night? The intrusive thoughts were an unpleasant reminder, and she quickly brushed them aside. In the sunny light of the morning, the events of the night before seemed less frightful. She threw back the quilt and hopped out of bed. Her stomach growled, and she was suddenly very hungry. "Good morning, Shelby." Sister turned from the stove, giving Shelby a brief smile. "Good morning. Come and sit down. I'll fix you a plate. How did you sleep?" "Well, thank you." Sister gave Shelby an appraising glance. "You certainly seem to be feeling better today." Shelby's cheeks grew warm. "Yes, ma'am, I do feel better." "Good." Sister nodded and then turned back to the stove, glad to have gotten the pleasantries out of the way. Let's get some hot food in you. You are looking a little poor lately. You're down to skin and bones."
Shelby grinned when Sister placed a plate piled high with bacon, fried eggs, grits, and biscuits in front of her.
"Joshua left early this morning for the fields, but he gave me strict orders to go to your house and get all of your clothes. I reckon you'll stay here until your mama gets back. He also told me to get Homer and Sarah."
"That's great," Shelby replied enthusiastically.
"Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard on your papa, trying to run the store and look after you young'uns at the same time. It's awful good of him to try and take on all that responsibility in the first place."
"Yes, ma'am," she managed to mumble as she put down her fork. She wasn't hungry anymore.
"Joshua told me to make sure and go alone to your house. He said I should leave you here."
Sister had been bustling around the kitchen, cleaning up the dishes. She stopped and looked directly at Shelby.
"Why do you think he said that?"
Shelby's heart dropped.
I don't know."
She dropped her head and stared down at her plate. Sister watched as Shelby fidgeted with her food. The silence grew uncomfortable. Finally, Sister dropped her gaze and began clearing away the dishes from the table.
"Don't mind Joshua," she said, trying to sound cheerful. "Men are funny that way, getting silly notions in their heads. Why don't you go outside and sit on the front porch and make a list of all the things you want me to get from your house while I finish in the kitchen?"
Shelby stumbled out of the kitchen and onto the front porch, where she sank wearily into a chair. She clasped her shaking hands in her lap in an attempt to steady them. She took a deep breath and looked out over the yard, lush with green grass. Next, her gaze went to the nearby fields and then to the rolling mountains, blue-gray in the distance. There wasn't another house in sight. Normally she enjoyed the seclusion of the farm, but today the absence of neighbors felt lonely. Why had Sister asked such a strange question? Had Joshua not told her what happened? Why wouldn't he tell her? An unbidden thought penetrated her consciousness, sending needles of fear prickling down her spine. Maybe Joshua didn't believe her. Was that why he didn't tell Sister? When Joshua had returned the night before, he quietly told her that Papa was fine and everything would be all right. Of all people, she had been absolutely sure she could count on him. If Joshua, my own uncle who knows me so well, doesn't believe me, then how can I expect anyone else to? She stared unseeingly into the horizon and for the first time in her life felt totally alone. Shelby awoke to the distant sound of hoofs. She stifled a yawn, then sat up in the bed and stretched. Was Sister back already? How long had she slept? After Sister left to fetch Homer and Sarah, Shelby walked aimlessly around the yard, trying to sort things out. Getting nowhere, she decided to take a nap. Sister told her she had errands to run before picking up the children. Shelby assumed they wouldn't return until after lunch and had resigned herself to an afternoon of boredom. She heard the front door open. Excitedly, she jumped out of bed and ran into the living room, ready to throw her arms around Homer and Sarah.
"Well, hello, you two,"
she said as she came bounding into the room, a big smile on her face. In an instant, her smile froze, and her heart leaped in her throat as she took a step back.
"Papa, what are you doing here?"
"Girl, get yourself in the wagon." Shelby's feet froze. She looked up in terror at the purple bruise across Papa's forehead. "Did you hear me?" he snarled. "From now on, you're gonna do what I say." Shelby shrank back against the wall as tears trickled down her cheeks. She shook her head defiantly, knowing full well what horrors would await her at home. Her voice sounded small in her ears.
"No, I'm staying here till Mama gets back."
Frank's jaw squared as his face grew black. She turned to run, but he grabbed her around the waist, dragged her into the kitchen, and shoved her into a chair. She tried to get up, but he slapped her hard across the jaw. She put her head down on the table and sobbed, her breath coming in broken gasps. Papa strode across the kitchen to Sister's desk and pulled out a sheet of paper and a pencil. He walked over to Shelby and grabbed her by the hair and pulled her up to a sitting position. "Stop that whining," he barked, "or I'll give you what you really deserve. Now you listen to me. I've had just about enough of you and all the trouble you caused. I ought to tie you to a tree and give you a good horse-whipping." Terror clawed at Shelby as she looked at his savage expression. She hardly recognized this beast who used to be her papa. "I tried to do this the easy way, but you won't let me. I'll fix you. I'll send you so far away you'll never get home. You will pick up that pencil and write what I tell you to. Do you understand?" Too stunned to speak, Shelby picked up the pencil with a shaky hand and began to write. When she finished, he led her outside. The fight gone out of her, she numbly followed his orders as if in a daze. He pushed her into the back of the wagon and ordered her to stay under the cover. "If I see so much as one hair of your head, so help me, I'll—" He left the last sentence unfinished as Shelby quickly scampered into the wagon and pulled the cover over her head. Chapter 3. Greta Sharp leaned against the open window and peered out as the afternoon sun cast its fading rays over the freshly mowed lawn. It was the time of day she enjoyed most. The sweet scent of grass mingled with the fragrant azalea bushes planted underneath the window caught her attention as she looked at the bordering bushes and noted with satisfaction how they looked neat and orderly, planted exactly 2 feet apart, just as she had instructed. Absently she ran her fingers across the heavy drapes hanging to the side, the gray drapes, dull and drab in their appearance, much like the rest of the office furnishings, had been hung only out of necessity to keep out the relentless noonday sun. She glanced around the room. Her eyes fell on the battered desk and chair, and she felt a sudden kinship with the objects. Like her, they were once shiny and new, but that was long ago, and now only a fragmented shell of what they once were was all that remained. The old desk and squeaky chair seemed out of place here in this modern facility. Greta supposed that when funds were available, they would be replaced with their more updated counterparts. She moved away from the window and sat down at her desk, running her fingers respectfully over its grainy surface. Yes, indeed, this was one of the few old relics left behind as a reminder of a past soon to be forgotten.
"Miss Sharp?"
Lost in her thoughts, the knock at the door startled Greta, and she was annoyed as she looked up and saw Shirley. Peering over her spectacles in a gesture she used to indicate disapproval, she motioned for Shirley to enter. Shirley scuffled into the room, red-faced.
"I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to let you know that I informed all of the staff about the meeting tomorrow morning." "Good. Did you tell them that it will begin promptly at 8 a.m.? "Yes, ma'am. Here is your paper."
Greta seemed to have forgotten about Shirley's presence as she thumbed through the paper. Shirley stood for a moment and then turned to leave.
"Today is June 2nd.
Shirley stopped. She wasn't sure where the conversation was heading, but knew better than to question her superior. She waited for Greta to continue.
"Today is my father's birthday." "That's nice," Shirley offered.
"Not that I care," Greta countered, changing the subject. "Have you read this article on the front page?"
"No, ma'am." "It says here that Birmingham is a thriving, prosperous city nestled comfortably between a mountain of coal on one side and a mountain of iron on the other."
A humorless laugh, sounding more like a snarl, escaped her lips.
"Yes, it's prosperous for some. Have you seen those luxury houses on the side of the mountain?"
Shirley nodded. "I've always found it amusing that those houses weren't built high enough to escape the smoke billowing up from the smokestacks below. But I suppose when the rich tire of breathing in the filthy fumes, they can leave their patios and go inside and close the doors. I've never been that lucky." Shirley looked down at the floor. Greta turned and stared out the window. There was a time when Birmingham was a little more than a small crossroads town of Jones Valley. I came here with my parents 30 years ago. We were like all the other wide-eyed immigrants who came in search of prosperity. My father got a job in the mines, and my mother took in laundry to help make ends meet. After a while, my father grew tired of the endless work and measly wages, and took solace in the bottle, spending what free time he had in bars with loose women. One night, he didn't come home. Shirley had never heard Miss Sharp speak this openly about herself. "My mother got a job in a factory. It wasn't much of an income, but we survived. I was 15 when my mother contracted tuberculosis. She died a few months later." "I'm so sorry." Greta was jolted to the present. "I'm boring you." "No, I don't mind," Shirley said. Greta waved her hand in dismissal. "Enough of that. I am sure you have plenty of work to do before you leave," she added, putting Shirley back in her place. "Yes, ma'am." Greta felt a twinge of guilt for her harshness toward Shirley. She wasn't displeased with her secretary, but neither was she overly impressed. This was one instance in which the Creator made a person's outside appearance match the inside. In capability and appearance, Shirley was average. She was 5'5" with mousy brown hair that fell loosely on her shoulders. Perfectly straight bangs were cut high on her forehead, emphasizing her square face. Her squinty eyes were spaced too far apart from her pug nose. She couldn't really pinpoint what it was about Shirley that bothered her and why she felt the need to unnerve her. Maybe it was because she was so easily intimidated. "I'm going to get the new girls settled in before I leave for the day," Shirley said. "Unless, that is, you need me to do anything else?" "No, I don't have anything else for you today," Greta replied curtly. "You may leave after you take care of the new student." As Shirley turned to leave, Greta called out to her, "Do you have her file?" "I put it in your basket." Greta leaned over her desk and picked up the file. She leafed through it and then placed it back on her desk. "What do you think of her?" Shirley looked surprised. She wasn't accustomed to being asked to give her opinion. She shifted her feet back and forth. "She seems different from the other girls." Greta studied her. "How so?" "Well, from what I can tell so far, she is very quiet and sort of distant, but she does have a certain bearing about her." Shirley scrunched her nose as she sought for the right words. "She just seems like she'd be more at home sipping lemonade at a Sunday social than here learning record-keeping and farming." Greta pursed her lips together. "That's interesting. Thank you, Shirley. I'll see you tomorrow." Realizing she was being dismissed, Shirley turned and hurried out the door. Greta picked up the file and gazed at its contents. What sort of girl was this Shelby Collins, and what turn of events precipitated her arrival? As interesting as she found the girl to be, it was the girl's father who captured her attention. At 5'11", Greta was as tall as most men and accustomed to towering over other women. She felt her height gave her a physical as well as intellectual advantage, and found it ironic and slightly unnerving that her encounter with a complete stranger, who incidentally was a little shorter than she, could have left her feeling ruffled and out of sorts. She had just come back from lunch and intentionally left her afternoon free to catch up on some paperwork. Just when she was starting to make progress, Shirley poked her head in the door and told her she had a visitor. "Who is it?" "His name is Frank Collins. He has a young girl with him. I think he wants to enroll her." "Did you give him an application to fill out?" "Well, Greta's disdainful expression left no doubt that she was growing impatient with the conversation. "You know I don't see potential students without a prior appointment. Have him fill out the necessary paperwork, and I'll review it and submit it to the board for approval."
"Miss Sharp, I think you ought to see—"
Greta cut her off. "You know my policy, no exceptions."
"He says he came all the way from Cartersville, Georgia,"
Shirley interjected timidly. Greta puckered her lips, trying to decide what she should do. Her indecision gave Shirley the encouragement she needed to continue.
"And he will only be in town for one day."
"Oh, all right. Very well, send him in." Shirley halfway smiled, but stopped short when she saw Greta's stern expression. "Let's get one thing clear," Greta huffed. "I don't like having my orders disobeyed."
"Yes, ma'am,"
Shirley croaked. From the moment he entered the room, Greta could see why Shirley had a difficult time turning this gentleman away. He strode in with purpose, his head held upright. Clearly he was a man who was used to getting his way. "Good day," Greta said briskly. "Please have a seat." "Thank you." His gray suit had a faint pinstripe and looked as if it had been custom-tailored to fit perfectly. It enhanced his olive skin and dark hair. A few gray streaks were starting to show around his temples. "Why do men with gray hair look distinguished, but women look old?" Greta wondered. Suddenly she felt uncomfortable in her plain button-down blouse with its dingy collar. She sat up higher in her seat and cleared her throat. "What can I do for you, Mr. Collins, Frank Collins?" "Mr. Collins, my assistant told me—" He smiled slowly. "Please call me Frank." "Yes, of course," she replied, feeling too warm all of a sudden. "My assistant told me you're in town for today only." He nodded. "How may I help you, Frank?" He rested his arm on the back of the chair, and she couldn't help but notice his slender hand and neatly trimmed fingernails. Not the rough hands of a laborer. Instead of answering right away, he glanced first at her, his eyes lingering on hers long enough to cause her to blush, and then around the room. His casual, debonair manner seemed to suggest he had all the time in the world. Finally he spoke. "I am a very rich man." She stared at him in surprise as he continued. "I realize that may sound boastful, especially since we've only just met, but you strike me as a no-nonsense woman who likes to get straight to the point." "That is correct," she said, pleased that he had perceived her so accurately. "Continue." "I want my daughter to attend your school. After looking at other places and considering other possibilities, I feel this is the best place for her." "Mr. Frank, I'm flattered that you are impressed with our facility, but I believe there has been some sort of misunderstanding. Are you familiar with the Mercy Place?" "No." The Mercy Place, a children's home, is an affiliate of this school. It is run by 12 members of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. The home assists women and children. My facility, the Mercy Place Industrial School, is 2 years old and is run by those same women. It offers industrial education for white girls between the ages of 13 and 18. You see, this school is not designed for the wealthy. It's a place for— He cut her off mid-sentence, his eyebrow raised. "It was my understanding that your school is supported by donations." "Yes, but—" He held up his hand. "I realize that it must seem odd for a man such as me, a man of considerable—" He paused. "For a gentleman of my standing to consider sending my daughter here. But I detect an authenticity here that I've been unable to find in some of the more prestigious schools. You teach young girls how to become useful to society, how to learn a valuable trade. My daughter has had enough pampering and fluff to last her a lifetime.
She needs to learn the value of honest, hard work."
Greta nodded thoughtfully, clearly impressed.
"I see. I'll have my assistant get you an application to fill out."
She leaned over her desk and grabbed her calendar.
"The admissions board will meet again in 2 weeks to review all new applications. If she is approved, she can begin the 1st of next month. How does that sound?"
He stood and walked over to the window and gazed out it, with his hands clasped behind his back. Finally he turned and looked intently at Greta.
"I haven't always been wealthy, like you. I know what it takes to rise from the dust and make something of myself."
Color rose in her cheeks. What was it about her that so apparently suggested she had come from poverty? Before she could articulate a response, he continued,
"I like you. You strike me as being a very practical and capable woman, one who can teach my Shelby to be useful, one who understands the urgency of my situation. I have a business to run. I have come here for the express purpose of enrolling my daughter in your school today. While I do appreciate your situation, I hope you can understand that we have procedures and rules here that must be followed."
He cocked his head and raised an eyebrow in a condescending manner.
"As head of this school, do you not hold the privilege of making some decisions of your own accord?"
She became ruffled.
"Yes, of course I can, if I so choose."
He ran his fingers over the tattered filing cabinet, and she felt embarrassed over the worn appearance of her office furniture.
"Perhaps we can make some sort of arrangement that would more than compensate for any inconvenience this situation could cause you."
She became intrigued and a little wary at the same time. "What sort of arrangement do you have in mind?" Noting her suspicious expression, he laughed pleasantly.
"One that is upright and noble, I can assure you."
She grinned sheepishly and wondered again how he could read her so clearly.
"I would like to make a substantial financial donation to your school in the hope that it can benefit my own daughter as well as help further this noble cause you have begun here."
He winked.
"Let's make it worth your while, too."
Greta pursed her lips together. "That's very generous of you. I will accept your offer." She paused a moment. "But only for the good of the school?" He smiled.
"Yes, of course."
They spent the rest of the meeting discussing the details of admission. When he turned to leave, she extended her hand as a farewell gesture. He took it and then pressed it to his lips.
"It has been a pleasure. I will be in touch."
Greta raised her hand and looked at the back of it, remembering the delicate touch of his warm lips. She didn't know what had come over her. All her life she had followed the rules, and the first time a handsome man came into her office, she turned to mush and threw caution to the wind. His donation was substantial, she rationalized, and the school could use the funds. Still, it wasn't going to be easy to explain why she had admitted a student without prior board approval. Even Shirley, daft as she is, can see the girl is different from the others. The board will be very impressed with the donation. I am the head mistress here. I should be able to make some decisions myself. Oh well, what's done is done, I suppose. Even as she tried to figure a way out of the pickle she was in, she kept thinking about his commanding presence, his finely chiseled jaw, his money. She couldn't help but wonder when he would return, and why he never mentioned a Mrs. Collins. Shelby hung her head and dutifully followed the woman who was escorting her through the corridor and down a long, dark hall. Everything she'd ever known seemed to fade into the distance as a bleak, sterile reality forced itself into the forefront of her consciousness. It was as though she were in the middle of a bad dream and couldn't wake up. She heard the distant sounds of girls laughing. The sharp tone of her escort's voice jolted her back to reality. "My name is Shirley Smith. I am the assistant to the head mistress, Miss Sharp.
This is your room, which you will share with 13 other girls. Over yonder is your bed."
Shelby looked around the room. The plaster walls were stark white and completely bare, except for a small needlepoint on the back wall. It was too far away for her to read it, except for a few books atop beds and shoes placed neatly beneath. The room appeared devoid of any humanization. She could tell from the faint lemon scent that the floor had recently been cleaned.
"The girls are at supper right now. You may join them if you wish, or you may stay in here and get settled in."
Shelby was beginning to get hungry, but the idea of having to meet the other girls in the cafeteria seemed too overwhelming.
"I would like to stay in here tonight. Bedtime is at 9 p.m., and we awake at 6 a.m. These hours are strictly enforced, no exceptions. Do you have any questions?"
"No."
"While you are here, you will follow orders immediately and will always use ma'am when answering your superiors. Is that clear?"
"Yes, ma'am." Even as she spoke, she strained to keep her voice even, to hide the overwhelming feeling of panic threatening to engulf her.
"Very well, then I will leave you alone now."
Shirley could tell the young girl was on the verge of a breakdown, and she smiled smugly as she turned to leave.
"Try to get some rest," she quipped. "You will need it for tomorrow."
Shelby sat down on the bed. Ignoring her pounding head, she tried to regain control of her emotions. Never in her darkest dreams could she have ever imagined herself here. The past few days were a blur. At Sister's house, she'd almost managed to convince herself that everything was a terrible misunderstanding. The familiar smells and comforting practicality of her aunt's home were a temporary haven from her ugly reality. She looked around at the foreign surroundings. The identical white beds with their iron posts looked sterile and impersonal. By instinct, her hands went to her neck to rub her necklace. She searched frantically before realizing that it was gone. She'd lost it. The only thing she had left of her mama and home. It was gone. Loneliness encircled her like a shroud. She lay down and closed her eyes.
"If I close my eyes tightly enough, maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and discover that this is all just a bad dream."
She tried to imagine her own room and the chirping birds outside her window, but other images kept flashing through her mind. Uncle Joshua and Sister. They would be eating supper right about now. She tried to imagine them laughing and talking about the events of the day.
"What must they think of me?"
It was at that moment that a sudden awareness struck her with enough force to take her breath away. Her life would never again be the same. She would have to face the repercussions of her actions. Shame covered her as she remembered the evil glint in Papa's eyes and his slurred speech, and was overcome with bitterness.
"I had no choice. Never could I have let that happen."
Images of Homer and Sarah flooded her mind, and she ached for them.
"What will he do to Sarah?"
She shivered.
"Think of them," she ordered herself. "I must be strong for them. When Mama returns, she will be shocked beyond belief."
Tears welled.
"How will Mama ever find me?"
Chapter 4. Ellen slept uncomfortably in the chair next to her mother's bed. A movement at the bedroom door startled her, and she awoke suddenly and looked with concern at her mother, who was still sleeping soundly. She raised her hand to her head and massaged her forehead. "I must have fallen asleep." She heard a knock at the bedroom door and turned to see Martha Baker peeking in.
"May I come in?"
"Of course," Ellen answered with a smile. Martha walked over to Sue's bedside.
"How is she? Any changes?"
Ellen shook her head.
"None that I can see. Her coughing subsided a little last night, and she was able to get some sleep. Maybe that will help build her strength." "Yes,"
Martha nodded in agreement.
"I hope so."
She sat down in the chair across from Ellen and scrutinized her from head to toe, her keen eyes taking note of Ellen's pale complexion and gaunt appearance. Have you been sleeping in that chair all night?" Ellen nodded. "I didn't want to leave her alone. I was afraid she might need something." Martha raised one eyebrow, causing a ripple of wrinkles to spread across her forehead, and her voice grew stern. Ellen's mind turned back 16 years, and she felt like a child who had just gotten her hand caught in the cookie jar as Martha continued. "I've already told you that Paul and I can take turns sitting with her at night. If you keep going at the pace you've been going for the past couple of weeks, you'll need looking after yourself. When your mama gets well, she'll want to see a healthy, rosy-cheeked daughter, not a rack of bones with bags under her eyes." Ellen looked startled for a moment, and then she leaned her head back and laughed, something she had not done since her arrival in Alabama. She had been too preoccupied with her mother and worried about leaving her children. "Goodness sakes, Martha, you have quite a way of putting things. Do I really look that bad?" Martha smiled back, her eyes twinkling as she patted Ellen's hand. "You look just as lovely as you did when you were 16. Paul's always fussing at me for the way I carry on. He says that a person can catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Maybe he's right," she winked, "but I'd never tell him as much. When you get to be my age, you forget about tact and say things the way they really are. I wouldn't have you any other way. You've been such a good friend to Mother over the years. It has been a tremendous comfort for me to know that you and Paul were always right next door if anything should happen to her." "Shh! Don't you let me hear you talking that way." Ellen looked down and clasped her hands tightly in her lap as she tried to hold back the tears that were threatening to spill over. "Sue's a strong woman," Martha continued, her voice husky with emotion. "She'll pull through this. We have to be strong and have faith." She paused and wiped away a tear. "If Sue weren't sleeping, she'd tell us as much herself." "Yes, you're right," Ellen agreed as she wiped away her tears. Martha took a deep breath and smiled. "We've cried enough tears for one morning, don't you think? Why don't you let me take over for a while? Sue's sleeping now, and when she wakes up, I'll see that she gets everything she needs." "Are you sure?" Seeing the uncertainty in Ellen's eyes, Martha added, "Just the other day Sue mentioned that she'd been having a hankering for some blackberry cobbler. This Indian summer we've had has caused the blackberries to bloom early this year. The Millers have oodles over at their place, and Margie told me to pick some for a pie." Ellen stood and smoothed her wrinkled dress. "I think I'll do just that, and I need to mail a letter to my family. They're probably wondering why they haven't heard from me yet. Thank you, Martha, for everything." Ellen was grateful for a break, but she felt guilt for leaving her mother, even in the capable hands of Martha Baker. She breathed deeply and savored the sweet smell of honeysuckles as she walked down the red, dusty road. Just over the hill, she could see burly trees framing the pasture, and cows grazing lazily in the distance. It was still early enough in the day that the air felt warm against her face, but not sticky. A gentle breeze brushed her hair against her cheek. She had forgotten how much she missed this place. A clutch of anxiety tugged at her as she thought about Frank and the children. She wondered how they were getting along without her. She'd been in such a hurry to leave Cartersville, had been so afraid that her mother would die before she could see her again. She wished again for the 1,000th time that her children were here with her. She'd suggested it, but Frank had flatly refused, telling her they would only be in the way. "Shelby is capable of running this house," he said. "It'll be good for her." Frank's argument seemed reasonable enough at the time, but now, thinking back, she wondered if he had an ulterior motive. Was he afraid she wouldn't return if she took the children with her? Oh, she'd thought about leaving him often enough, especially when he drank. It was one of those notions that would seem so plausible. But then she would lose her nerve. Frank had provided a secure life with all of the comforts money could buy. Sometimes, though, she wondered if the security was, in reality, a shackle that kept her bound to a man she did not love. She shook her head in an attempt to purge the negative thoughts from her mind. Such thoughts were dangerous. She'd chosen her path long ago. There was no deviating from it. It didn't matter how she felt. She had to think about her children and what was best for them, and that meant staying with Frank. She would put one foot in front of the other, taking each mindless step the same way she had done for the past 19 years. Yes, that was the answer. As she made her way across the pasture, she detoured to a nearby stream. When she got closer, she could hear the musical sound of water flowing over the rocks. She looked down at the ground. The grass was just as lush and thick as it had been when she was a little girl. She looked up at the old sturdy oak tree leaning across the stream. It seemed unchanged by the passage of time, as if waiting for her to come and play on its knobby bent branches. She closed her eyes and could almost hear the laughter of summers long ago forgotten. Gazing around at the peaceful scene, it seemed ironic that she had once been eager to leave this place. How could it have remained the same when she had changed so much? Chapter 5. Sister sighed deeply and fought the urge to cover her ears as Sarah's shrill voice echoed around the room for what seemed like the 100th time. "Sister, sister," she wailed. "What is it now?" "I want a drink of water. Homer said I couldn't have one." "She's had so much water already this morning that she's drunk the water jug dry," Homer said indignantly. "It's completely empty." Sister looked at the little pudgy face, now red with fury, and nodded in agreement. "I think Homer is right. You've had enough water, honey." Every 30 minutes or so, Sarah would drink as much water as she could possibly hold and then start wailing that she had to go. She and Sister would then have to take another trip to the outhouse. "But I'm thirsty." "Why don't you go outside and play?" Sarah began crying and jumping up and down. "I don't want to go outside. I want a drink of water." Homer rolled his eyes. "Sarah, stop crying. You're being a big baby." Sarah shoved him in the stomach. "I am not being a baby." Before Homer could retaliate, Sister intervened. "Homer, would you please take Sarah out to the well and get another bucket of fresh water?" "But, Sister—" "We'll need some more water for supper." Sister's tone became authoritative, and Homer knew he'd lost. "Oh, all right," he huffed. "Come on, Sarah." Glad to have gotten her way, Sarah skipped happily behind him. Sister watched them go out the door and prayed it would take them a while to fetch the water. There had been a time when she yearned with all her heart to have children of her own. Finally, she accepted things the way they were and stopped hoping. Now, after 2 long weeks of taking care of Homer and Sarah, she decided that maybe the good Lord knew what he was doing when he made her childless. She didn't know how much more her nerves could take. Her home, usually neat and orderly, was becoming disheveled, and a film of dust covered the furniture. Every time she would start to get something done, she would get interrupted. She didn't know how a little 3-year-old girl could have so much energy. She had to admit that Homer had been a big help with Sarah. His only vice was his incessant talking. He talked from dawn to dusk and was always questioning everything. Most of the time, Sister just nodded and added in an occasional "really" or "uh-huh" to pacify him. That worked most of the time, but not always. The most difficult question she'd had to answer for him was why Shelby left. That was a hard question, one for which she had no answer. Homer was so upset over Shelby's leaving that Sister hadn't wanted to hurt him further by reading him the note she had left. But after a few hours of constant badgering, she finally broke down and read it to him. She hoped that would make things better, but it only made things worse. He insisted that there had been some sort of mistake. "I know my sister wouldn't have left like that. She told me that she would always be here with us." Sister tried to explain that Shelby had written the letter.
Her decision to leave was of her own accord, dear. That doesn't mean she loves you any less. People make mistakes. She just made a mistake by leaving, that's all.
In response, Homer jutted out his chin and repeated the words he'd often heard his mother say.
I don't mean any disrespect, but I don't believe you.
Sister talked to him until she was blue in the face, but nothing she said had in any way changed his mind. He kept stubbornly insisting Shelby wouldn't have left like that. Finally, Sister gave up.
I swear that boy could pester the hind legs off a mule.
Despite it all, Sister had to admit that Homer had a point. In the past, Shelby had always proven to be sensible. Leaving suddenly seemed totally out of character for her.
It was a very dim-witted thing for her to do. She could have at least waited until she told me and Joshua where she was going instead of leaving us a note.
When Joshua read the note, his face became dark, and he stalked out the door muttering about how he'd failed Shelby. Later that night, she questioned him about this remark, but he remained evasive. When she pressed him for an answer, he finally told her that some things were better left alone. The knowledge that Joshua was keeping a secret from her was painful.
He knows something about Shelby's hasty departure, and it's tearing him up inside, Sister thought.
One of the things she loved about Joshua was his strong character. He could be very affectionate and open with his feelings when he wanted to be, but there was another side of him, a self-possessed, hidden side he kept bottled up. He was like two separate people. She loved him deeply and accepted him as he was, but it didn't keep her from becoming frustrated on occasion. From the time that Shelby was a young'un, she and Joshua had developed a close relationship. At first it bothered Sister that the two of them shared something of which she was not a part. She felt excluded and a little jealous when she realized that Shelby confided in Joshua, not her. However, over time she came to accept their closeness and began to realize that their relationship had helped compensate for Joshua's inability to have a child of his own.
What does Joshua know that he's not telling? I'd better make good use of my time while the young'uns are gone.
She decided to dust the furniture.
What was Shelby doing out at night all by herself when Joshua found her in the garden? And was she alone?
Judging by her appearance, Sister feared she might have been attacked or taken advantage of. Sister had never paid much attention to outward beauty, but even she noticed that Shelby was strikingly beautiful, with her lustrous hair and dark eyes. She'd probably attracted the attention of just about every hot-blooded male this side of the Mason-Dixon line. She acted and dressed too maturely for her age, and that could only lead to trouble. She shook her head woefully.
Why can't young girls learn not to lead fellas on?
Just the other day, Sister heard a sad tale of a young girl over in Rome who had gotten into the habit of taking nightly walks by herself with the young man she was courting. She let him get too familiar with her and then declined his advances. He became angry and forced his attentions on her. Afterwards, he walked her home as if nothing happened. The poor girl was too scared and embarrassed to say anything right away. She kept her terrible secret to herself for a few weeks, until she began to have stomach trouble every morning. Finally, she had to tell her family the truth. They sent her up north to stay with relatives for the duration of her confinement. Sister's heart began to pound.
Has Shelby gotten into a similar situation? Was that why she left so suddenly?
Only time would tell. The dusting now done, she turned her attention to mopping and cleaning the baseboards.
When would Ellen return?
She had spoken to Frank the other day at the store, and he told her that he finally received a letter from Ellen. Her mother was worse than they thought, and she wasn't sure how much longer she would need to stay. For all their sakes, Sister hoped that Ellen would be returning soon. Frank had looked unusually tired and haggard. His appearance and brusque manner alarmed her. She had invited him to supper the past 3 nights in a row, but he declined, saying he had too much work to catch up on at the store. Homer and Sarah kept asking why their papa hadn't been by to see them, and she kept making excuses for him. She figured the real reason for his unwillingness to come to supper was the tension between him and Joshua. She dipped the mop into the pail. How much longer could she keep things together? I really should do a better job of cleaning my baseboards, she chided herself. They're caked in dust. She grabbed a rag and got down on her hands and knees to scrub. At the same moment, Homer and Sarah ran back into the house. "What are you doing?" Homer asked. "I'm trying to get this filthy house clean. I just mopped, so be careful. The floors are slippery." Homer bent down. "Hey, it's Shelby's necklace." "Where did you find that?" "Right here behind the cupboard." "She must have taken it off and dropped it." "No, ma'am, she never takes it off," Homer said matter-of-factly. "It was a gift from Mama." He handed the necklace to Sister. "Look, it's broken." Sister's pulse quickened as she held the necklace up to the light and examined the broken chain. "Mr. Collins, Joshua came by the store while you were gone. When I told him you weren't here, he said he'd be back in about an hour." "What time did he come in?" Frank said a little too hastily. Peggy eyed her boss suspiciously. She had worked as his assistant long enough to be able to detect his edginess. "About 2:00. Is everything okay?" "Yes, of course." The tone of his voice clearly indicated that whatever was troubling him was not up for discussion. Peggy shrugged nonchalantly and finished sweeping the floor. A few minutes later, he grabbed his hat off the rack and adjusted his tie. "Peggy, I've got to run out for a few minutes." She stopped working. A confused expression crossed her face. "I thought you had to get Mr. Whittaker's order filled by 3. "Take care of it." "But the last time I got it wrong, and you said that from now on that you would do it. I don't think I—" "Peggy," Frank barked, "what do I pay you for?" Her face turned white, and she stood dumbly looking at him. Finally, she managed to squeak out a "Yes, sir," as he headed out the door. Frank pulled his hat further down on his head and looked guardedly over his shoulder. Seeing that the coast was clear, he quickly made his way down the back stairs and across the dusty road. He was glad Peggy told him Joshua was stopping by. He knew he would have to face him sooner or later, but at least it wouldn't be today. He scowled. A store owner and one of the leading citizens of Cartersville, he resented being reduced to sneaking around behind his own store like a common thief. This was going to have to stop. If only he hadn't been so stupid or so drunk. For a while, it looked as if things were going to turn out all right. It had been easy enough to charm that pompous schoolmaster, Miss Sharp, into taking Shelby. He figured that with Shelby out of the picture, he wouldn't have any more snags. That was before Joshua kept coming around, asking questions he didn't know how to answer. The fact of the matter was, he couldn't really remember what happened that night. He kept mulling things over in his head and coming up with the same answer. All of the blame lay with Ellen. It was her fault he was alone. She was the reason he went out drinking in the first place. If she had been home like she should have been, none of this would have happened. Why did Shelby have to run and blab to Joshua? And why couldn't Joshua leave things be? Joshua had been a thorn in his side for some time now, and he was getting tired of it. The only thing that kept Frank from putting him in his place was Sister. Sister or no sister, things between him and Joshua couldn't continue like they were. His thoughts went back to Ellen. Ellen and her precious mama. Why can't she be here for me when I need her? An image of Ellen with her long, graceful neck and upright posture flashed through his mind. He closed his eyes and pictured her dark hair and olive skin. He could almost smell her perfume, and he longed for her. In his mind she was smiling, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Then her expression turned to disdain. His eyebrows creased, and he longed to wipe the smirk off her face. She's always been too proud. Maybe she thinks she's better than me. He knew one thing for sure. There wouldn't be any more long trips to Alabama for Ellen. He was going to make her pay for all the trouble she'd caused. Things were going to change. He was the man of the house, and when she got back, he would put her in her place, like he should have done a long time ago. He felt a thrill of power shoot through him. In his resolve, his back became straighter and his step more sure. He forgot his troubles for a moment and started to whistle as he walked. Things were definitely gonna change. Chapter 6. Shelby sat stiffly in her seat, her head erect, and tried to ignore the commotion going on in back of her. The windows were open, but the room was still hot and sticky. She could see a few of the teachers vigorously waving fans back and forth. Every morning, just after breakfast, all of the students gathered for prayer and devotional. Shelby didn't mind beginning the day with a prayer. She had grown up doing the same. Having to listen to Reverend James drone on for a half hour, however, was an entirely different story. She heard a couple of the other girls saying that he only came 2 days a week, and she could already tell that 2 days was more than enough for her. She squirmed in her seat and stifled a yawn. Relaxing her shoulders a bit, she leaned back in her seat. "I might as well get comfortable," she thought. "In the Bible, the Lord tells us to love one another. The book of Matthew tells us, 'Ye have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you. Pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute you.' Now I would ask you, who is your neighbor? Look to each side of you. Here are your neighbors." The Reverend raised his voice to a crescendo and slammed his fist down on the podium. He was a tall, portly man with thick dark hair and fleshy cheeks that suggested he might have tasted one too many cherry tarts offered by solicitous ladies at Sunday picnics. He turned to Miss Sharp and smiled broadly, revealing large gapped teeth. "It is a great privilege to be able to come here and speak. I want to give a special tribute to Miss Sharp, a lady whom I feel truly exemplifies the commandment to love thy neighbor." Miss Greta Sharp acknowledged the Reverend's compliment with a slight nod of her head. "Don't let the good old Rev fool you, gals. The only thing old Hawkeye loves is herself." Shelby turned to see who had spoken. A skinny blonde sat in the middle of several snickering girls, and Shelby guessed the comment had come from her. The girl looked pleased with her joke, and when she caught Shelby's eye, she winked. Shelby quickly turned around. When the sermon was finally over, the girls were dismissed. They filed out the door as quickly as possible, and Shelby guessed they were all breathing silent gasps of relief. Once they were outside, she found herself standing face to face with the girl who told the joke. The girl was at least 3 inches taller than she. Her hair was long and stringy, and there were a few freckles sprinkled across her angular nose. She would be pretty, Shelby decided, if she gained a few pounds. Sister would love to get a hold of her so she could fatten her up. "Did you just get here last night?" Shelby nodded. "You looked surprised by what I said about Miss Sharp." "It just caught me off guard." "It's true. The only thing that battle axe cares about is herself." "Do you talk about all of the teachers this way?" "No, just the majority of them. A few weeks here and you'll see." "Is it really that bad?" The girl surveyed Shelby from head to toe. "How did a proper girl like you end up in a place like this?" "I'd rather not talk about it." The girl's probing gaze made Shelby uncomfortable, and she looked down at the ground.
Suit yourself. What chore have you been assigned to this week?
Garden.
Me too. Come on, I'll show you where to go. By the way, my name's Frankie. What's yours?
Shelby.
That's a weird name.
Not as weird as Frankie, Shelby said, somewhat offended. Frankie laughed.
Okay, you've got a point. Come on, let's go.
How did you get the name Frankie anyway?
I was named after my mother's second husband. He ran out on her right after I was born, so she named me Frankie so she would always remember him. She says she done right because I give her nearly as much trouble as he done.
Shelby chuckled. There was something refreshing about this carefree girl who was not afraid to speak her mind.
Miss Sharp must really have it in for you to stick you with garden duty your first week here.
Really?
Yeah, everybody hates it. It gets hotter than blue blazes out here. That's why they switch the schedule around. In the spring and fall, they hold the classes in the morning and do chores in the afternoon.
I would rather get the chores done first. Frankie looked at Shelby in amusement.
Gardening is hard work. Have you ever worked in a garden before?
It was Shelby's turn to be amused.
I can hold my own. All right, let's go. I'll race you.
Frankie shot off like a bullet. Shelby shook her head and took off in pursuit. Ignoring the persistent stinging caused by fresh blisters on her hands, Shelby repeatedly attacked the hard ground, loosening it with each swift motion of her hoe.
Hey, Shelby, Frankie yelled. You'd better slow down. You'll wear yourself out fast at that pace.
Thanks for the advice, but I've worked in the garden ever since I could walk. It will take some time for my hands to toughen up, though. At home, I always wear thick gloves so my hands won't get calluses. I guess that luxury is over.
Yeah, you can be sure that old Hawkeye ain't going to spend no extra money for gloves. She hoards every penny that comes into this place. We're lucky to have socks and shoes.
What does she spend the money on?
Beats me.
Shelby gazed over the garden and saw a handful of other girls working. Frankie had introduced her to a couple of them. They were all dressed in identical drab brown dresses that would have faded into the dirt except for the brightly colored handkerchiefs wrapped around their heads. She looked down with disdain at her own shapeless dress. Yesterday, Miss Shirley gave her 3 dresses exactly alike and told her that she would be required to wash them in the scrub tub every Saturday.
I don't know what your grooming habits have been in the past, she said, but at this school we expect you to keep yourself and your clothes clean.
Shelby merely nodded, all the while fighting the urge to laugh hysterically. Time and time again her mama had affectionately told her, "Shelby, I appreciate all of your help around the house, but you don't have to keep everything looking perfect all the time."
"Cleanliness is next to godliness, Mama," she would quip.
"Water break, water break." Shelby turned to see a young girl walking down the row, carrying a large bucket of water and a dipper. "Good, I'm soaking wet with perspiration," she said, brushing her matted hair out of her eyes as she hastily put down her hoe and walked over to get a drink. Frankie jeered.
"My goodness, you are proper. Don't you mean wet with sweat?"
Shelby and Frankie worked side by side in the garden as time slowly passed. Neither the hot sun nor the exhausting work could quiet Frankie. She talked incessantly. Shelby learned that Frankie had been at the industrial school for 2 months. She was the 3rd child in a total of 6, most of whom had different papas. Her mother had been married 3 times and lived with several boyfriends in between. Her latest beau and Frankie didn't get along and were always fighting. He beat Frankie's mama and had hit Frankie a few times. Frankie's mama blamed her for the conflict. Finally, Frankie had enough and left home. Shelby was amazed at this story. "Your mama let you leave home? Just like that?"
"Ma said the times were hard and my leaving would mean one less mouth to feed."
Frankie spent 2 months living on the streets, finding shelter wherever she could, until she was arrested for vagrancy and a few other things she didn't care to mention. Finally, she was brought to the school. Shelby couldn't help but compare her own beloved Mama to Frankie's. Mama had a special way of making each of her children feel cherished and special. In fact, she realized forcefully she had spent her entire life seeing herself through her Mama's eyes. This perspective strengthened her and gave her an added sense of worth. Her Mama always said that no obstacle was too great to overcome. "All it takes is faith and perseverance," she would constantly say. Shelby had heard those words so often she would sometimes mimic them while her Mama spoke. Those words were beginning to take on a new meaning. "Mama said no obstacle was too strong to overcome, but she hasn't seen my predicament. This may be too great, even for Mama." She wiped away a hot tear and silently, with all her being, uttered a prayer. "Please, Lord, help me to have the strength I so desperately need to get through this, and please help Mama find me." Chapter 7. Joshua tipped his hat and curtly smiled to Mrs. Merriweather and her daughter Rachel as he passed them on the street. "Howdy do, ladies." "Good afternoon, Joshua," they chimed. "How is Sister doing?" Mrs. Merriweather inquired. "I haven't seen her in a long time. It has been a while since she has been to town." "Sister's doing fine." "Tell her I said hello." He smiled politely. "Will do. You ladies have a nice day." "Thank you," they said as they passed on by. Normally, Joshua would have taken time to inquire about Hank, Mrs. Merriweather's husband. Someone told him the other day that Hank had been a little under the weather for the past few weeks. Hank Merriweather briefly skirted the edge of his mind. Today, Joshua had more important issues that occupied his attention. He really didn't have time to keep leaving the farm and coming into town, but he needed answers, and he wasn't going to wait any longer to get them. Frank was obviously avoiding him. He had been by the store twice, and Frank wasn't there. The last time he even told Peggy that he would be back shortly. When he returned, Frank had come and gone, and Peggy gave some lame excuse about him having to run an errand. He took long, purposeful strides to get to his destination. This time there would be no excuses. He wouldn't go inside until he saw Frank there. When he got about 100 yards from the store, he stopped and peered inside. The afternoon sun was casting a glare off the window, making it impossible to see. He raised his hand and shielded the sun from his eyes, hoping that would help. He still couldn't see anything, so he moved closer. The door opened and a customer came out. The fraction of time the door remained open was enough for him to catch a glimpse of Frank leaning against the counter. Joshua felt his chest tighten. He wished he could turn and walk away, never seeing Frank again. If he had been any less of a man, he would have. But Joshua was a man of strong principle, and there was Shelby to consider. She was like a daughter to him. He had to find out if she'd tried to contact Frank. Where did she go, and how could a young girl survive on her own? Did she take any money with her? He doubted it. He shook his head sorrowfully. "Oh, Shelby, why couldn't you have trusted me? We would have worked through this whole mess." Now all he had to go on was Shelby's fragmented accusation, which she related the night of the attack. He knew Shelby well enough to know she was a straight shooter. She wouldn't intentionally lie, that much he knew. But was everything she told him absolutely correct, or did she imagine things worse than they actually were? He remembered her bare feet and the bloody scratches on her legs. One thing was for sure, her distress had been real. She said she hit him with a skillet, and Frank had a bruise on his forehead. At least that part of her story rang true. Apprehension gnawed at the pit of his stomach. It was evident that Frank wasn't going to admit one dad-blasted thing. "It will be my word against his," he reasoned. "Maybe I should go ahead and tell Sister." He dismissed the idea. He couldn't burden Sister with this, not until he had all the facts. He would wait until Ellen returned. Ellen would know what to do. Resolutely, he took a deep breath and squared his shoulders as he walked across the street and opened the door to the general store. It took a minute for Joshua's eyes to adjust to the dim light inside the store. He gave himself a moment before walking briskly toward the counter where Frank was standing. "Well, I'll be. This is a surprise. What brings you to town this time of the day? I figured you'd be too busy planting to come in." The familiar voice came from behind, and he turned to see Earl Davis and Luther Walker, two of Cartersville's most prominent and notable citizens. Earl ran the local bank next to the general store, and Luther owned the only blacksmith shop in town. Joshua smiled cordially and shook hands with the two men. "I picked a fine time to come in here and butt heads with Frank," he thought. For a few minutes he made small talk with the two men as they discussed every insignificant topic ranging from the weather to the fertilization of crops. All the while the tension kept building inside him. From the corner of his eye he could see Frank shifting uncomfortably and knew that he felt the tension as well. Mercifully, the conversation finally ended, and the two gentlemen went to get whatever it was they came into the store to buy. His jaw set firm, Joshua made his way over to the counter and stood facing Frank. He gave him a curt nod and a hard look. Peggy was standing beside Frank. "Hello, Josh. What can we get for you today?" Keenly aware that Earl and Luther were still in the store, Joshua decided to buy some time so he could speak to Frank privately. "Give me 20 pounds of sugar." "Coming right up," she said cheerfully. "Would you like to put that on your account?" While Peggy talked, Frank was bent over doing some figuring in a ledger. He stood up and looked steadily at Joshua, speaking loudly enough for everyone in the store to hear. "I can no longer finance your purchases. Your bill is past due. I'm afraid you're going to have to pay with cash." Peggy, who had gone to get the sugar, stopped in her tracks. Earl and Luther stopped what they were doing and looked at Frank and Joshua, astonished expressions on their faces. The words caught Joshua completely by surprise, as though an invisible fist had sliced through the air and bushwhacked him. He gasped audibly and felt the heat of humiliation reddening his cheeks. "What are you talking about?" he growled. "We've had the same system for 10 years. I always pay my bill in full come harvest time." Frank blatantly ignored Joshua's explanation. Joshua would have liked to have pulled the spineless worm out into the street and given him the bull-whipping he deserved. With Earl and Luther in the store, his hands were tied. He could only glower. Frank sensed his advantage and went for the jugular vein. "Just because you're my sister's husband doesn't mean that you don't have to pay your bills on time, like everybody else." He let out a derisive chuckle. "What have you been spending your money on anyhow?" He looked over at Earl, who was standing nearby, and winked. "Maybe I should have a talk with sister." Earl's eyes widened as he looked back and forth between Frank and Joshua and noted the black fury on the face of the latter. The situation made him uncomfortable, and he started fidgeting with a button on his shirt. Quickly he turned and pretended to take interest in the spectacles in the display case. Joshua's eyes narrowed into angry slits. "This ain't about money, and you know it. Why don't you stand up for once and be a real man instead of slinking behind a bushel of lies?" The brothers-in-law's conversation had everyone in the store's attention now, and Frank played up to the audience. He raised his hands in the air and smiled benignly, his eyes glittering like a snake poised to strike. "I have no hard feelings for you, Joshua. Business is business. From now on, just pay for everything with cash. No credit." The words dripped silkily from his mouth. For a moment, Joshua was too stunned to reply. He just stood there gaping at Frank. After he collected himself, he shook his head in revulsion as he felt bile rise in his throat. "You disgust me," he said hoarsely. Joshua wearily turned and made his way to the door, ignoring the stunned glances from those around him. feeling as though he carried the weight of the world on his chest. Bedtime at the industrial school was strictly enforced, a fact Shelby did not mind. In the heat of summer, humidity always made sleep uncomfortable. Back home, the shade trees covering the roof had kept the house cooler during the day, helping make the summer nights more bearable. Here there were no shade trees sheltering the building, and few, if any, breezes. The added heat of all the bodies made the room extremely hot and sticky. Her first few nights at the school were absolutely miserable. Mercifully, her body was beginning to adjust. In the summertime, the students began their daily chores right after morning devotional. Classes were held after lunch. This schedule was adopted so the garden work could be done before the heat of the afternoon set in. Shelby had been assigned garden duty every day since her arrival at the school. She was normally so exhausted after each daily routine that she went to sleep right after her head touched her pillow. Tonight was no exception. She was lost and couldn't find her way. It was dark. She groped in the darkness and felt something. What was it? A door? But where was the knob? Frantically, she pounded on the door, but to no avail. Sobbing, she screamed for help. The only sound she heard was her own voice echoing through the empty corridor. In the distance, she heard a faint sound. It was coming closer. Footsteps. She began to run wildly through the blackness, tripping and falling as she went. He was getting closer. She could hear him breathing. Suddenly he grabbed her. In her terror, she was paralyzed. She tried to move, to scream, but couldn't. He was shaking her. "Shelby! No, please leave me alone," she sobbed. "Shelby, wake up. Keep your voice down. Do you want to wake up the entire room?" Frankie hissed. Still half asleep, Shelby turned to see Frankie kneeling beside her bed. "Who? What?" In an instant, she bolted into the present. "Oh," she whispered, embarrassed. "I must have been dreaming." Frankie grunted. "It must have been some dream. Why were you crying?" Shelby ignored the question. "What are you doing up at this time of the night?" "Shh, keep your voice down." "Okay, I need you to go for a walk with me." "Right now?" Shelby asked incredulously. "Yeah, I'll explain on the way." "Where are we going? We'll get in so much trouble. Let's go for a walk tomorrow." "Come on, get dressed. We ain't got much time." Still dazed, Shelby put on her dress and shoes and followed behind Frankie. Before going out the door, she turned and glanced around the motionless room. She could hear regular breathing and a few snores. A sudden movement from across the room startled her. She looked over and saw a girl toss and then turn over in the other direction. She bolted out the door and caught up with Frankie. Carefully, they made their way down the hall and into the night. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shelby glanced at Frankie. "Where to?" "We're going to the shed beside the garden." Shelby was puzzled. "Why?" "I've got a friend who's going to meet us there." "In the middle of the night? Why don't you meet with her during the day?" "It's not a her, but a him and his friend that we're meeting." "Are you crazy?" Frankie smiled. "No, just looking for a little company, that's all." Suddenly Shelby understood. Her apprehension grew as she absorbed the full scope of the situation. Frankie said that her friend was bringing someone with him. Surely Frankie didn't think... She'd never given that impression, had she? The muggy air pressed on Shelby as she glanced up to see a luminous full moon. She normally would have taken the time to marvel at its perfectly round shape or its brilliant beams lighting up the path before them. Now she wished for darkness. Her anxiety increased with every step. Why had she let Frankie talk her into this? Even as she pondered the question, she already knew the answer. It was the nightmare. Tonight was the second one this week. Forcing herself not to think about it, she looked down at the ground and followed behind Frankie. Frankie suddenly stopped, causing Shelby to stumble and almost collide into her back.
Shh! What? I don't hear anything.
Not that I could hear anything other than the sound of my chest pounding in my ears, Shelby thought. She looked at Frankie and marveled at how calm she was.
Listen,
Frankie barked. Shelby strained her ears and heard a faint whistling in the distance. As the sound grew closer, she realized what she was hearing. It was a song. Someone was whistling a song.
Get down.
Frankie grabbed her arm and pulled her behind a tree. They both listened as the melodic tune of Dixie floated in the wind. Shelby shot Frankie a questioning glance, and Frankie shrugged.
I don't know who else could possibly be out this late, she whispered.
Shelby rolled her eyes in disgust.
Anyone else would have more sense.
They waited. The whistling grew louder and was soon accompanied by footsteps. Shelby peered in the distance. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively shrank deeper into the cover of the tree. Coming toward them was the largest colored man she had ever seen. He was wearing overalls and heavy work boots. Even though his face was partially hidden in the shadows from the moon, his disposition seemed pleasant, and she could imagine he had a broad grin under his prominent nose. As he lumbered past them, she realized he had a slight limp.
It's just Grover.
Who?
Grover. He lives behind the school. She pointed. Over there. He takes care of the yards and helps on the farm.
They waited until the whistling had completely faded, and then Frankie took Shelby's hand and pulled her out from behind the tree. Together they made their way down the path to the garden. Shelby's fear began to subside a bit, and her heart beat normally. She could then more accurately assess the present situation. She wiped her sweaty hands on her dress and took a deep breath as she pushed a strand of hair from her forehead. She glanced sideways in Frankie's direction, and her heart lurched as the familiar fear returned. Swallowing hard, she rubbed her tongue across her parched lips. Frankie didn't seem concerned about their situation. On the contrary, her feverish excitement was intensifying with each passing moment. Her flaxen hair, normally stringy and unkempt, was neatly brushed and shining in the moonlight. Even though it was dark, Shelby could see a mischievous sparkle in her hazel eyes. Frankie looked almost pretty in the moonlight.
What have I gotten myself into?
Shelby wondered.
I think they're already here. Let's hurry.
Frankie quickly grew impatient with Shelby's pace and bounded on ahead. For a split second, Shelby started to catch up, but then thought better of it. She'd get there soon enough. The moon rose full overhead, casting eerie shadows as she walked. Crickets and katydids broke the stillness of the night with their incessant chirping, and Shelby had the fleeting impression they were screaming at her. She could see the shed looming in the distance, its tin roof casting a soft glow in the darkness. She rounded the corner and gaped when she saw Frankie and her friend entangled. He held her tightly around the waist in a dipped position, her long hair flowing behind. His lips were tightly pressed to hers. Suddenly he jerked her forward and twirled her around.
Frankie, my girl, I thought you would never get here, he said joyfully.
The two clasped hands and started twirling each other around and around until they fell to the ground laughing. Like Frankie, he was tall and lanky and nimble on his feet. His sun-streaked hair was slightly longer on top, causing it to flutter like the ends of a mop with each movement as he danced. The pair seemed perfectly matched. She stared at the two in fascination, feeling as though she were watching two pixies frolicking in the moonlight. There was a sudden movement off to her side. Shelby felt more than heard. Startled, she whirled around. She had been so mesmerized, she had forgotten someone else was here. He was leaning against the side of the shed, with one foot propped against the wall. She strained to see his face, but it was covered in shadows. Her face burned and her heart pounded when she realized that while she had been watching Frankie and her friend, he had been watching her. She glanced at Frankie and the boy, who were sitting on the ground facing each other. Suddenly, as if by some unspoken agreement, the two jumped up and ran off, leaving Shelby alone with the stranger. Shelby debated about what to do. Should she leave or stay? She was furious with Frankie for dragging her out in the middle of the night and then leaving her alone. Resolutely, she squared her shoulders and lifted her head in the air as she walked over to a nearby log and sat down. She decided that rather than approaching the boy, she would let him come to her. She figured he would come and introduce himself, but he stayed against the shed. They both sat in silence. Shelby shifted uncomfortably. With a concentrated effort, she peered into the darkness. She still couldn't see him because he was covered in shadows, but she guessed that he could see her. Why was he just standing there? Was he staring at her? Icy prickles of fear crept up her spine. Just as she was about to leave, he came over to where she was. "Hey, how you doing? My name's Harlan."
"Hi."
The first thing Shelby noticed was the contrast between his light eyes and suntanned skin. He had a strong jaw and rugged features. He was thin but not frail, tall but not massive. She guessed that he couldn't be much older than she. His erect posture and graceful movements radiated confidence. His features were too angular to be what she considered classically handsome, but there was something striking about him, a confidence, an air of authority, suggesting he would be in complete control of any situation.
"Yes, he is attractive and very sure of himself."
She disliked him immediately. He sat down beside her, and she quickly scooted away, putting distance between them. He didn't seem to notice. "It's a nice evening."
"Yes, it is,"
she agreed. "You didn't tell me your name."
"My what? Oh, Shelby."
"Pleased to meet you, Shelby."
"Thank you."
Shelby didn't look in his direction as she spoke, but kept staring into the darkness, hoping Frankie would return soon. "Where are you from?"
"Georgia."
"You're a long way from home."
"Yeah."
She fidgeted with her hands as she spoke.
"Where do you think they went?"
"Who?"
"Frankie and the guy she's with."
Instead of answering the question, he laughed and gave Shelby an appraising look that made her blush. She held his intense gaze for a moment and then looked away. He reached out and touched a strand of her hair. "You have beautiful hair." She pushed his hand away and jumped up. "What's the matter? You act like I just struck you with a hot poker. I was only giving you a compliment." Somewhat embarrassed, but nervous nonetheless, she stammered.
This was a mistake. I shouldn't be out here."
"Oh, I see."
"See what?"
Her voice rose. "Just a little cold feet."
"What do you mean by that?"
she demanded angrily. He stood and faced her. "Why did you come out here?" She looked up at his face and realized what he was getting at.
"Not for the reason you think."
The cricket's incessant chirping had stopped, making the night seem more solitary. Once again, Shelby was keenly aware that she was in the dark, alone with a stranger. "When a girl sneaks out late at night to meet someone out behind a shed, I can think of only one reason for her motive. Correct me if I'm wrong." Shelby's face flamed, and sparks flew from her eyes as she replied, with all the righteous indignation she could muster.
"You most certainly are wrong. I am not that kind of girl. I didn't come out here for—"
Her voice faltered, and she was unable to finish. His eyes twinkled in amusement, and he chuckled. "You're even prettier when you're angry."
"I've had enough of your lewd remarks. I'm leaving now."
"Just one thing before you go." He grabbed her around the waist and pulled her to him and pressed his lips to hers. She felt the familiar fear return and stood frozen in place as he kissed her. Finally he let her go. "That's more like it," he drawled. Her fury rose, and she slapped him hard across the jaw. She turned to run up the path back toward the school, but tripped on a root protruding from the ground. He tried to help her up, but she pushed him away, got up, and fled, sobbing as she went. Chapter 8. Lucy Pearl paced angrily back and forth across the sidewalk of the schoolhouse. Her arms were tightly crossed, hugging herself, and she had a grim expression on her face. Normally, she wore her raven hair tightly pinned on top of her head. Tonight it flowed loosely around her shoulders, making her look younger than her age of 23. She was a teacher, but could almost have been mistaken for a student. Her mammy had always told her that she had a hot temper. She shook her head. She had shown it today. If any of her students could have read Lucy's mind, they might have been surprised to learn that their pleasant, level-headed teacher would describe herself as hot-tempered. Among the students, she was definitely the most well-liked teacher at the school. Part of her success could be attributed to her quick wit and ability to not take herself too seriously. She emanated a zest for life that drew others to her, and she had the unconscious knack of putting people at ease. These qualities no doubt aided her in teaching, but the real key to her success was the deep compassion she felt for her students. She genuinely loved teaching. Her motto had always been, "Education is the only true road to success." She was highly educated and could have gotten a job teaching at a more prestigious school with better pay. But money had never been an enticement to her. She was single and didn't need much to live. She wanted to go where she could make a real difference in the lives of those she taught. 2 years ago, when it first opened, she had come to the industrial school with high hopes. She asked herself, what better place could there be to help those who would truly benefit from education? Lately, she had begun to question her decision. How was she supposed to teach her students without adequate books and supplies? The material was old and outdated. There weren't enough books to go around, so some of the girls had to share. This meant she couldn't give them any homework assignments that required the use of their books. Earlier today, an event occurred that was the straw that broke the camel's back. She had stepped out of the room for a moment. When she returned, 2 of her students, Tessie and Rachel, were rolling around on the floor. They had gotten into an argument that came to blows. After pulling them apart, she discovered the reason for their disagreement. Rachel had stolen Tessie's book because she was tired of sharing with one of the other girls. Lucy knew that part of the problem could be attributed to the girl's upbringing. Still, in an institution whose sole purpose was to educate, it seemed ridiculous that there weren't enough textbooks to go around. All afternoon, she stewed over the situation and grew so frustrated that she confronted Greta Sharp. That was a big mistake. When Lucy went to Greta's office, her secretary snippily told her she would have to make an appointment. "You know the rules. Miss Sharp doesn't see anyone without a prior appointment." Lucy felt her blood boil. Somehow she managed to keep her voice even when she spoke. "Shirley, I have something to say to Greta, and I will not leave without seeing her. Kindly tell her I am here, or I will barge into her office this instant." Shirley became flustered. "You don't have to be rude about it. Have a seat, and I'll tell her you're here." Once inside Greta's office, Lucy cooled her temper enough to plead her case rationally. All the while, Greta kept looking at her watch. She informed Lucy in no uncertain terms that the funds were already stretched as far as they would go. "Miss Pearl, you are going to have to do a better job of managing the resources you have been allotted, so that in the future you won't have to come in my office begging for more money. You have such grand ideas. Unfortunately, these lofty ideas are unnecessary and expensive." Lucy's voice rose, and she spat out the words. "How can you possibly think that wanting each student to have her own book is a frivolous request? As a learning institution, if we do nothing else, we should at least provide books." You are forgetting your place, Miss Pearl. I have given you my answer. Like the rest of us, you are just going to have to make do." Lucy gave Miss Sharp a withering look, and without another word left her office, slamming the door behind her. Once outside the door, Shirley had furtively glanced at her, then ducked her head. Lucy figured she'd been right outside the door, hanging on every word. She guessed the yellow-bellied coward would spread every word of the conversation to the entire staff before the evening was out. "I hope she does," Lucy thought. "It's about time someone stood up to the old biddy." In all her years, Lucy had never met anyone as cold as Greta Sharp. For the first couple of hours after the encounter, Lucy felt giddy. However, as the afternoon wore into evening, she became uneasy. She asked herself why she had stormed out of Greta's office like that. "What if Greta fires me? It wouldn't be the end of the world if she does. I can get another job." Deep down, she knew the reason for her fears. Despite the difficult circumstances she faced, she really did love her job. She had seen more than a few girls take hold of their newfound knowledge and use it to make better lives for themselves. She was making a difference. She looked up at the glittering stars. The air felt cool and moist, and she guessed it was after midnight. She knew she shouldn't be out this late at night alone, but she had been unable to sleep, and she enjoyed the quiet time to herself with no one else around. Out here beneath the velvety blanket of stars, she could think clearly. "What Miss Sharp told me makes no sense whatsoever. The industrial school is partially state-funded. I know that the state doesn't provide much, but the school also gets donations from the community and has held several fundraisers throughout the year." She reached up and massaged her stiff neck. "Where is all the money going?" She looked at the red brick schoolhouse with its large windows and sparkling white trim. It was stately. Too bad Miss Sharp wasn't as concerned about the inner quality of the school as she was about the outside appearance. She paced back and forth a few more times. Suddenly she felt very tired. She turned to go back to her room, and then saw movement out of the corner of her eye. She turned and saw a girl running full speed in her direction. The girl was sobbing and looking at the ground. She didn't see Lucy in her path, and they almost collided. "Whoa, what's the trouble?" As the girl gasped in surprise, Lucy instantly recognized her. "Shelby, what on earth are you doing out here this late?" "Oh, Miss Pearl, I'm so confused. I don't know what to do." They sat down on the steps. Lucy put her arm around Shelby's shaky shoulders and tried to make sense of what she was saying. Shelby's words came haltingly at first as she described the events which had just taken place. Miss Pearl's sympathetic expression was balm to Shelby's wounded soul. Then a dam broke loose inside, and her words came faster and faster until she told Miss Pearl everything about the fateful night that led to her confinement at the school. Miss Pearl listened intently as her jaw became set in a grim line. When Shelby finished, they sat in comfortable silence as Miss Pearl collected her thoughts. Finally she spoke. "From the first time I laid eyes on you, I knew you didn't come here under the usual circumstances. You're well educated. You've obviously had a good upbringing, and the short length of time you've been here, you've already mastered all of the skills we teach. Have you told anyone else about this?" "No, ma'am." "Does Miss Sharp know what happened to you?" Shelby shrugged. "My papa brought me to the school. He spoke to Miss Sharp. I don't know what he told her. I can only guess." "Yes, you're probably right. We have to assume that whatever he told her was most assuredly not in your favor. Has she spoken to you about it?" "Not really. She doesn't like me very much, so I try to stay away from her." Lucy nodded. "That's wise. Have you tried to contact any of your family members?" Fresh tears welled in Shelby's almond-shaped eyes. "No." "Why not?"
He told me I had better not try and contact anyone. He told me if I did—"
Shelby was unable to continue. She buried her head in her lap.
"What did he tell you?"
She lifted her head from her lap, the hurt emanating from her eyes.
"That he would harm Homer and Sarah. Besides, it wouldn't do any good to try to contact anyone because of the letter."
"The letter he made you write?"
"Yes."
Lucy chose her words carefully when she spoke. "Have you ever considered that maybe your papa said those things to scare you?"
"I have considered that, but what if he's not bluffing?"
Shelby paused, considering the possibilities. She shuddered.
"I'm not sure I'm willing to risk it, and even if I were, it wouldn't do any good. Miss Sharp screens all of the mail. She wouldn't let me get a letter through unless I addressed it to Papa."
"Do you know your aunt's and uncle's address?"
"Yes."
"When was your mama going to return home?"
"She didn't know how long she would be gone when she left, but she should be back by now."
"Okay, here's what we'll do. Don't tell anyone else about this. Let's keep it to ourselves. Write a letter to your aunt and uncle, explaining everything. I'll mail it myself. How does that sound?"
"Okay, I guess."
Lucy detected the doubt in Shelby's reply. "Is there another reason you don't want to write them?"
"The night Papa attacked me, I told my Uncle Joshua what happened. I don't think he believed me. I know that my aunt's sister won't believe me. He has turned them all against me."
Lucy's heart wrenched as she listened to the deep anguish in Shelby's voice. She felt a growing animosity toward this man she had never met. She wondered what type of man, no, monster, did this to his own flesh and blood. She looked at the vibrant young girl sitting beside her and asked herself the same worn-out question she often asked when considering the injustices of the world. Why should a young, innocent child have to carry such deep, cutting wounds at such a tender age? Would the scars ever heal? She had to help the girl, but how? She took a deep breath as she tried to find the right words to say. "Shelby, I can't speak for your aunt and uncle. Maybe they believe you, maybe they don't. I can, however, speak for myself. I consider myself to be an excellent judge of character, and am hardly ever wrong. You are a sweet and pure girl, the best this world can hope for, who has been terribly wronged. I believe every word you have spoken, and will do my best to help you any way I can."
"Thank you."
The gratitude in Shelby's voice was evident, but she stared unseeingly in the distance. Lucy decided to switch gears. "What do you think of the school?" Shelby turned and looked at her, surprise written all over her face.
"What?"
"The school. What do you think of the industrial school?"
"I think it's the most horrible place on earth."
Lucy's eyes grew round, and a smile played around the corners of her lips. She felt a surge of relief. There was still spunk left in this girl. She was stronger than she realized. "Okay, you gave me a fair answer to a fair question. Now, let me tell you what I think. Better yet, what I see at this school. I see a wealth of opportunity and knowledge free for the taking. I see unfortunate girls who have grown up under the worst of circumstances, who have been given a second chance at life. I see education as a lifeline to a better life, and I see some of them grasping onto this newfound knowledge and pulling themselves to freedom. Freedom from poverty and indigent circumstances." Shelby looked thoughtful.
"I've never thought about it that way. I have been judging everything by my own circumstances."
Lucy nodded. "We all do that sometimes. Be it bad or good, perception is reality. You see, there are two kinds of people in this world, those who live in hope and those who live in fear. Do you suppose that those who live in hope always have ideal circumstances?"
I don't know. I've never considered it."
Bad things happen to good people all the time. Some people think that because they've had it hard, the world owes them something. I shouldn't be saying this to you, but I will. Look at Miss Sharp. She had a hard life and has become bitter about it. She spends all of her time studying about what she can get out of life instead of what she can give to others. In saving her life, she actually loses it. Lucy stopped speaking and looked directly at Shelby. Gently, she continued, "You can't change the fact that you are here. That's beyond your control. But you can control the experience you have while you're here, or at the very least, your outlook on the situation. Who knows? Maybe something good will come out of this whole ordeal." Shelby considered Miss Pearl's words. Somehow they made her feel better, but she was still skeptical. How can one hope when the situation seems hopeless? Look around you. There's always hope. Sometimes you just have to look a little harder to find it. Hope is evident in little things, things we often take for granted. No matter how dark the night seems, there's always a sunrise a few short hours away. Every winter the earth looks desolate and dead, but look what happens every spring. There's hope in every breath we take, in every smile. Lucy saw Shelby wipe away a tear. She smiled tenderly. Yes, there's even hope in every tear. Starting right now, resolve to live your life in hope. Stop dwelling on the past, concentrate on the future, and things will get better. Shelby digested the words she had just heard. She wanted to believe them, but could she? "It's something to think about," she said, as much to herself as to Lucy. "You keep that chin of yours up, and I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, I think you should consider writing a letter to your aunt and uncle. Everyone deserves a second chance. Don't you agree?" "I'll think about it." "Good. Now about tonight." Lucy raised an eyebrow, reminding Shelby that even though she was her friend, she was also her teacher. "I'm sorry. I made a mistake." "We all do. Just don't let it happen again." "Don't worry," she said, sounding relieved. "If you sneak back in very quietly, no one will even realize you were gone." Shelby smiled and Miss Pearl winked. "Hurry up now. You'll want to beat the sunrise." As Shelby got up to leave, she turned on impulse and hugged Miss Pearl. "Thank you." "You're quite welcome. And remember, the world is what we make it." "I'll remember," Shelby whispered as she quickly made her way back to her room. Chapter 9. John Larson pulled the reins, signaling his horses to halt. Not that they would have needed much prodding today. The poor creatures looked as weary as he felt. He got down from the carriage and walked up the path to the door. The sign on the front door read, "Dr. Larson, Medical Doctor." But if the truth be known, the building didn't look like a doctor's office. The wood siding had never been painted and was now gray and weathered. Patches of rust covered the old tin roof, and the front door always squeaked whenever anyone opened it. Battered and dilapidated as it was, the condition of the building hadn't been a great concern to Dr. John Larson. He bought the building, feeling his resources would be better spent on medicine and equipment than on a fancy office. Perhaps his purchase of the run-down building was more deeply rooted. When he came back to Alder Springs, he had wanted to distance himself from the past and everything he had been before. He really wasn't sure what he hoped to find here. "Dr. Larson, it's good to have you back." John Larson turned and greeted the visitor with a hearty handshake and pat on the back. "Thanks, Jim. It's good to be home. These visits always wear me out. I don't know how much longer I can continue traveling all the way to Jackson County to treat patients. I'm not as young as I used to be." Jim nodded sympathetically. "We're sure glad you're back, Doc. There's been lots of sickness going around." John acknowledged the comment with a shake of his head. He was used to getting these types of comments after being gone for a while. The townsfolk of Alder Springs were grateful to have a doctor in their community and did not like having to share him with patients in another county. "Who is taken ill?" "Cynthia Wheeler has had stomach trouble." John nodded as Jim named a half-dozen people with various illnesses. When he got to one particular name, John's brow furrowed, and he interrupted Jim mid-sentence. "Mrs. Duvall has been ill?" "Yes, Mrs. Sue Duvall." "How long?" "I'm not sure, but it must be serious, because her daughter came all the way from Georgia to look after her." "Is there anyone else?" "Well, no, that's about it. I've got to go now, if you'll excuse me." All trace of weariness was now gone from the doctor's face. Without waiting for his visitor to respond, he opened the door to his office and went inside, closing the door behind him. Jim scratched his head and stared at the door for a moment. He wasn't sure how the conversation had ended so abruptly. He shoved his hands in his front pockets and walked leisurely back down the front path. Black clouds churned and rolled in the sky, matching John's emotional state. He drove his horses as hard as he could. Shortly after his conversation with Jim, he'd gotten a message from Martha Baker asking him to come to Mrs. Sue's house right away. John was very fond of Mrs. Sue, and the news of her illness disturbed him, but what surprised him the most was the intensity of emotion he felt when he learned Ellen had arrived in town to take care of her mother. How long had she been here? He was a doctor. His first concern should be for his patient, but Ellen was all that he could think about. He had dreamed of the day he would see her again. What would he say to her? What would she look like after 20 years? Images of Ellen as he last saw her floated into his mind. So full of life, with her huge brown sparkling eyes and mischievous smile. It's strange the little things he remembered, like the wisps of brown curly hair escaping from her bun and the way she moved her hands when she talked. But most of all, he remembered the hurt in her eyes when he told her that he had to leave immediately to go back to Atlanta to take care of some business. John's and Ellen's courtship had begun spontaneously. He had just arrived in Alder Springs to start his medical practice. As he was hammering his shingle on the front porch of his newly painted office, the most fascinating creature he'd ever seen turned the corner of the drugstore sidewalk. During all of his time in Atlanta, he'd never seen anyone more poised or beautiful. He watched her as she walked across the street with her head held high. Her tiny form seemed to float toward him. Then she turned and their eyes met. She had the most expressive eyes he'd ever seen. Her quick smile revealed sparkling white teeth. Oh, but those dimples were what stole his heart. "Hello, sir," she said, slightly tilting her head. "My mother sent me to get something from the new doctor for a headache. Would you kindly tell me where I may find him?" John smiled broadly. "That would be me." Ellen introduced herself and explained that she wasn't expecting someone so young to be the new doctor. From that time on, they became inseparable. At the time, he had not thought it necessary to tell Ellen about his past, especially about Mary. It had been a beautiful, crisp fall day. In fact, he had been contemplating that very day to ask Ellen to marry him when the telegram from Atlanta came. It was from Mary's parents. As fate would have it, instead of asking Ellen to marry him, he had to tell her he would be leaving for Atlanta to attend to some business. "What kind of business, John?" Afraid to tell her the truth, he became evasive. He could tell from the hurt expression on her face and the doubt in her eyes that she didn't believe his flimsy explanation. "I just have to tie up a few loose ends. That's all, nothing really important. I won't be gone long, I promise." He kissed her lightly on the forehead as he got in his wagon. As he rode away, she stood watching him through the tears in her eyes. He promised himself he would set things right as soon as he returned. Those were the last words they had spoken. When he returned, Ellen was gone, gone from Alder Springs, and gone from his life. He should have told her why he was leaving. What a fool he'd been. He should have told her about Mary. Funny, he had not even thought about Mary after he met Ellen. Mary was a part of his past. Why had the telegram come on the very day he had planned to ask Ellen to marry him? He met Mary while he was in medical school in Atlanta. It was cold the day they met. The sleet and snow made it almost impossible for him to see. Mary was standing on the side of the street, waiting for a carriage to take her across town. She had been visiting the library at the university he attended. He instantly felt compassion for Mary. She was so small and frail. He asked her if she would like to share a carriage with him, and she accepted his offer. Her enormous blue eyes seemed too large for her pale face. Even though Mary had a pretty smile, it never seemed to reach her eyes. John felt sorry for her and invited her to dinner. After that day, the two attended several concerts, plays, and parties together. John sensed how deeply Mary cared for him and was careful not to lead her on. Purposefully, he talked about the day he would graduate and leave Atlanta. Mary never commented. She just smiled and nodded at him. He later learned that Mary and her parents undoubtedly had different ideas. Mary's parents were prominent, and having a doctor join the family would have been fine with them. After all these years, he winced, remembering the terrible scene that took place the night he went to Mary's house to tell her he would be leaving shortly. Until that day, no one had spoken to him about Mary's health. She often looked fatigued, but would make up some excuse about having a cold or having stayed up too late the night before. John arrived at the Phillips home at 6 p.m. The butler asked him to wait in the sitting room. John found this odd. He had always been greeted by one of Mary's parents in the past. After a while, Mary's father came into the parlor.
John, we're so glad you're here. Mary's had a setback.
John was puzzled.
What do you mean, a setback from what? Is Mary ill?
Mr. Phillips turned pale.
Why, John, did Mary not tell you that she is in remission from tuberculosis?
No, she did no such thing. This is the first I've heard of it. His voice rose a fraction.
Surely during all the time you and Mary spent together, you must have noticed that she was ill. You are, after all, a doctor.
John's voice was barely above a whisper as he answered,
Yes, I knew that Mary was a fragile girl, but I had no idea that she had a serious illness. She kept it hidden from me, he added in an attempt to defend himself. John, this is all irrelevant. You're here now, that's all that matters.
Sir, John's voice trembled.
Mary and I are just friends.
Mr. Phillips was becoming flustered.
I thought you and Mary were... Exactly what are your intentions? I came here tonight to tell her that I have a post in Alabama and will be leaving shortly to take up residence there.
Mr. Phillips looked stricken.
That's impossible. You can't leave now. She needs you. We need you. You must reconsider.
John couldn't believe his ears. He had tried to befriend Mary, but that's all. How could Mr. Phillips expect so much of him?
I can't, he finally said. I have to leave. I've already accepted a position. She'll die without you.
The comment struck John like a glass of cold water in the face.
There are wonderful doctors here. She doesn't need me. I'm not even a doctor yet. Please say goodbye to Mary for me.
Mr. Phillips sputtered as John turned to leave. John knew that he didn't understand, that he would never understand. He left Atlanta shortly thereafter, putting everything in the past, until the day Mr. Phillips's telegram arrived in Alder Springs, telling him that Mary was seriously ill and calling for him. He knew what he must do. He went to Atlanta and stayed with Mary's parents by her side for 4 months, until she quietly passed away. The clouds had broken, and rain was pelting down like bullets. John could hardly see Mrs. Sue's house. He unbridled the horses and unhitched them from the buggy. They would be safe from the storm in the barn. By the time he arrived at the front door, he was sopping wet. He suddenly felt old and tired. "What has gotten into me? I'm behaving like a lovesick schoolboy. 20 years ago, Ellen and I had something together. That was a lifetime ago. I've got to get a grip on myself. Ellen is now a grown woman with a husband and 3 children." Just as he was about to knock on the door, it swung open. His breath caught as he stood face to face with Ellen. He felt a little better about his nervousness when he saw her face drain of color. For an instant, their eyes met, and he felt like he'd gone 20 years back in time. She stood staring at him as if he were a ghost. Finally, after an uncomfortable silence, she shifted her gaze. Hello, Ellen." No response. "May I come in?" Ellen recovered her composure. "Yes, please, come in. You are soaking wet. Let me get you something dry to put on." Without saying another word, Ellen quickly hurried up the stairs toward the guest bedroom. It only took the top of the stairs for her to realize that she definitely wasn't thinking clearly. Her father had been dead for several years. There would have been no reason for her mother to keep his old clothes. Ellen's head swam. "I must have been missing more sleep than I realized." She slumped down on the bed. Earlier in the day, Martha had told her that the doctor was back in town and she would ask him to stop by. Ellen had no idea that it would be John. The last she heard was that he had taken over a practice somewhere in South Alabama. The sound of the rain on the tin roof had become louder. John stood, looking out the picture window. Water was pouring in buckets off the side of the house. He had known that Ellen would still be attractive, but was unprepared for the beautiful woman that had taken the place of the girl he had loved so many years ago. Ellen's sudden departure both perplexed and amused him. Whose clothes was she expecting to find in her mother's house? It was no surprise when she came back empty-handed. "I'm sorry I wasn't able to find you anything to wear. Here, dry off with this towel so you won't catch cold." By this time, Ellen had completely regained her composure and was acting the part of a polite hostess. He decided that he'd better get a hold of himself. He dismissed all of the preliminaries and went straight to the reason for his visit. "Is Mrs. Sue in her bedroom?" he asked, assuming his professional voice. "Yes," Ellen answered quickly. "She's expecting you." "How has she been?" Ellen related the events which had taken place and how she had come right away when she received a letter from Martha. "When I arrived, Mother was confined to her bed and could hardly breathe. That was a couple of weeks ago. Not much has changed since then. Some days she seems to be getting better. Other times, I'm not so sure." Ellen dropped her hands by her side in a gesture of defeat. "Is she coherent?" "Part of the time. Most of the time she just sleeps." Ellen seemed more reserved and sedate than he remembered. Her eyes, however, were just as expressive, and he could see the concern looming from them. He wished that he could somehow erase the hurt. "I'll go and have a look at her." Shelby swiftly removed the pins from the bodice she had basted. The powder blue fabric was sprinkled with dainty yellow daisies. Now she would gather the skirt and attach it. She carefully picked it up and admired her handiwork. Mamma had taught her to sew at an early age, and her skill had always been adequate. But thanks to the mandatory dressmaking class she was required to take, she had become quite good, a benefit from being at the school. Ever since her conversation with Miss Pearl, she had tried to improve her outlook on the situation, and for the most part it seemed to be working. Every day she tried to find one thing to be positive about. At first this had been ridiculous. However, with great effort and additional pestering from Miss Pearl, she was starting to make progress. "Well, look at you in that pretty dress. Yours looks great. I'll trade you." Frankie was holding up what was supposed to be a bodice. It was all twisted, and the checks on the fabric were mismatched. Shelby giggled. "Maybe you should just start over." Frankie playfully shoved her and then placed her hands on her hips and mimicked Shelby. "Maybe you should just start over. Just because you can sew doesn't make you Miss High and Mighty." Both girls laughed. "Let me help you fix that. You know how strict Mrs. Jones is. She's going to pitch a fit when she sees this, and we'll have to model our dresses for the teachers after we're done." Frankie lifted her pointy chin and lifted her arm in the air with the bodice held close as she twirled around. "You don't think this looks good?" When Shelby didn't answer, she sighed and then groaned. "Okay, you've made your point. You better get busy helping me if you know what's good for you." Frankie talked big, but her eyes twinkled and a smile curved on her thin lips. Shelby looked appraisingly at her friend. Frankie seemed to take each day as it came, with hardly any thought for the morrow. After their midnight escapade, Shelby had resolved to stay away from Frankie. However, the next day Frankie profusely apologized and begged for forgiveness. Finally, Shelby forgave her on the condition that she never again include her in any mischief. Shelby needed a good friend as much as Frankie did, so the two put their differences aside. Shelby suspected that Frankie was still sneaking out at night to meet the boy with the mop hair and asked her about it once. Frankie told her the boy's name was Jed. She wanted to ask her about Harlan, the boy she had met, but never could figure out how to phrase the question without appearing to be interested in him. Shelby worried about her friend's nighttime adventures, but finally decided that she had enough problems of her own without worrying about Frankie. Time was slowly passing. Sometimes it seemed hard to believe that she had been at the school for a month. Other times it seemed as though she had been there forever. The raw hurt she felt when she first arrived had subsided a bit. As long as she immersed herself in her daily routine, she was okay. The nights were still hard. Many mornings she would awaken to find her pillow wet with tears. She had finally gotten the nerve to write a letter to Joshua and sister, telling them where she was. Miss Pearl had mailed it for her. That was 2 weeks ago, and she had not heard anything back. She was not sure how long it took for the mail to get from Birmingham to Cartersville. How much longer was she going to have to wait? John quietly shut the door behind him as he left Mrs. Sue's room. He was deeply concerned about his patient. She was completely unaware of his presence, and her breathing was shallow and raspy. The recovery rate for pneumonia was normally good, providing that the illness was diagnosed and treated at an early stage, and that the patient was healthy before the onset of the sickness. Unfortunately, Mrs. Sue did not have either of these benefits. If only he had been in town when she first got sick. A wave of guilt rushed over him, and he pushed it away. Those poor folks in Jackson County needed him badly during the epidemic, he rationalized. Despite all of his years practicing medicine, he still found it hard to watch someone he cared about suffer. Mrs. Sue was in a precarious state. At this point, only time would tell the outcome. He would provide the best assistance he possibly could, and he would hope, for Ellen's sake, for the best. He walked through the house until he found Ellen in the kitchen. She had put a pot of tea on the stove. As soon as he came into the room, she took one look at John's face and braced herself for the bad news that was sure to come. She poured him a cup of tea and invited him to sit down. He took a seat directly across from her. His light eyes were troubled, and his mouth was drawn in a frown, emphasizing the deep lines etched around his thin lips. He had changed so much over the years. When she had first met him, his face had been boyish. At first glance, she hadn't found him exceptionally good-looking. His features were too plain and sturdy for that. It was afterwards, when she took a second look, that her perception of him changed. He had a way about him that commanded attention and eventually endeared her to him. His practical outlook on life and wry sense of humor made her laugh. He once jokingly remarked, "Girls want one of three things in a man. They either want him to be rich, handsome, or funny. Considering that I am a complete failure in the first two aspects, I might as well try for the third."
"What?" she asked in mock seriousness. "You don't consider yourself handsome?"
He made a face. "Even my own mother told me so." She looked at him dubiously.
"Really?"
"Yes, ma'am, that's right. She told me that I have a good, honest face." He grimaced. "Not handsome or interesting, but a good, honest face." Ellen laughed. John raised his hands over his head in an animated fashion. "See, you've proven my point." She enjoyed being with him because of the way he made her feel. Life had been brilliant and rich through John's eyes. Ellen looked across the table and over at John. Where were these thoughts coming from? Time had been good to him. His face was now leaner, and his features more chiseled. His sandy hair, still thick, was now sprinkled with gray, especially around the temples. His green eyes sparkled with a maturity and wisdom that only life's experiences can bring. The young boy was gone, and in his place was the capable, distinguished doctor. She didn't want to hear any more bad news, but knew she had to ask. Her pulse quickened as she cleared her throat.
"What do you think about Mother?"
John struggled to find the right words. He always found it difficult to discuss disturbing news with the family members of his patients, and his connection to Ellen further complicated the situation. "The pneumonia has weakened her system. The fluid in her lungs is making it difficult for her to breathe. I believe that she is strong enough to survive this. But at this point," his voice trailed off, "at this point all we can do is wait." Ellen looked down at her cup. Stinging tears welled.
"I understand," she mumbled.
John reached and placed his hand over hers. "I'm so sorry about—" Ellen stopped him mid-sentence.
"Thank you,"
she said, her eyes still glistening.
"I appreciate your concern for Mother."
John shook his head. "I'm sorry about Mrs. Sue, more so than you may realize. She has been a dear friend to me since I came back to Alder Springs." Ellen nodded. He looked directly into her eyes. "But what I was going to say was, I am sorry about what happened between us." His apology caught her off guard. She quickly withdrew her hand from underneath his grasp. "Ellen, you must realize, we have to talk about what happened. We have to try and resolve things." Instead of answering him, she propped her elbows on the table and buried her head in her hands. Finally, she lifted her head.
"Not tonight, John. I can't talk about it now. I just can't handle anything else, not tonight."
Chapter 10. Longingly, Harlan looked up at the sky in the hope that he would see a thundercloud. All he could see were billowy clouds drifting in front of a pristine blue sky. He shook his head ruefully and cast aside any hopes of an impending thunderstorm and began mentally preparing himself for the grueling physical task ahead. He wiped the perspiration from his brow and smoothed back his sandy hair as he placed the hot leather football helmet on his head. Coach Hill insisted that his players wear helmets for protection even during practice. If it were up to Harlan, he would prefer to leave off the stifling thing and take his chances. On days like today, he often second-guessed his decision to join the football team. He joined the previous year, just before the start of fall season, because he knew it would be an easy way to meet new friends. His plan worked better than he had hoped, and he became fast friends with Jed Williams, the quarterback of the team and one of the most popular guys at school. When the other guys saw that Jed had taken him under his wing, they quickly followed his lead, accepting him as one of them. Harlan liked being on the team, and he was good. Coach Hill started him playing linebacker, but moved him to halfback on the offensive side when he discovered how fast he was. Harlan liked the notoriety he received from the coaches and other players, but was glad this would be his last summer of practice. He would graduate next year. Harlan still found it hard to believe he had lived in Woodlawn, a suburb of Birmingham, with Aunt June for an entire year. He moved to Woodlawn 2 days before the start of school last year. All things considered, he had fared quite well. "I've become a city boy," he chuckled to himself. At first, living in the city had been intimidating. Tucker, where he was born, was a small town located in South Alabama. His previous years of school had been spent with a handful of other students in a crowded one-room schoolhouse where they sweated out the heat of early fall and huddled around a coal stove in the winter. His new school was much larger and more sophisticated than his old one, as were his friends. He really liked Jed and the other guys, even though they made him anxious on occasion. When he was with them, he always felt like he was swimming in waters a tad too deep for comfort. He thought back a couple of weeks to when he'd gone with Jed to meet the girls at the school. Jed met Frankie, and Harlan met Shelby. Harlan hadn't wanted to go. The idea of sneaking out late to meet some unknown person made him uncomfortable, although he never would have admitted that to Jed. He had met Frankie before and could tell she was the kind of girl that had trouble written all over her. More than once he wondered what Jed saw in her. Curiosity finally got the better of him. "Why are you wasting your time with her?" he'd asked. Jed pushed back a strand of blonde hair and flashed a boyish grin that was known to send flutters through the hearts of 3/4 of the female student population at Woodlawn. He smiled at Harlan for a moment without saying a word. Finally he shrugged. "Me and Frankie have fun together." Harlan let it go at that. He knew exactly what kind of fun Jed was referring to, and it could only lead to trouble. His thoughts returned to the night he'd met Shelby. She was something he hadn't counted on. He expected to meet someone the equivalent of Frankie. Boy, was he wrong. As he remembered her dark eyes and wistful expression, his heart skipped a beat. Several times over the past couple of weeks, he had caught himself thinking about her. Why did he keep thinking about someone he had met only once? Maybe it was guilt for the way he treated her. He hadn't meant to scare her. Her haughty attitude had made him angry, and yet he felt excited and drawn to her at the same time. His kiss had been spontaneous, surprising him as much as her. Even when she ran off, he hadn't felt bad. The guilt came later when he found out from Frankie that she really hadn't met him there on purpose. Frankie had been thoroughly amused when he told her and Jed what happened. Harlan had wanted to wipe that sly grin right off her skinny face. "Hey, Harlan, you'd better stop daydreaming and line up for sprints." Harlan turned to see Jed, a jovial smile on his face. Harlan smiled back. "I guess I'm trying to talk myself into it. It sure is hot." Jed slapped him on the back. "That just goes with the territory. Let's go." Jed started jogging slowly in the middle of the field where the rest of the team was lining up. Harlan bent over and gave his shoelaces a quick tug to make sure they were securely tied before catching up with Jed. "Hey, where were you last night? I missed you at the diner." "I was with Frankie." Harlan nodded. "You and Frankie are becoming inseparable. What does your family think of her?" Jed was the only son of the Honorable Charles Williams, a man of strong stock with a long pedigree of ancestors whose accomplishments nearly matched his own. Charles expected his only son to follow in his footsteps. Jed's eyes widened, and then he let out a gasp of disbelief that turned into howling laughter. "You're a funny man. Do you think I would be crazy enough to introduce Frankie to my old man?" He laughed so hard that it brought tears to his eyes. After the laughter died down, he assumed an air of mock seriousness. "Frankie and I have fun together. It's no more or less than that. She knows that. Come on, we've got to get lined up. Coach Hill will make us run laps if we're not there by the time he blows the whistle." Harlan followed behind Jed. "I hope you're right, my friend. I surely do." Joshua raised a sleeve to his forehead and wiped away the beads of perspiration. His cheeks were deeply flushed, and he was breathing heavily. He had worked in the heat all his life, and he couldn't remember it ever affecting him this much. He looked steadily at his young field hand to see how he was faring. James had a sweaty brow, too, but his eager expression suggested he could go strong for a couple more hours. "I could stay longer and finish things up if you want me to," he called. Joshua shook his head admiringly and nodded. "Go ahead and finish up. We need to get these last rows hoed and chopped today." In long strides, he walked to the edge of the field and put down his hoe, then flashed a brief smile tinged with sadness. "I wish I could stay with you, but I guess I'm just not as young as I used to be." James gave Joshua a hasty nod and then turned his attention back to the task at hand. Wearily, Joshua trudged up the field toward home. His chest felt tight, and he massaged his throbbing arm. "I must have hurt myself hauling feed yesterday." He really was tired. He walked to the edge of the field and sat down by one of the terrace rows. Like most farmers, Joshua used a method called terracing to prevent erosion. A terraced or raised row was planted around the edge of each field. His gaze swept over the majestic red fields. Even in his weary state, he couldn't help but admire the neat rows of cotton, level across the top, with the corn rising high in the background. The dark green foliage of the cotton plants was studded with a profusion of tiny white blossoms. He scooped up a handful of dirt. It smelled clean. He let the dirt trickle through his fingers and fall back to the ground as he rose and dusted off the seat of his pants. These tired spells seemed to be coming closer together. Sister noticed and had urged him to see Doc Godby. "You take things like this too lightly. You aren't as young as you used to be." This irritated Joshua, mostly because he knew she was right. He had always been healthy as a horse and had never had much use for doctors. As he neared his house, he saw the mailman walking down the dusty road. "Hello, Joshua," Clyde said heartily. "I'm glad I caught you. I was just coming to the house to bring you a letter." "You didn't have to go to the trouble to come all the way out here to deliver something. You should have just put it in the box." He smiled. "The last time I did that, it sat there for a month. Besides, it was no trouble." Joshua chuckled. He knew Clyde was right. Because his and Sister's mailbox was located a mile up the road, they only checked it when they made visits into town. Clyde handed Joshua his mail and then turned and began walking back toward town. "I would love to stay and sit a spell, but I have a few more deliveries to make." "Thank you," Joshua yelled after him. He turned over the letter he had received. There was a return address, but no name over it. "Who do we know in Birmingham?" He walked to the edge of the yard and sat down under a shade tree. His breath caught as he opened the letter and pulled out its pages. It was from Shelby. He frowned. What in the world was she doing in Birmingham? As he read the letter, he shook his head in disbelief. Then his astonishment turned to anger and his cheeks burned. A deep rage pulsed through his veins, and he knew what he must do. He rose up and then fell back to the ground as a heavy weight pressed on his chest. He gulped for air and attempted to rise again, and then staggered backwards as he collapsed on the ground, clutching the crumpled letter in his hand. Sister went into the house to fix Joshua a glass of lemonade. She had seen him coming up the field earlier and was alarmed by his haggard appearance. Things had been really stressful in their household with the children. Frank told her yesterday that he had received a letter from Ellen saying that her mother was still critical and that she had to stay longer. Sister almost wept in desperation at the news. She didn't know how much longer she could tolerate watching Homer and Sarah. It wasn't that they were bad children. In fact, they were well behaved. It was the combination of things that was getting to her. Sister looked forward to the day when her life would return to normal. She squeezed an extra lemon to make the lemonade extra tart, just the way he liked it. As she walked out the front door, she gaped at what she saw. The glass slipped from her hand and shattered as Sister ran across the yard and threw herself down beside Joshua. It only took a moment for her to realize he was gone. In that instant, her life changed, and she wept bitter tears for her beloved and for all of the time they would not be together. Chapter 11. Betty Lou, what's 1/4 plus 1/4? Betty Lou turned sharply in her seat and looked guiltily at Miss Pearl. She'd been too busy talking to Abigail to hear the question. She nervously cleared her throat. Could you repeat the question? Miss Pearl stood in front of the errant student with her hands on her hips and a frown on her face. Betty Lou had a ruddy complexion to begin with, but as the silence continued, color kept rising into her pudgy cheeks, making her look like a cherry tomato. Miss Pearl softened as she looked at the silly sight, but her face remained stern. The two girls had been talking amongst themselves the entire class, and she wanted them to realize that she would not tolerate it. Abigail knew she was in hot water, too. She sat rigidly behind Betty Lou, hoping Miss Pearl wouldn't single her out. Girls, I expect you to pay attention during class. Betty Lou, I will repeat the question this time. Next time, however, let's just make sure there is no next time. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. Miss Pearl's shoulders felt tight. The class ran smoothly after she'd set Betty Lou and Abigail straight, especially considering that Greta Sharp had been present the entire time. Ever since Lucy confronted her about the lack of books, Miss Sharp had been dropping in on her classes nearly every day. Her ominous presence could be felt by Lucy and the students, making everyone ill at ease. Miss Sharp never spoke a word, but sat silently in the back, taking notes. Lucy knew Miss Sharp was trying to intimidate her, and admittedly she was intimidated at first. It didn't take long, however, for Lucy's hackles to rise. She refused to be bullied. Now she was even more determined to make her classes better than ever. Maybe some good will come out of this. The old bag would have to be blind if she couldn't see how desperately we need new books and supplies. Lucy Pearl didn't relish the idea of going head-to-head with Miss Sharp again, but knew she must for Shelby's sake. Ever since the night she learned about Shelby's predicament, she had vowed to help her somehow. Lucy had felt certain that Shelby's uncle and aunt would come to her aid if they knew the situation. She mailed the letter Shelby wrote. That was some time ago. Plenty enough time to have received a response by now. Lucy shook her head. It's a shame that her own kin have forsaken her. Another idea crossed Lucy's mind, and she'd been mulling it over for a few days. It just might work. Miss Ramsay, the matron of the Mercy Place, was in desperate need of an assistant. As soon as Lucy Pearl learned about the open position, she had known Shelby would be perfect for it. Shelby would enjoy working in the children's home, and Miss Ramsay would benefit from her help. The trick was how to get Miss Sharp to release Shelby from the school. Technically, a student enrolled by a parent couldn't be released without parental consent. However, if the story Shelby told about her hasty enrollment was indeed correct, then Miss Sharp had no right to allow Shelby in the school to begin with. Shelby didn't fit the profile of the typical applicant. Something didn't seem right. Lucy Pearl didn't know how long the assistant job at the home would remain open. If she were going to make things happen, she would have to act soon. She stacked the books on her desk and straightened the papers. Well, there's no time like the present. I might as well go ahead and talk to Miss Sharp today. Her heart pounded as she headed out the door. Miss Pearl straightened her dress and smoothed down her raven hair. The driver is here with the wagon, and right on time. I would expect nothing less from Miss Ramsay. She always does exactly what she says she will do, she said admiringly. Shelby climbed into the wagon with her bag of belongings clutched tightly in her hand. As the wagon began to move down the bumpy road, she turned and looked back at the school.
I'm glad I'm leaving this terrible place.
She caught a glimpse of Miss Sharp staring down at her from the office window. She turned around quickly to face forward.
Look forward, she told herself, not back.
Miss Pearl chatted amiably with the driver. For the first time, Shelby looked at him. Much to her surprise, it was the same colored man she had seen on the way to the garden the night she and Frankie sneaked out. All Shelby could remember about him was his massive size. He looked as large in the daylight as he had in the shadows. His expression was friendly, and he had a wide, toothy grin. He and Miss Pearl were obviously well acquainted. Shelby was surprised to see Miss Pearl chatting so openly with a colored man. She didn't consider herself to be prejudiced against coloreds, but followed the unspoken rule and behaved respectfully while keeping her distance. If Miss Pearl were aware of the rule, she chose to ignore it.
Grover, I would like for you to meet Shelby, my star pupil. She is going to be one of Miss Ramsey's assistants.
Pleased to meet you, Grover said. Any friend of Miss Pearl's is a friend of mine.
It's nice to meet you, too.
Shelby wasn't sure how she should act around Grover, but she liked him instantly. His gentle manner toward the horses pulling the wagon reminded her of Joshua. The sun shone brightly overhead. As the wagon rumbled down the dusty road, a twinge of excitement crept over Shelby. She settled back and listened to the jovial banter of her companions. Chapter 12. The home was located on the corner of 12th Avenue North and 25th Street. It was only about 7 miles from the industrial school, but it might have been a different world. Because the industrial school was built in the middle of 6 acres of land, it seemed isolated and disconnected from the rest of the city. Since the day of her arrival at the school, Shelby hadn't left the grounds. As they rumbled down the busy street, she was amazed at all of the new sights and smells surrounding her. The pungent smell of tar mingled with leather invaded her senses as they passed a busy blacksmith shop. Never in her life had she seen so many automobiles in one place, and such fine clothes. The wagon stopped abruptly as a lady pushing a baby carriage passed in front, and Shelby looked in wonderment at her fancy dress and matching feather hat. On both sides of the road, people were walking briskly in and out of stores. They rode farther past the stores to a residential section where the houses were built close together. The yards were neatly kept. Some had picket fences in front. A window box filled with purple and yellow petunias caught her eye. As they drove farther along, Shelby saw a group of small girls taking turns using a jump rope, their hair bouncing in the wind. The wagon pulled to a stop.
Okay, ladies, this is where I let you out.
Thank you, Grover. It was great to see you again.
Miss Pearl hastily got out of the wagon. Shelby quickly followed.
What do you think?
Miss Pearl asked eagerly. Shelby stood looking at the grand facade directly in front of her and felt her confidence wane.
It's very big.
Shelby looked at Miss Pearl's anxious expression and knew she had expected a more positive response.
It is a beautiful building, she added.
Yes, indeed. Miss Pearl smiled broadly.
I just know you're going to love it here.
Shelby knew Miss Pearl had gone to a great deal of trouble to get her an assistant position at the Mercy Place. When Miss Pearl told her about the opportunity, Shelby had been surprised.
How did you manage to convince Miss Sharp to allow me to leave the school? Let's just say that she came to the conclusion that your leaving would be beneficial to her position.
Shelby was confused by that answer.
What do you mean? How could I affect her position?
Miss Pearl smiled wisely.
You should never have been admitted to the school in the first place without board approval, and the board would have never approved you. Your education exceeds our curriculum, and you aren't poverty-stricken like the rest of our students. Miss Sharp broke a rule,
and I just reminded her that she didn't need a constant reminder of her folly walking around the school for everyone to see. It was as simple as that. Miss Pearl always made everything sound so reasonable, but Shelby felt sure that things had not gone as smoothly as Miss Pearl described. She shuddered as a mental picture of Miss Sharp filled her mind.
I hope this isn't going to cause you any trouble.
Not any more than I already have from her, Miss Pearl reassuringly answered. A sharp tug on her arm brought Shelby back to the present.
Are you all right?
Miss Pearl asked. Shelby smiled.
I'm fine. It's just that everything is happening so fast.
Miss Pearl gave her a sympathetic nod and grasped her hand, giving it a comforting squeeze.
Remember, love, the world is what we make it. Yes, ma'am, I'll try.
Good. I'm going to go in and let Miss Ramsay know you're here. Miss Pearl walked briskly up the front steps. Shelby lagged behind and took in the full scope of the Mercy place. It was truly magnificent, with its deep red brick and green shutters. The home was only 2 stories high, but it appeared taller. Maybe that was because it had a partial underground floor below and an attic above that was covered with 2 steeply arched gables. At least a dozen windows covered the front of the home, and there were countless more on the sides. She could see another building directly behind the house, but couldn't tell if it was connected. 4 big chimneys jutted prominently from the roof. The house swallowed Shelby as she looked up at it and felt very small in comparison. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Admittedly, it was good to be away from the industrial school, but what would she find here? Miss Pearl told her that the Mercy place housed an average of 80 inmates at any given time. Shelby found her choice of word, inmate, peculiar. Now the term conjured up waves of foreboding feelings. She'd spoken honestly when she told Miss Pearl the home was beautiful. Indeed it was. The industrial school was cold and impersonal with its perfectly laid brick, but not this place. It looked ancient and full of character with its steep roof and twin gables. A covered porch extended across the front with 6 evenly spaced posts. Wide steps led up the entrance. Shelby had the impression that if the sturdy walls could talk, they would tell 1,000 tales of the residents who had lived here before. She wondered what her story would be. Shelby slowly made her way up the stairs. The front door was made of mahogany, with intricate panes of thick glass across its top half. She grasped the doorknob, not sure what to do. Should she wait outside for Miss Pearl or go in? Suddenly the door pushed open, knocking her to the side. A small boy ran down the stairs, hooting and hollering. Before he reached the bottom, he fell and skinned his knee. He dropped to the ground and started wailing. On impulse, Shelby rushed down the stairs to his aid.
Are you okay? My knee hurts.
Let me have a look at it. She carefully straightened his leg and examined his knee. It was bleeding, but Shelby could tell it was only a superficial scratch. The boy was still crying, but had stopped wailing. He seemed to sense that he was in good hands.
I think you're going to be okay. Let's get you inside so we can wash it.
Miss Ramsay and Miss Pearl heard all of the commotion, and they both came outside just in time to see Shelby comforting the boy.
Miss Pearl, I believe she's going to fit in just fine here.
Shelby looked up the steps to see who had spoken.
Miss Ramsay, I would like for you to meet Shelby.
Shelby reached up to shake Miss Ramsay's hand and was surprised at the firm grasp that the frail-looking older woman had. Her silver hair was curly. It parted in the middle and was pinned up in the back. Loose ringlets framed her square face. Small, round spectacles accentuated her kind, sparkling eyes, which were etched in wrinkles. As Miss Ramsay looked intently at Shelby, her eyes seemed to penetrate into Shelby's very soul.
Welcome to the Mercy place. I hope you will soon consider this your home.
Shelby was touched by the sincerity of the older woman, and she looked down quickly to hide the moisture in her eyes.
"Thank you, Miss Ramsay,"
she muttered.
"Please call me Mother Ramsay." "Mother Ramsay, I hurt my knee."
The plea from the young injured caused all to focus on him.
"Charles, what were you doing running out of the house like that? You need to be more careful." "Yes, Mother Ramsay, I know." "Go inside and tell Miss Janice to wash your knee."
Charles gave Mother Ramsay a hug, which she affectionately returned. As he ran into the house, she gave him a slap on his bottom.
"Charles doesn't like to be cooped up. Every time the door opens, he runs out like a wild Indian."
She smiled at Shelby. "You'll get used to the commotion." Shelby smiled back. "I like it already."
"Good. Let's get you settled in. Lucy, do you have time to visit for a while?"
Miss Pearl nodded.
"I sure do."
Shelby gathered her suitcase and followed the two women in through the door. Maybe things would turn out right after all. Chapter 13. Ellen opened the screen door and started down the steps leading to the backyard. She stepped onto the first step and lost her footing. She stumbled and then caught herself from falling. Her first instinct was to be grateful that she hadn't been hurt. Her second was to berate herself for her carelessness. A sprained ankle was the last thing she needed. She carefully made her way down the remainder of the steps and then sat down at the bottom. The flower gardens her mother had planted on each side of the steps were overgrown with weeds. She remembered how much her mother loved her yard and beautiful flowers. In her mind's eye, she could see her bent over, painstakingly pulling weeds. A wave of sadness flooded Ellen. How things change. "I'll clean up the flower gardens tomorrow," she vowed. Just promising that to herself made her feel better. Ellen had always taken great satisfaction in her ability to remain composed in any given situation, but she had to admit that seeing John the night before had thrown her off balance. Feelings that she had long ago dismissed were surfacing, and she wasn't sure how to deal with them. No one told her that he had returned and taken up residence here. She got up from the step and slowly walked across the yard. Without thinking, she made her way through the pasture to the stream where she had spent many long, lazy summer afternoons as a girl. The moss around the stream was starting to turn brown. She sat down near the edge and breathed in the sweet scent of honeysuckles. Spontaneously, she kicked off her shoes, took off her stockings, and began to wade in the cool stream. She laughed to herself how silly she must look, a grown woman holding up her dress and wading in the stream. Her attention was quickly diverted when she heard someone coming. She had almost made it back to her shoes when she looked up and saw John. "Hello there." Ellen's heart felt as though it would jump out of her body. She reached her shoes in 2 steps and sat down on the grassy slope. John sat down beside her. Instantly she became aware of his closeness. She started to move away from him and then chided herself for being silly and stayed put. "How did you know that I was here?" "Martha told me that you were taking a short walk, and I remembered that this used to be our favorite place to hide." He smiled broadly. "So I took a chance, and here you are." His friendly banter made her forget her uneasiness, and she smiled back. "I'm glad you're here. I wanted to apologize for last night. Things have been so difficult lately with Mother's illness. I'm afraid I haven't been myself." John chuckled, and Ellen's face flushed as she realized what she had just said. John hadn't seen her in years. How was he supposed to know how she normally acted? She became flustered. "What I'm trying to say is—" He interrupted her before she could explain. "You don't owe me an apology. I owe you one. I had no idea that you didn't know I was your mother's doctor. You had every right to be upset. I can only imagine what a shock it was to see me so unexpectedly." She looked him squarely in the face. "Why did you come back?" John reached to his side and picked up a rock. He slung it into the stream and watched it skip across to the other side. In every person's life there comes a time for self-evaluation. One day I looked around and asked myself what in the world I was doing. I was a prominent doctor in an affluent town with a long list of prestigious patients. I had a big house and every comfort a person could ever want, and yet I had nothing. He took a deep breath. So I decided to come back here to offer my services to people who really need help. He shrugged and smiled grimly. And that's about all there is to it. Ellen nodded and looked at the ground. The two sat in silence and watched the water ripple over the rocks. Finally, John spoke. "We need to talk." She raised an eyebrow. "What do we have to talk about?" She kept her tone light. Only the look in her eyes betrayed the tumultuous emotions churning inside. How well John remembered those expressive eyes. She was trying hard to put up a good front. It reminded him of a frozen lake during winter time, where a thin sheet of ice was all that covered the raging waters below. He cleared his throat and decided to plunge right in. "You know darn well what we have to talk about." "It all happened so long ago. Why can't you just let it be?" John shook his head and gently grasped her arm. "I told you that I had business to take care of in Atlanta, and when I returned, you had left and married that Mr. Collins, or whatever his name is." Ellen jerked her arm from his grasp. Her cheeks began to burn. "Don't you think this conversation is a little late? Why didn't you tell me you were involved with someone in Atlanta? Why didn't you tell me that the business you were going to take care of was another woman?" John was taken aback by Ellen's response. He ran a hand through his hair and continued in a calm tone. "Ellen, I was not involved with another woman. She misunderstood my intentions. She was only a friend." "What did you expect me to believe? Your mother told me about the telegram, and then you didn't return." "But all those letters I wrote you, you sent them back unopened." "John, I was young and foolish." His face was dark, his voice full of remorse. "Ellen, what have we done to our lives? Are you happy?" "I have 3 children who depend on me. I have a husband and a home in Cartersville." "Are you happy?" he asked again. Ellen looked at him pleadingly, and then her hesitancy gave way to resolution. She squared her jaw and summoned up all of the courage she could. "I have to be happy. I don't have a choice." It didn't take long for Shelby to feel at home in her new surroundings. From the moment she arrived at the Mercy place, Mother Ramsey put her to work. She spent most of her time performing domestic tasks. There always seemed to be one more child to dress, another bed to make, or one more hug to give. Just as Miss Pearl had told her, there were approximately 80 residents at the home, not including the staff. This number would increase in the fall due to the fact that a number of the children were allowed to take short vacations in the summer. Shelby had been surprised at this. Mother Ramsey explained that additional funds and donations were always set aside specifically for this purpose. "It promotes well-balanced and happy children. These precious children have had so much sadness in their lives. They deserve a little sunshine." Shelby soon learned that the home owned a retreat on Shady Mountain, located a few miles outside the city, for the children and staff. The staff seemed friendly and glad to have an extra hand on board. All of the staff members were female, except for Grover, and he didn't live at the home. He worked at both the industrial school and the home, and consequently spent much of his time running back and forth between the two. All of the women were much older than Shelby, except for Janice, who was 17. On the first day of Shelby's arrival, Mother Ramsey had instructed Janice to show her around, and the two had been paired together ever since. Janice was bossy, interpreting Mother Ramsey's counsel of showing Shelby around to include instructing her about the proper way to do things around the home. This bothered Shelby a little, but overall she liked her. Janice had brown hair, green eyes, and a fair complexion. Her nose, splashed with freckles, tilted upward on the end. She was taller than Shelby and of medium build. The Mercy place was the only home Janice could remember.
Mother Ramsey found me in a basket on the doorstep, wrapped in a pink blanket. The only thing that gave any indication of my identity was a note which read, "Please take care of my little Janice. It torments my soul to give her up. My sweet little princess is the joy of my life."
Tears glistened in Janice's eyes as she spoke, and Shelby felt compassion for her.
"Janice, that is a beautiful story."
Janice nodded and wiped away a tear.
"Yes, it is beautiful. Mother Ramsey has been like a mother to me, and yet I can't help but wonder sometimes where my real mother is and what she is like."
Shelby thought of her mama so far away and felt a stab of pain. It must be hard to not know about her.
"Yes,"
Janice said.
"I see her sometimes in my dreams."
She looked wistful, and then her voice became practical.
"All of that happened a long time ago. I've had a good life here. That's what matters."
Shelby nodded in agreement, but she couldn't help but wonder what life must have been like for Janice at the home. She knew that Mother Ramsey and the other staff members tried hard to make the children feel loved, but could they adequately compensate for a real home? She thought about her own home and wondered if Mama had returned. Miss Pearl told her that she would let her know if a letter arrived at the school from Uncle Joshua. Shelby still continued to hope, but deep down she was not expecting a letter to come. It had been too long. All she could do at this point was pray for a miracle. Even though Shelby liked the staff at the home, it was the children who kept her going. Most of them only stayed at the home for a few months. Some even had parents and relatives who came to visit on a weekly basis. This surprised Shelby. She assumed that all of the children were orphans. This wasn't the case. In fact, most of the children's parents were alive and living right here in Birmingham. Each child came attached with his or her own story. Some of the parents were too poverty-stricken to care for their children, others too sick, while others were simply neglectful or unfit. There were several groups of siblings at the home. One such case involved a group of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys, whose parents had been sent to a tuberculosis camp. Shelby normally stayed too busy to dwell on her own situation. Today was different. She had been melancholy all day. She decided it would do her some good to get out of the stuffy house, so she went to the backyard. The infirmary was located directly behind the school in a separate building. Shelby had only been there once. Thankfully, it was vacant. There had been the occasional cold over the summer, but none of the children had been seriously ill. As Shelby took off her shoes and stepped onto the cool grass, her spirits lifted. She loved the backyard. It was her favorite part of the home. There was a vegetable garden in the far back corner and a play area for the children on the opposite side. She walked over to the big oak tree in the middle of the yard and sat in the swing attached to one of its lofty branches. She began to swing slowly at first, and then faster. A burst of exhilaration ran through her veins as she sliced through the air. She was enjoying herself so much that she didn't hear the movement behind her. A voice from behind caused her to quickly put her feet on the ground in an attempt to slow herself down. She looked around in surprise as Mother Ramsey walked around the tree and stood facing her.
"Mother Ramsey, I didn't know you were there. I was just—"
The elderly woman smiled.
"I've been in the garden. You were enjoying yourself so much that I didn't want to disturb you."
Shelby's eyes widened and her cheeks colored. She hadn't realized anyone else was outside.
"I would have joined you myself a few years ago. There's nothing like sailing through the air with only the wind at your feet."
Shelby had a hard time picturing Mother Ramsey sailing through the air, and it must have shown on her face. Mother Ramsey chuckled.
"Don't look so surprised. I haven't always been this old and wrinkled." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply. Yes, age takes its toll on the best of us. Sometimes I look in the mirror and wonder who that old woman is staring back at me. I've been piddling around in the garden. Would you like to see it?" "Yes, I would love to."
Shelby hastily put on her shoes and walked with Mother Ramsay to the garden. The older woman reached over and picked a cherry tomato. She wiped it on her apron and popped it in her mouth.
"I love cherry tomatoes right off the vine."
"Me too," Shelby agreed.
"Here, have one."
Shelby picked a tomato and bit into it, the tangy flavor bursting in her mouth.
"How do you like my garden?"
"It's lovely."
"Yes, it is lovely, and it helps feed the children."
Shelby looked at Mother Ramsay admiringly.
"The work that takes place in this home is really impressive. Where would these children be if it weren't for the Mercy Place?"
The two walked through the rows of the garden as they talked.
"Some of them would still be with their parents, despite their desperate circumstances, and others would be on the street. It is a great work to feed and clothe these children, but that only provides a temporary solution to the problem. If we provide these children with good training in their impressionable years, then they will never forget it. Our children are our future citizens, and every little one we help, every small victory we have, will do much to help create a better society."
Mother Ramsay stopped and looked at Shelby intently.
"Miss Pearl has told me a little about your situation. I want you to know that God doesn't make mistakes. Providence brought you here."
Shelby stared down at the ground to hide the tears brimming in her eyes.
"Come here, I want to show you something."
They walked to the edge of the garden, and Shelby looked where Mother Ramsay was pointing.
"What do you see?"
Shelby looked over at a jumbled mess of weeds.
"It looks like weeds,"
she said carefully. Mother Ramsay's eyes smiled.
"Yes, it does look like weeds. Look closer, and then tell me what you see."
Shelby looked more closely and noticed a small cluster of purple violets growing underneath the weeds.
"Do you see them now?"
Mother Ramsay bent down and lovingly touched one of the blossoms.
"When this tiny bloom opens up, it will be a violet, a brilliant violet, growing amongst the weeds. The weeds have done their best to choke out this little clump of violets, but they have failed."
Her eyes met Shelby's.
"There are many violets in my midst. They have all dealt with their share of weeds, but have survived. They continue to hope when everything around them teaches them to despair. You are like the violets. One day you'll realize your own strength, and then you too will blossom." "When are you leaving to go to the show?" "In about 40 minutes.
Janice looked doubtfully at Shelby.
"And you're sure you know how to get there?"
"Yes, Janice," Shelby said, sounding more patient than she felt. "I know how to get there. Miss Sanders gave me directions."
"All right," Janice huffed. "If you get lost, don't blame it on me." She stood to leave. "I have to go and supervise supper."
As Shelby watched her leave, she shook her head.
"She's going to drive me crazy,"
she muttered under her breath. She and Janice got along just fine, as long as Janice felt like she had the upper hand. She enjoyed reminding Shelby that she had been in the home her entire life and knew the correct way of doing things. Shelby knew that Janice was feeling put out because she wanted to be the one to take the children to the show. Shelby noticed the stricken look on Janice's face when Mother Ramsay asked her to go instead of Janice. She understood and even sympathized with Janice's reaction, but she was getting tired of walking on tiptoes so that Janice wouldn't get her feelings hurt. Shelby was excited about going to the Alcazar to see a show. Cartersville didn't have a picture show. She could remember going to one in Atlanta when she was very young. She had been enchanted by the lights and the delicious smell of fresh popcorn. "I'm not going to worry about Janice. She's just going to have to grow up a bit, that's all." Shelby pulled her dark hair up in a ribbon and scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. She looked dowdy. She was wearing the powder blue dress she had sewn while at the industrial school. Miss James, her sewing instructor, had chosen the fabric. She rarely wore pastels because they made her look washed out. She preferred rich, vivid colors, but the blue dress was all she had, other than the beige sacks that had been given to her at the industrial school. Anything was better than those. Mother Ramsay suggested that Shelby take a portion of her earnings and buy fabric to make herself a few more dresses. Her assistant position didn't pay much, but it did give Shelby some money of her own. She swished her skirt back and forth and turned to look at her back reflection.
I think I will go and buy some fabric, something red.
She gave herself one last look and pinched her cheeks before hurrying out the door. Shelby and the small group made it to the show without difficulty. Mother Ramsay had asked her to take 5 of the older children. The youngest was 9 and the oldest 12. The picture show was even better than Shelby remembered. There were 2 boys in the group and 3 girls. As could be expected, the boys got a little noisy right before the show started, and she had reprimanded them. On the whole, they had been well behaved and easy to manage. The girls giggled amongst themselves most of the trip. When the show was over, Shelby gathered the group and headed back toward the home. They walked along, chatting about the movie and the sights of the city. After they had walked about 20 minutes, Shelby realized with a sinking feeling that they were lost.
Are we lost?
Asked Matthew, the older of the 2 boys.
None of this looks familiar.
Shelby noted the growing anxiety on the faces of the girls.
Yes, she admitted. We must have taken a wrong turn.
She looked up at the sky. It was beginning to get dark. She was growing nervous, but tried not to show it because she didn't want to alarm the children.
Everything is okay. We'll just backtrack.
The cheerful chattering ceased, and their faces grew somber as they turned around and headed back in the direction they had come. They walked until they came to an intersection. Shelby couldn't remember if they had turned right or left. She tried to keep her voice calm.
Does anyone remember which way we turned?
The children looked at one another with nervous expressions and shook their heads.
Very well,
Shelby said, trying to sound confident.
I think we came from this direction.
The evening grew darker, and the group walked close together as the landscape changed from neat, well-kept houses to shabby, broken-down dwellings. Up ahead they could see a saloon. A few people were already lumbering in. They passed a woman standing on the curb with a bottle of liquor in her hand. Her lipstick was so bright it glowed.
Aren't you young'uns too little to be out without your mamas?
She eyed the 2 boys and then let out a loud howl of laughter.
Ah, what the heck? You ain't ever too young. Come on over here. Aunt Sally'll take real good care of you.
Shelby shooed the group on down the road. Their faces were panic-stricken, and she felt the same way. They had been walking for over an hour and were more lost now than ever. She felt tears welling and then pushed them back.
It won't do a bit of good if I break down, she told herself.
Matthew, I want you and Peter to pay close attention to each street we come to. It was dark now. The lights from the saloon had been comforting, but Shelby wanted to keep them away from the drunks. The group kept walking farther away from the saloon. Shelby didn't know for sure when she first heard footsteps behind them. Maybe she had only felt them. A couple of blocks earlier, she saw a shadow out of the corner of her eye. When she turned to look, no one was there. She thought she was imagining things until one of the boys quietly mentioned that he too had heard footsteps. As she tuned her ears, she could hear soft, steady footsteps behind them. She turned to look, but no one was there. Her heart raced and the group started moving faster. The footsteps grew louder. Finally, the group began to run. They turned a corner and Shelby ran head-on into their attacker. The boys shrieked and the girls began to cry as Shelby kicked the man hard in the shin. He bent over in pain as Shelby struggled to break free from his grasp. "Run!" she yelled to the children. "Run!" "Wait a minute, hold it. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to help." The voice sounded strangely familiar. Where had she heard it before? Just as her mind was trying to register what was happening, she looked up to see Harlan standing in front of her. Shelby stood dumbfounded as relief flooded through her. Finally, she managed to speak.
"It's you."
"Did you recognize me right away? Is that why you kicked me in the shin?"
She started to fire back a sarcastic remark until she realized that he was smiling.
"What are you doing here?"
"I was going to ask you the same question."
Before she could explain, the children realized that Shelby knew her so-called attacker. They stopped running and gathered around Shelby and Harlan.
"Do you two know each other?" Peter asked.
"Yes,"
Shelby said dryly.
"we've met."
"It looks that way,"
Matthew added, and the girls began to giggle. Shelby was confused by their reaction, and then she realized that Harlan was still holding her arm.
Excuse me, would you mind?"
"Not at all,"
Harlan said. He held her arm a second longer than was necessary before letting it go.
"It looks like you're in need of assistance." "We're lost,"
Matthew said. Harlan smiled broadly.
"And I thought you were just out for a nightly stroll."
Julie, the oldest of the three girls, piped up.
"We went to the picture show."
"Me too," Harlan said.
Shelby lifted an eyebrow.
"You were there?"
"I was," Harlan said, and then changed the subject. "This isn't exactly the best part of town." He looked at Shelby and grinned wickedly. "You seem to have a talent for ending up in unusual places at night." Shelby glared back at him, her dark eyes blazing. Harlan ignored her and turned his attention to the children.
"Why don't I help you all get home safely?"
"Yes, please," they chimed.
On the way home, Harlan talked and joked with the children as Shelby walked silently a few steps behind the group. She had been on the verge of hysteria when she thought she was being attacked, and when she discovered it was Harlan, she was so relieved that her knees had gone weak. As she watched him walk with the children, she couldn't help but notice the way his sandy hair curled around his sun-tanned neck. She reminded herself how he had forcibly kissed her in the garden. He's a brute. The girls were talking to Harlan in an animated fashion, as if he were the first boy they had ever seen. She even saw Julie bat her eyelashes at him. He seemed to take it all in stride, as if it were an everyday occurrence.
"He expects every girl he meets to fall down at his feet. Well, I won't give him the satisfaction."
She lifted her chin in the air. Despite her resolution, she glanced at him several more times as they walked. She had to admit, he was very good with the children. She had heard somewhere that children were a good judge of character. She looked at them, huddled around him, each trying to get his attention. They absolutely loved him. When they turned onto 25th Street, the boys decided to run on ahead, and the girls quickly followed. Harlan fell back with Shelby. The two walked in silence for a few minutes until Shelby finally spoke.
"I'm not sure how we managed to run into you tonight, but I'm glad we did."
Harlan cast her a sidelong glance.
"Do you mean you were glad to see me?"
"No, I mean, what I meant was that I don't know what we would have done if you hadn't come along and helped us get back to the home. What I'm trying to say is, thank you."
He looked pleased. "You're welcome."
"How did you happen to be in that part of town the same time we were?"
Harlan shrugged.
"I recognized you at the show, so I decided to follow you."
Shelby looked perplexed.
"Why?"
"To apologize."
His answer caught her off guard, and she didn't know what to say. It had been much easier thinking of him as a brute.
"Look, Shelby, I'm not proud of the way I acted the night we met. I misjudged you. I'm sorry."
Shelby looked at Harlan, a slight upward curve on her lips as she studied his hazel eyes, flecked with gold. His expression seemed sincere.
"I accept your apology,"
she shrugged.
"I guess I owe you that much for tonight."
"So we can start over, fresh?"
They were now standing in front of the home. Shelby stopped and studied him without saying a word.
"Well?"
"I don't even know you."
"So get to know me. Ask me anything."
Shelby swung open the front gate and walked through. Harlan followed closely behind.
Okay, I'll ask you a question. What would have happened if I had been more cooperative that night in the garden?
Harlan stopped dead in his tracks, a stunned expression on his face. What do you mean?
What I mean is this. How often do you meet girls alone at night? Is it a nightly ritual?
I could ask you the same question, Harlan shot back.
I was there because of a misunderstanding. What's your excuse?
Harlan didn't know what to say. He just stood there looking at Shelby, so she continued.
I don't know that I want to be friends with someone who has so little respect for others as well as for himself.
She gave him an angelic smile and walked inside.
Good night, Harlan, she said sweetly, and goodbye.
She would have closed the door behind her, but he had already followed her in. He watched her walk quickly up the stairs. He shook his head and smiled. If this were baseball, I would be out for sure. Strike one, a slap on the jaw. Strike two, a kick in the shin. And strike three, a tongue lashing. He opened the door to leave, but stopped as he heard the voice behind him.
Young man, I believe we owe you our gratitude for what you did tonight for the children.
Harlan turned and saw an older lady with her hand outstretched. He reached and shook it. Thank you, ma'am. I'm just glad I could be of help.
We don't have much to offer you for your kindness, except for our hospitality. The older children missed supper tonight, so they are making themselves something in the kitchen. Won't you please join us?
He was going to decline until he saw Shelby standing at the top of the stairs, a horrified expression on her face. I'd be most grateful, ma'am.
Mother Ramsay, please. Call me Mother Ramsay.
Mother Ramsay saw Shelby standing at the top of the stairs and motioned.
Shelby, come and eat supper with us. I want to hear all about your adventure.
Shelby came haltingly down the steps, her face flushed. A loud cry came from upstairs.
Mother Ramsay, Samuel took my blanket.
Mother Ramsay smiled and shook her head.
There's always a heap of trouble at bedtime. I'd better go and settle the children down. Shelby, would you please take our guest into the kitchen?
Harlan bowed slightly. I'd be much obliged. Shelby stared straight ahead as she began walking toward the kitchen with Harlan following behind, smiling like the cat who had eaten the canary. I'm so glad you're feeling better, Mother. Ellen leaned over and tucked in the last corner of the bed with a deft movement. She ran her hand over the top of the cool spread, smoothing out the wrinkles, humming as she went. Mrs. Sue sat, gazing out the window, her expression a reflection of tranquility, like a still summer morning. Ellen's tune caught her attention, and she turned and smiled at her daughter. I used to hum that tune to you when you were little. Do you remember? Ellen searched her memory. I do remember. It's strange how being here has brought back so many memories. She sat down on the bed facing her mother. I'm so glad you're feeling better. Every day that I live is a blessed gift from the good Lord. Mrs. Sue was about to say more, but instead looked out the window again, a wistful expression on her face. After a moment, she drew her eyes away from the scene outside and looked earnestly at Ellen. I want you to know that even though I am grateful that my stay here is lengthened, when the time comes, I'll be ready. She smiled tenderly at her daughter's stricken face. I don't mean that I'm not enjoying life. I love you and the children so much. It's like the tune you were humming. Every time I see you carrying on a family tradition I taught you, I realize that I will never die. A part of me will go on. She paused as she searched for the right words. I just miss Luther. Her eyes grew misty. We had a good life together. I know he's up there waiting for me, she chuckled, and rather impatiently, I'm sure. You know how restless your father always was. You really loved him, didn't you? Yes, dear. Mrs. Sue said. "Even death can't change that." Ellen nodded and looked at the ground. She was touched by her mother's display of affection for her father, but it only made her more keenly aware of the void in her own life. Mrs. Sue touched her on the shoulder. "Ellen, are you all right?" Ellen pulled herself together quickly. "Yes, Mother. I just think it's so wonderful that you and Daddy had such a special relationship. I wish—" her voice faltered. "You just wish you could find the same thing in your own life," her mother finished for her. "Yes, I guess I do," Ellen admitted. "You'll find it," Mrs. Sue said, with such certainty that Ellen halfway believed her. "How?" she asked, more to herself than to her mother. Mrs. Sue smiled wisely. "You will have to find your own way." Ellen nodded. "You think I need to go home, don't you?" Her mother grasped her hand and smiled lovingly. "Yes, dear, I think it's time you went home." Shelby cocked her head and looked incredulously at Janice. "What did you say?" Janice straightened herself up and tilted her nose in the air. "I said that you're jealous because Harlan talked mostly to me at supper last night." Shelby shook her head. "I say I don't like Harlan, and you're telling me that you think I'm jealous? Well, that makes a lot of sense." She rolled her eyes. Janice bristled. "You don't have to get so upset. I was just making a simple observation." "You're wrong," Shelby responded huffily. Janice looked at her quizzically. "Why are you being so sensitive? Don't you think he's cute?" Shelby shrugged. "He's okay." Janice squealed. "He's much more than okay. I can't wait to see him again." "Again? What do you mean? When are you going to see him again?" "He's going to help with the renovation of the new kindergarten room." Shelby's mouth dropped. "Are you sure? When did you hear that?" Janice was beginning to grow impatient with Shelby. "Yes, I'm sure. I heard Miss Patterson talking about it with Mother Ramsay. Miss Patterson is the head of the kindergarten guild," Janice went on to explain. I know who she is," Shelby snapped. "Mother Ramsay suggested that Miss Patterson hire Harlan to help with the plastering and flooring," Janice said, her eyes sparkling. Shelby let out a groan and sat down in a chair. "Why does he keep showing up everywhere?" She sat quietly for a moment and then exploded in laughter. Janice eyed her suspiciously. "What's so funny?" She was laughing so hard that tears began streaming down her face. Finally, she managed to get control of herself enough to speak. "I was just laughing about my crazy mixed-up life, that's all." "Oh," Janice said, feeling as though she'd been the butt of some joke which eluded her. "Anyway, Harlan talked to Mother Ramsay about working here during supper last night. You would have heard it yourself if you hadn't gone to bed early." Janice was right. Shelby excused herself and went upstairs shortly after she had led Harlan into the kitchen at Mother Ramsay's request. The shock of getting the children lost gave her a headache, and she grew tired of watching Harlan flirt openly with Janice. That little scene in the kitchen confirmed all of her suspicions about him. "When will he start working?" she asked casually. "This afternoon." Shelby's eyes widened. "Well, he certainly doesn't waste any time, does he?" "Undoubtedly not," Janice said as she practically floated out the door. "Poor Janice. He'll just add her to his long list of conquests." Shelby stayed away as long as she could, and then curiosity got the better of her, and she made her way up the staircase toward the kindergarten room. When she got to the top of the stairs, she could see Harlan inside, bent over a pail of plaster. She got up to the door and realized she had made a mistake and quickly turned to leave, but it was too late. Harlan looked up and saw her, so she entered the room. He looked Shelby over from head to toe and then turned his attention back to his work. For a split second, she feared he was going to ignore her, and she wasn't sure what to do. but then he spoke.
"How's your headache?"
"Fine," Shelby stammered. "I guess I just needed a little rest." Her flimsy excuse amused him, and he flashed a smile.
"Oh, I just thought you were trying to get away from me."
Shelby knew he was teasing her and didn't rise to the bait. "I was surprised to hear that you're working here." She kept her voice even.
Harlan shrugged. "Mother Ramsay offered me a job, and I need the work."
The tone of his voice suggested that the subject was not up for discussion, but she was not satisfied with his answer. "I guess it was very fortunate for you that you saw me at the show yesterday," she continued. Her comment caught his full attention, and he stopped working and stood facing her.
"Yes, Shelby, it was fortunate. For me and for you."
He took a step closer to her, causing a charge to pulse through her veins. She took a step back and broke her eyes away from his penetrating gaze. Just as she was trying to figure out what he meant by that comment, Janice entered the room. She walked over to the two of them, instinctively aware she had interrupted some sort of exchange.
"Well, hello, Harlan. Miss Patterson asked me to come up here and see if you need anything."
Her eyes rested on Shelby.
"But it looks like Shelby beat me to it."
Her words were innocent enough, but the meaning was clear. Amusement twinkled in Harlan's eyes, and he looked at Shelby for her reaction. Shelby took another step back from Harlan.
"I'm sure you two have much to discuss, and I have work to do."
Her cheerful voice mimicked Janice's earlier tone. Without another word, she lifted her chin in the air and sauntered out of the room. Chapter 15. There was a time when Dora Helton's chestnut hair had been beautiful. Rich, shiny tresses had danced lively around her lovely, heart-shaped face. But that was a long time ago. Now her hair was dull and lifeless. The tattered shawl draped loosely around her shoulders seemed to engulf her skeletal frame. Dora wasn't thinking about her weary appearance or about the beauty she had lost. Her only concern was the welfare of her precious children. Carefully she spooned the last morsel of food in the house onto her youngest child's plate, then turned and stared vacantly out the window.
Mama, are you okay?"
The persistent tugging of her oldest child brought her back to the present. She looked down at her hands and realized that she had been wringing them again.
"I'm fine, Tobias. Mama is fine."
Gently she directed him toward the table.
"Go finish your supper." "I only ate part of mine tonight," he said proudly. "I gave the rest to Lily. She was crying for more."
Dora fiercely hugged Tobias and fought the urge to cry out. She knelt down and looked deep into his sad, dark eyes. There was a time when his little cheeks had been rosy, but they had grown pale and gaunt. His eyes were dark, hollow caves surrounded by sunken circles.
"You gave up part of your dinner for your sister?"
Tobias nodded.
"Your father would have been so proud of you,"
Dora said as a tear trickled down her cheek. A pang gnawed at the pit of her stomach. It was not a hunger pain, however, that drew her attention. She had long since learned to suppress those. It was a deep, burning hurt that penetrated to the very core. Her children were suffering, and she was powerless to help them. The sickness was ravaging her body. She shivered as perspiration rolled in rivulets from her aching frame.
"I have got to get through this. What will happen if I don't?"
It was growing harder and harder for her to concentrate, but she forced herself to think clearly. The children had finished their meager supper. The younger ones were now crying for more.
"My belly hurts,"
Martha whined. She leaned over and stroked Martha's hair.
"I know your belly hurts. It will be all right."
She turned toward Tobias.
"Go look on top of my bureau in the bedroom. There are a few pieces of candy left. The children can suck on those. It will help ease their hunger pains."
Tobias nodded. He was only 9, but was intelligent beyond his years. "Poverty makes a child grow up too fast." Dora was so grateful for his help, but yet couldn't help but feel sorrowful for his loss of innocence. She looked at the children and smiled. "I've got a surprise for you." She had been saving the candy as a last resort. She probably shouldn't give it to them tonight, but she was so tired, and they were so hungry. If only they could all get some rest tonight, things would seem better in the morning. She would get better, and then she would find some work. Even in her resolve, she could feel her head spin. Tobias had given the children the candy, and they seemed pacified. "I'll get everyone to bed, Mama," Tobias said. "You rest." Dora nodded and then sat down in the chair. She was seeing sparkles and knew that a fainting spell was coming on. "I'll be better in the morning," she reassured herself. Even as she repeated the words in her mind, deep down, she feared the worst. But she had to continue to hope. As blackness settled in, she continued to reach for that small glimmer of hope, shimmering right there in the distance, just beyond her grasp. Shelby sat up in bed and rubbed her eyes. "What time is it?" she moaned. Still groggy, she glanced around the room to see what had awakened her. She figured it was either Janice or one of the other girls. They were all still sound asleep. She had been dreaming of home. Not surprisingly, many of her dreams were of home, but this one was different. It had seemed so real. She could still smell the fresh aroma of biscuits baking in the oven. She was going to a barn raising and was excited about the dance afterwards. She had chosen one of her favorite dresses. It was crimson red and had a snow-white lace collar around the top. She had begun to get ready, but no matter how hard she worked, she couldn't seem to get dressed to make it there on time. She chuckled and then lay back against her pillow. Maybe now she could stop worrying about getting ready for the dance and get some sleep. Deliberately, she closed her eyes tightly shut. She tossed and turned several times, trying to get comfortable. Sleep wouldn't come. Finally, she quietly got out of bed, tiptoed out of the room and down the stairs in search of some warm milk. When she got down to the first floor, she was startled to see the front door standing wide open. In 2 steps, she covered the distance from the landing to the door. A group of people was standing near the road. She caught a glimpse of Mother Ramsey's silver hair as she made her way down the front steps toward the commotion. As she neared the group, she saw Mother Ramsey, Miss Patterson, and a few of the other ladies gathered around an automobile. No, she corrected herself. They were gathered around an ambulance. Whatever it was they were discussing amongst themselves was so intense they didn't even notice when Shelby walked up and stood beside them. She stood on her tiptoes and looked around the shoulder of one of the ladies. Her breath caught when she saw the object of their interest. A tear-streaked young boy was stubbornly clinging to the ambulance door, refusing to budge. A cluster of smaller children stood huddled together off to the side. Some of them were quietly whimpering. Mother Ramsey was kneeling beside the boy. It looked like she was trying to coax him away from the door so the driver could leave. Shelby strained her eyes and could barely make out the silhouette of a woman lying inside the ambulance. She nudged her way through the circle until she was standing in front of the pitiful scene. Mother Ramsey placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Dear, you must let go and come inside. Your mother must get to the hospital. She is very sick." The boy fiercely shook his head, causing his dark hair to wave back and forth. "I can't leave Mama. She needs me," he said stubbornly. "Please try to understand." Mother Ramsey began again, this time more urgently. "Your mother needs you to be strong, and your brothers and sisters need you." Shelby's heart wrenched as she followed the boy's dark eyes as his gaze went first to his mama and then to his siblings. He was frail and helpless. Yet there was something noble about his unwillingness to leave his beloved mother. Shelby felt tears rise as she watched those haunted eyes shift back and forth between the two objects of his affection. The ambulance driver was growing impatient. Mother Ramsay motioned for him to let her try once more. Reluctantly, he agreed. On impulse, Shelby stepped forward and tugged on Mother Ramsay's sleeve. "Would you mind if I try?" she asked timidly. Mother Ramsay looked as though she might refuse, but then stood and nodded in approval. Shelby bent down so she could talk to the boy face to face. "What is your name?"
"Tobias,"
he replied haltingly.
"I'm Shelby."
Silence. Shelby looked into his eyes.
"I know what it's like to be separated from someone you love."
Her comment caught his attention, and he looked searchingly into her eyes. He seemed to be sizing her up to see if he could trust her.
"You do?"
he finally asked, with such pain in his voice that Shelby had to resist throwing her arms around him.
"Yes, I do,"
she answered truthfully.
"If you'll let go of the door and come inside with me and your brothers and sisters, I promise you that I'll go with you to the hospital to visit your mother."
Shelby glanced over at the driver and realized that he wasn't going to wait much longer, even if he had to pry the child away from the door himself. Tobias looked at his mother and then at Shelby.
"Can we go tomorrow?"
he asked suspiciously. Shelby looked at Mother Ramsay for approval. She nodded. This time Shelby grabbed the boy's arms.
"Yes,"
she whispered fervently.
"We'll go tomorrow."
Tobias stood. Ever so slowly he released the door handle. Before he could change his mind, the driver hastily got into the ambulance and pulled away. Shelby put her arm around the boy. Together they watched the ambulance drive away until they could see it no more. Tobias stood stone-faced as tears flowed down his cheeks. Mother Ramsay was attending to the other children huddled nearby.
"Let's get you children,"
she was about to say, "in bed," and then a thought struck her. She looked at their gaunt faces.
"Have you children eaten anything today?"
Miserably they shook their heads no, as if they were to blame.
"Let's go to the kitchen and get some milk and biscuits."
Their longing expressions brought another wave of sympathy from the ladies. Shelby put her arm around Tobias and led him into the house. Once they were in the kitchen, she sat nearby and watched as the children devoured the biscuits and sorghum syrup placed before them. She paid special attention to Tobias. His dark eyes were a stark contrast to his pale skin. She watched with admiration as he interacted with his siblings. They depended on him for everything. She had only caught a glimpse of their mother, and even then could tell she was very ill. She had been unconscious and oblivious to the drama unfolding around her. How long had this young boy been forced to be strong? His courage in the face of the hopeless situation touched her. He was definitely a fighter. After the children were put to bed, Mother Ramsay pulled Shelby aside.
"What you did tonight, I know I acted out of turn. I'm sorry. I was going to thank you."
Shelby looked at this spunky woman whose views often seemed incongruent with her age.
"I just thought—"
Mother Ramsay smiled.
"You acted on impulse. Is that so terrible?"
Shelby was puzzled.
"I'm not sure. These children are going to need lots of love and attention. Their mother is very ill. She and the children were found in a destitute condition. From what I gather, she had been ill for quite some time. The older child, Tobias, has been looking after her and the children. When his mother passed out, he couldn't revive her. He went to the neighbors to ask for help."
Shelby nodded and then formed the words she was almost afraid to ask.
"Will she get better?"
Mother Ramsay shook her head.
"I don't know. We can only hope and pray. In the meantime, we have to take special care of these little children. You will take the boy to the hospital tomorrow. I'll get Grover to take you in the wagon. They may not let him see her, but at least we can keep our promise to him."
Shelby swallowed hard.
"I guess I shouldn't have made such a promise."
Mother Ramsay placed a hand on Shelby's shoulder.
"You did what was right. He trusts you. He sees the goodness in you, just as I do. Now go get some rest, my dear."
Shelby turned to leave. She got no farther than the stairs when Mother Ramsay stopped her.
"Shelby,"
she turned back.
"Yes, ma'am?" "How did you know what was going on outside?"
Shelby shrugged.
"I couldn't sleep, so I came downstairs to get some warm milk."
Mother Ramsay looked at Shelby questioningly.
"It was just luck,"
Shelby continued. Mother Ramsay looked thoughtful.
"Yes, I suppose that was all it was. Good night, Shelby."
Ellen stepped down from the train. She couldn't help but notice the sun setting in the west behind the trees, its brilliant orange rays setting the sky ablaze with a myriad of vivid colors. She felt a twinge of sadness as she watched the last bit of color fade. It was as if a door were closing in her life, and her last hope for happiness was vanishing. How different her arrival home was from her hasty departure to her mother's house. She didn't even feel like the same person anymore. For so long she had lived a surface life, simply existing. Seeing John had opened up a part of her that she had long ago forgotten about. Having opened herself up to her feelings, she was having difficulty suppressing them now. An image of John smiling tenderly flashed in her mind, and she was almost overcome with emotion. Angrily she pushed the thought away. The sooner she forgot about everything that had happened in Alder Springs, the better off she would be. Now she was back to reality, and back to Frank. She looked expectantly beyond the other passengers, greeting their families. When would her beautiful children arrive to greet her? She had doubted that Frank would come, but hoped that he would change his mind and bring the children. She imagined Homer with those twinkling eyes running to her, Sarah hugging her legs, and Shelby kissing her cheek. Ellen soon found herself alone as the last passengers made their way out of the depot. Surely Frank had received her telegram. Lugging her heavy bags, she made her way to the blacksmith shop. Perhaps Frank had left the buggy there. Even if he didn't, she would be able to rent a carriage. With every step she fought the dread in the back of her mind. Something is terribly wrong. Something has happened. It was completely dark by the time she reached home. She figured that Frank's failure to show at the station was his way of getting back at her for going to Alabama. As she drew up the rented carriage in front of the house, the feeling of dread intensified. The house was dark and looked bleak and cold. As she walked up the sidewalk, she noticed that the weeds had overtaken the flower beds. Shelby would never let that happen. Panic was beginning to overtake her. There was no sign of life anywhere. His voice pierced Ellen's thoughts and startled her as she mounted the steps.
"Well, the Queen did return," Frank sneered. "I hope that Her Majesty had a wonderful vacation."
The comment hit Ellen like a runaway mule. It wasn't like Frank to be so blatantly rude.
"Frank, what in the world is going on? What are you talking about? Why didn't anyone answer my letters? Where are the children?" "You mean, why didn't your precious Shelby answer your letters, don't you?"
Frank hissed. Ellen's heart began to pound. As she passed Frank in the doorway, she could smell alcohol on his breath. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were dirty. He looked worse tonight than she had ever before seen him.
"Frank, where are the children?"
Ellen could see Frank's face for the first time as he lit the lamp in the kitchen. Thick, dark stubble covered his normally smooth jawline, and his expression was strained. He looked as if he hadn't slept in weeks. The circles under his eyes added years to his appearance. He had obviously been under a lot of stress. Surely all of this stress hadn't been caused by her absence. She couldn't possibly have guessed that he had anguished over her return ever since he had received her telegram. She ran upstairs, calling each child's name. Ellen walked back to the kitchen. Frank saw a mixture of loathing and fear in her dark eyes. "Frank, for the last time, where are my children?" When he didn't answer, Ellen started back toward the door. Frank grabbed her arm.
"Where do you think you're going?"
"You're drunk!" She wrenched away from him and ran out the door. She could hear his hollow laughter echoing behind her. She had to go to Sister's house to get some answers. As she rounded the bend, the first thing Ellen noticed were the bright lights surrounding the house. Carriages and wagons lined the driveway. She could hardly breathe. Her panic had mounted to the point of frenzy. Why were there so many people at Joshua's and Sister's? What had happened? Where were the children? She jumped down from the carriage and hurried up the steps. She stopped dead in her tracks when she saw the funeral wreath hanging on the door. Who had died? Her hands flew to her mouth. Something has happened to one of the children. That's why Frank was drunk. The world swirled around her. The blinding white snow lilies were the last thing she saw as she crumpled to the ground. When Ellen came to, she was bewildered to find herself surrounded by a room full of people. She heard the voices of Homer and Sarah, and felt the warm sensation of relief flood through her body as they rushed to her side. "Mama has come home," they chimed. Ellen gathered them in her arms as hot tears flowed down her cheeks. "I have missed you so much." "Did you bring Shelby with you, Mama?" Sarah said. A sharp stab of fear returned, causing Ellen's heart to jump in her throat. Somehow she managed to get the words out. "What do you mean? Isn't Shelby here?" Her head started spinning again, and she couldn't speak or think clearly. She heard someone say, "It's a good thing Ellen was able to make it home in time for the funeral." Ellen remembered the funeral wreath on the door. Who had died? Where was Shelby? Ellen had never before seen so many people at one funeral. There was standing room only at the church. She stood stoically beside Frank, her expression masked, as she watched the pallbearers slowly lower Joshua's casket into the ground. Ellen had loved and respected Joshua, but she didn't realize the tremendous impact he had made on the community. She glanced up at the trees. The leaves were beginning to fall from the willowy branches. She watched as a gust of wind plucked several leaves from the branches. They twisted and swirled sporadically before falling softly to the ground. Soon the branches would be completely bare. The last few days were a blur. The night of her arrival home, she had tried in vain to question the children and Frank about Shelby's whereabouts. The children didn't know, and Frank kept stubbornly insisting that Shelby had run away. "I should have taken the children to Mother's with me. I've been a fool to stay gone so long. I should have come home sooner. I've been so selfish. If only I had been more concerned about the children instead of myself." There were times when she thought her guilt would consume her. She knew such thoughts were unproductive, but they kept coming nonetheless. She looked across the open grave at the crumpled, grieving widow who was being supported on each side because she couldn't stand up by herself. Ellen was desperate for answers. Maybe Sister knew where Shelby was, but Ellen was going to have to wait a few days before questioning her. The 2 days following Joshua's funeral seemed eternally long as she waited to talk to Sister. On the 3rd day, she decided she couldn't wait any longer. She watched Frank leave for the store and then packed a basket full of freshly baked bread and jam and headed for Sister's house. "Mama, can we go inside?" Ellen shook her head. "No, Sarah. It's best if you stay outside with Homer." Sarah's countenance fell and her bottom lip jutted out. She was about to start wailing until Ellen knelt down and looked into her eyes. She smiled and then gave her little daughter a hug. Sarah had been clingy since Ellen's return. She didn't want to let her mama out of her sight. "Be a big girl for Mama, okay?" Sarah furrowed her eyebrows. "Oh, all right," she huffed. Ellen looked up at Homer and smiled. "I won't be long." She turned and knocked on the door. She waited expectantly a few moments before knocking again. When Sister didn't come, she turned the handle and let herself in. Once inside, she was alarmed to see that the room was dark. It was past noon, and Sister hadn't opened the shades. As her eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, she became aware of the presence in the room. She put down the basket and walked across the room to where Sister sat, going slowly back and forth in a rocking chair. Sister's hair fell flat around her face and draped down below her shoulders. From a distance, she could almost pass for a young girl with her loose flowing hair, were it not for her aged face. The contrast was stark, making her look disjointed. Her cheeks were tear-stained and her eyes puffy. The appearance was unsettling to Ellen. At first, she wasn't sure whether or not Sister was even aware that anyone else was in the room. Ellen's heart dropped as she questioned for the first time how Joshua's death had affected Sister's mental capacity. Finally, Sister shifted her gaze to Ellen. Ellen cleared her throat. "Sister, I'm not sure what to say. I want to tell you how sorry I am." The words sounded empty. "I've brought you some bread." Sister didn't reply. "I can't even imagine what you must be going through. Joshua was a fine man, a fine husband." Her voice faltered, and she dropped her eyes to the floor. The silence was becoming oppressive. Her heart hammered in her chest, and her palms grew moist. She felt terrible about questioning Sister, but she had to know. With every passing day, her chances of finding Shelby decreased. She drew in a breath and looked squarely at Sister. "I'm not sure how to ask you this, and I know it's not the right time. Please forgive me, but I have to ask you about Shelby." If Ellen's question caught Sister off guard, her eyes registered no surprise. Instead of answering, she got up from the chair and walked out of the room. Ellen didn't know what to think. Sister's behavior wasn't making sense. Just when she decided she had better leave, Sister came back into the room. Without saying a word, she walked over to Ellen and pressed a crumpled letter into her hand. Chapter 16. The builder of the Mercy Place never dreamed that the large ballroom on the east side of the house would one day be used as an eating area for homeless children. Nevertheless, as is often the case in such matters, after a few minor alterations, the ballroom was surprisingly well suited for the needs of the children. Constant chatter and intermittent giggles echoed around the room as the children ate. Shelby studied Tobias and marveled at how rosy his cheeks were becoming. It seemed hard to believe that this sturdy, precocious boy reaching for his third helping of supper would be the same waif who had come to the home only 2 short weeks ago. Normally she ate her meals with the other assistants, but tonight, at Tobias's request, she decided to eat with the children. She looked at her young friend admiringly. He definitely had a knack for making friends quickly. It took most children a while to get adjusted to their new environment, and yet Tobias was telling jokes, acting as though he'd been here forever. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem that he would be perfectly content to stay at the home indefinitely. But Shelby knew better. Behind his friendly smile and jovial banter was a serious little boy who was deeply concerned about his mother. Almost as if he were reading her thoughts, he looked up. "When are we going back to the hospital?" "The nurse said we could go back next Tuesday." His face fell. "Next Tuesday?" Yes, next Tuesday, she answered, trying to sound authoritative.
I don't understand why they won't let me see her,
he huffed. Even though he was being insolent, she understood his frustration. They'd made the trek to the hospital, clear on the other side of town, twice already, only to be turned away at the lobby. Secretly, she feared that his mother's critical condition was the reason behind them keeping him at bay. She tried to come up with an answer to appease him.
The nurses don't want us bringing in germs. The whole thing is stupid,
he barked, pushing his plate away. She was about to reprimand him, but thought better of it. He had been through a tough time, so she decided to try a more gentle approach.
The doctors and nurses just want what's best for your mother, and so do you.
Tobias looked down at his plate.
Be patient, she continued. She's getting stronger every day. I'll bet they'll let you in next week.
He brightened.
Do you really think so?
There was such hope in his voice that she hoped with all her heart that she was telling him the truth when she answered,
Yep, I do.
Both Shelby and Tobias's attention was instantly diverted from their conversation as they watched Harlan come through the door. Shelby's breath caught, and she straightened in her seat.
Hey, Harlan,
one of the boys yelled.
Come over and sit with us.
Sorry, Danny, he smiled, shaking his head. I already promised Tobias I would sit by him tonight.
Tobias beamed as Harlan made his way over to the table and sat down directly in front of Shelby. He reached over and ruffled Tobias's hair.
Hey, Toby.
He looked at Shelby. Hello.
Hi,
she mumbled. She turned to Tobias and asked sternly,
Why did you invite me to have supper with you when you had already invited Harlan?
Tobias smiled shyly and shrugged. Before he could defend himself, Harlan came to his aid.
He asked me this afternoon if I would stay after work and have supper with him. I told him I would, on one condition.
His hazel eyes sparkled mischievously, emphasizing the flecks of gold in them. A smile was playing around the corners of his mouth.
I told him that I would have supper with him only if he brought the prettiest girl at the home.
She wasn't sure how to respond. Tobias was smiling broadly, first at her and then at Harlan. She looked at Harlan. He was smiling too, but his smile seemed, surprisingly enough, sincere.
Thank you,
she whispered. Their eyes locked, and she felt warmth rush over her. As quickly as the moment had come, it left, as the three of them laughed and talked. Then Shelby did something unusual. She relaxed and allowed herself to be pulled in by Harlan's charm and the lively conversation of the boys around her. Several times, Shelby glanced furtively at Harlan in an attempt to study him. One moment his jaw would be firmly set, and then he would break into a smile, lighting his whole countenance. His sandy hair had been bleached by the sun and emphasized his tanned skin. The boys were reveling in the attention he was giving them. He flashed her a quick smile, and she smiled back.
Harlan is teaching me and Jim how to play football,
Tobias said.
Is that right?
She wrinkled her nose.
Can Harlan play football?
The boys looked at her with such disbelief that she couldn't contain herself any longer. She laughed, and Harlan began to laugh with her. When Miss Patterson came into the room and gave the signal that supper was over, Shelby was disappointed. The boys got up to leave. Tobias reached over and gave her a hug.
I'll see you tomorrow.
He looked at Harlan.
Good night.
Good night, Toby. You make sure you practice that pass I taught you.
Yes, sir,
he said as he waved. The children left, and an awkward silence passed as the two found themselves alone. Harlan was the first to speak.
Thanks for having supper with us.
It was fun. Let's do it again. Her mouth dropped.
What?
Come to the show with me this Saturday. She swallowed hard.
This Saturday?
He began to talk fast.
Yes, I would ask you out Friday, but I have a game that day.
He was nervous. It was the first time she had seen him ill at ease, and she felt herself soften.
Okay, I'll go.
You will? He asked incredulously, and then caught himself. Okay, what time can I pick you up?
I'll have to ask Mother Ramsey's permission. If she says okay, why don't you pick me up at 6 o'clock?
Shelby got up from the chair, pushed aside the lace curtain, and looked down at the empty street below. Then she smoothed the imaginary wrinkles out of her starched dress for the 100th time and wrung her hands together as she paced back and forth in front of the bed. Finally, she walked over to the door and peeked out. Miss Bissell from the Nursery Guild was walking by.
"Excuse me," Shelby called to her. "Can you tell me what time it is?"
Miss Bissell stopped and pulled a watch from her dress pocket.
"It's 6:15. "Thank you."
She stepped back into the room and shut the door. How was she going to get out of this? She didn't know what had made her agree to it in the first place. She only knew that she had to think up something, and fast. At first, her main concern had been Janice's reaction when she found out. Her anxiety quickly turned to relief on that account when she realized that the children and most of the assistants were going to an ice cream social. She had considered writing Harlan a note to be delivered when he came to the door, but she didn't want to appear cowardly. No, she would tell him face to face. She sat on the edge of her bed and berated herself for accepting the date. Then she got up, walked over to the window, and pulled back the curtain once more. This time she caught a flicker of sandy hair.
"I may as well get this over with."
She had just made it to the stairs when she met Miss Bissell going the other direction.
"You have a visitor downstairs."
Shelby nodded.
"Thank you,"
she replied, ignoring the flicker of curiosity in the older woman's eyes. Harlan was waiting in the parlor with his back to her. Her pulse quickened as she waited for him to turn. She had an excuse on the tip of her tongue.
"Hello, Harlan."
A quick turn, and they stood face to face. Their reactions to each other were simultaneous. He did a double take, and her mouth dropped. All notions of breaking the date vanished when she saw what he was holding in his hand. He spoke first. "You look beautiful."
"Thank you,"
she murmured as her hand went up to brush back a loose strand of hair. "These are for you."
"Yellow roses."
She took the bouquet and held it to her nose, letting the sweet scent fill her nostrils.
"They're lovely, thank you. I haven't seen any yellow roses since—"
She paused. She was about to say, "since I left home."
"It has been a long time," she amended. "Where did you get them?"
He smiled, softening his angular jaw. He had wondered how she would react to his gesture and was pleased that she was so appreciative. "My Aunt June grows them in her garden. She has lots of different colors."
"And you like yellow best?"
Caught off guard by her question, he shifted uncomfortably. He looked directly into her dark eyes, hoping she would believe the sincerity of his words. "Aunt June told me that yellow roses are a symbol of friendship." His knowledge of flowers caught her attention, and she looked up at him in surprise.
"What else did your Aunt June tell you about roses?"
A playful grin turned up the corners of his mouth. "She sends white roses to the church whenever someone dies." She giggled.
"Uh-huh, but that's not the only time you give a white rose."
"Tell me, ma'am, what else do they mean?" He was teasing her now, and she grinned.
"They are sometimes sent during times of great sadness. Tell me, sir, if you know so much about roses, what does red mean?"
He took a step closer to her. "They represent love," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. She took a step back to recover herself.
"Remind me to ask you for advice the next time I send flowers," she replied, keeping her voice light. "If you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll go and put these in water."
He chuckled as he watched her walk gracefully out of the room, her shiny curls bouncing on her shoulders. "Maybe I'll give you a red rose someday," he uttered under his breath. When Shelby came back into the room, Harlan was making himself at home in the parlor. Miss Bissell was seated directly across from him. He must have been telling a joke, because shrills of laughter were erupting from her, causing her plump belly to jiggle. Both parties stopped talking, then turned and looked at Shelby. Miss Bissell removed her spectacles and wiped the tears from her eyes.
I'd better let you two get to the show, and I have work to do before the children return.
Harlan stood.
Are you ready?
As he opened the door, Shelby was unprepared for the cold blast of air that assaulted her. It was early fall, and the days were still warm, so she had assumed the evening would be warm as well. Seeing her shiver slightly, he glanced up and down at the thin cotton dress she was wearing.
Are you going to be warm enough?
I'll be fine.
The two walked toward the Alcazar in silence. Several times Shelby glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Even though the silence was making her uncomfortable, she wasn't sure what to say. He'd mentioned his aunt earlier.
Where does your aunt live?
6 blocks south of here on West Elm. She nodded, although she had no idea which direction that was. It's that way, he said, pointing his finger and grinning. She smiled sheepishly.
Is your home nearby?
He had a blank look on his face.
Do you live near your aunt?
Realization dawned, and he became hesitant. She watched his jaw clench.
You might say that, he replied vaguely.
Where do you live?
6 blocks south on West Elm, he replied mischievously. He pointed his finger again. South is that way.
Oh,
she answered, somewhat embarrassed.
You live with your aunt.
Exactly.
Her curiosity was piqued.
Does your family live here also?
Nope, just me. She could tell from his short answer that he had no desire to discuss his family, but she was becoming more and more fascinated with this Harlan Rhodes she knew so little about.
Where is your family?
She probed.
The sky is clear tonight. Just look at those stars.
He was right. There wasn't the slightest haze covering the glittering night sky. It was a splendid night, but she wasn't interested in the stars, and she knew he wasn't either. Clearly, he was trying to divert the conversation to another topic. Somewhere in the back of her mind, a red flag went up.
Why doesn't he want to talk about his family?
As if in answer to her question, he continued speaking.
Back home, the sky is always clear, but here the bright lights drown out the stars.
Yes, I know what you mean. I used to sit on my porch swing and look at the stars, but here?
She caught herself and stopped abruptly. The last thing she wanted to do was to talk about her family and where she was from. She glanced sideways at him and caught a flash of curiosity in his golden eyes.
How long have you been at the home?
Long enough,
she answered curtly, hoping to curtail any further questions. She began walking faster, forcing him to lengthen his stride in order to catch up with her.
How did you end up at the school anyway?
I don't want to talk about it, she snapped. Let's just enjoy our date and not ask each other any more questions, okay?
Grabbing her arm, he turned her to face him. He was so close that she could feel his warm breath on her cheek. His mouth was drawn in concern.
What are you hiding? What happened to you?
Terror filled her eyes, and she shrank away from him. Her voice became cold as she jerked her arm out of his grasp.
I do not wish to discuss my past or my family.
Harlan looked puzzled and a little hurt. She relented.
Let's just go and have fun together, okay?
She said softly. His lips tightened into a smile.
Whatever you say. Let's go and have some fun together.
They walked the rest of the way in silence. Shelby's mind was screaming at her.
How could I have been so careless, and why did I panic at the mere mention of my family? I've done it this time. Now he thinks I'm a raving lunatic.
Several times during the show, she caught Harlan staring at her. She became acutely aware of his nearness as his arm brushed against hers. At one point, he eased his hand over hers, and she didn't pull away. When the show ended, he continued to hold her hand. She wasn't sure how to act, so the two sat in silence as the other patrons left the theater. The energy was building, and it scared her. She tried to pull her hand away from his, but he grasped it tighter, then turned in his seat so that he was facing her. His warm breath against her cheek sent a shiver, half excitement, half fear, running up her spine. Her heart began to pound, and he gave her that crooked grin that was becoming very familiar. "Shelby, he whispered, and then changed his mind about speaking. He moved so close that his lips were grazing hers. Just as their lips touched, she panicked and withdrew her hand from his grasp and stood. "I guess we should leave. Everyone else has gone." "Yes," he agreed hesitantly, glancing around the room as if he had just noticed. "I guess you're right. Let's go." Harlan was quiet on the walk home. The night had turned downright cold, and Shelby shivered as the wind cut through her dress. "I should have insisted that you bring a sweater earlier," he said, shaking his head. "It's my own dumb fault. Here, let's walk close together, and I'll shield you from the wind." A look of concern touched her expression, and he held up his hands. "No funny business, I promise." His humor was reassuring, and she huddled next to him as he put his arm around her. Side by side, the two of them walked with their bodies ducked to avert the cold wind. She felt warm and protected, and scooted closer into his muscular shoulder. Harlan stopped abruptly, causing her to fall into him. "Did you feel that?" "What?" "Raindrops." No sooner had he blurted out the word when Shelby felt one drop and then another. A gust of wind picked up, and then the bottom dropped out of the sky as sheets of rain began pouring down. "Let's go. We only have a few blocks left." He grabbed her hand and began to run, pulling her behind him. She was no match for his long strides, so she let go of his hand. She stepped off a curb to cross the street, and her foot gave way. She landed square on her hind end in the middle of a puddle of water. He was halfway across the road before he realized she wasn't there. He turned and saw her in the puddle. His eyes grew wide as he rushed to her side. "Are you okay?" He reached to help her up, but lost his balance when his foot slipped like butter across the wet pavement, causing him to fall directly on top of her. Normally, she would have been appalled at their predicament until she saw the horror on his face just before he landed. The situation struck her as funny, and she began to laugh. His eyes narrowed a fraction, and then he chuckled. "You didn't tell me we were going swimming after the show." "It was a surprise. Are you surprised?" he asked, his eyes twinkling. "Very," she added. He got up and then helped her up. "As much as I would like to continue our little swim, I think we'd better get inside before we catch our death." She snickered. "Whatever you say." They began to run through the rain, holding hands. Despite the cold, Shelby found the experience exhilarating. When they got to the door, she reached for the handle to turn it. He grasped her arm and turned her around to face him. Before she could retreat, he slipped his arm around her waist, lowered his face to hers, and gently kissed her on the lips. A warm sensation flooded her body, and her knees gave way, forcing her to lean into him to keep from falling. When she recovered, she was about to say something smart until she realized that he was affected by the kiss as much as she. "Thank you for going to the show with me," he said. "I had fun," she answered sincerely. He was still holding her, and he leaned his head down close to hers. A pulse of energy raced through her veins when she realized that he was going to kiss her again. She leaned backwards, causing his lips to miss their mark and graze her on the cheek. Calmly but firmly, she extricated herself from his grasp. He chuckled. "I'd better go inside, and you'd better be getting home." She looked up at his sandy hair. It was matted to his forehead, and water was dripping into his face. "Are you going to be all right? Would you like to come inside and get dried off first?" He leaned over the porch and held his hand out past the roof. "No, thanks. It's eased off a bit, and I don't have far to go." "I know," she said, pointing as her lips curved upward. "It's 6 blocks that way." 6 blocks south, he corrected her with a wink. He backed down the steps, then turned and ran toward home. She watched him for a moment and then went inside. Breathing a sigh of relief, Shelby slipped inside her room and closed the door. She looked around. Thank goodness it was empty. Janice and the other girls must be downstairs. The last thing she needed was to have to answer questions by well-meaning assistants and children as to why she had been out in the rain. She went over to the bed and started removing her wet clothes as fast as she could. She jumped as the door opened and Janice walked into the room. Janice looked her over from head to toe, her eyes resting briefly on Shelby's flushed cheeks. She then plopped down on her bed. "What happened to you?" she said, wiping all trace of interest from her voice. "Oh, I got caught out in the rain," Shelby replied, keeping her voice even. "How was the ice cream party?" "All right. That is if you like trying to make small talk with the members of the Ladies' Aid Society while trying to keep the children from smearing ice cream all over the floor." She glanced speculatively at Shelby. "So what were you doing out in the rain?" "I was with a friend." "A friend? What friend was that?" Janice asked innocently. "No one important, just someone I went to the show with, and we got caught in the rain." Fury smoldered in Janice's eyes, and she averted them so Shelby wouldn't see her expression. "I hope you had fun." "Yes," Shelby said, her face glowing. "I had a nice time." "Isn't it a beautiful day? Look outside. I've never seen the leaves turn such brilliant colors before. Don't you want to come to the window and see?" "Not really," Janice said dryly. Shelby grabbed her hand and pulled her over to the window. "Just look." Janice rolled her eyes. Shelby was unaffected by the young woman's sour mood. She cracked the window and put her hand underneath it as she felt the crisp morning air rush in. The rain the night before had cleared out the humidity, making everything seem fresh and new. It had been a long time since Shelby had felt this good, and she knew her date with Harlan was responsible for her rejuvenated spirit. She smiled inwardly and felt warm all over as she remembered the kiss. How could she have been so wrong about him? She walked over to the table beside her bed and picked up the bouquet of roses and inhaled their fragrant scent. She allowed herself a few more moments to linger around the room before reluctantly getting dressed. Today was Sunday, and helping get 88 children ready for church was no small task. Out of the corner of her eye she looked at Janice, who was making her bed. Somehow she was going to have to break the news to her about Harlan. Janice would be upset, of course. It was common knowledge that she had a crush on him, but she would understand, wouldn't she? Anyway, she wasn't going to address that concern today. Today, she wanted to relish her newfound happiness. She would keep her secret to herself a little while longer. Chapter 17. "Dear, would you please take this basket of rolls and honey to the kindergarten room? The men are working awfully hard up there. I'm sure they would appreciate something to eat." Shelby smiled warmly at Mother Ramsay as she reached for the basket. "I'd be happy to." The older woman's eyes glittered. "I trust that you had a nice time at the show the other night." "Yes, ma'am," she answered, grinning shyly as color crept into her cheeks. "I'm glad you're enjoying your time here," Mother Ramsay said as she placed her hand over Shelby's and squeezed it. She then let go and patted her on the shoulder. "Now go ahead. We don't want to keep hungry workers waiting." Shelby nodded as she turned and walked up the stairs. She hadn't given it much thought lately, but she was enjoying being at the home. Nothing, of course, could compare to back home with her family. Still, the children were all so easy to love, and they seemed to blossom if given the slightest bit of attention. She was glad Mother Ramsay had asked her to take the basket, because it gave her an excuse to see Harlan again. Her pulse quickened. Since their date Saturday night, she hadn't seen him. She had assumed he would drop by the home Sunday afternoon, but he had not. She had planned to stay near the front door so she could see him when he came to work, but got involved in helping Miss Patterson cut out gingham material to make dresses for 6 of the older girls. She couldn't believe how wrong she'd been about him. She bounded up the last few steps, taking 2 at a time. They had such a fun time together. She couldn't believe how many times over the past couple of days her thoughts had been drawn to him. When she got near the door, she halted a moment to smooth her hair and pinch her cheeks. She opened the door, ready to greet him, and her smile froze as the color drained from her face. Time seemed to stop, and her feet felt glued to the floor. She blinked, hoping her eyes were playing tricks on her. But no, this wasn't the case. For Harlan and Janice were indeed standing near the window, kissing each other. She didn't know if it was the sound of the door opening or her own gasp that caused them to turn and see her. As she dropped the basket and fled the room, she didn't see Harlan back away from Janice as if he'd been burned by a hot poker. Somehow, Shelby made her way up the stairs and into the secret room. She sat down in the corner, pulled her knees to her chest, and buried her head as she tried to block out the image of Harlan and Janice together. After Shelby had exhausted all of her emotions, going from disbelief to rage to tears and finally disappointment, she promised herself that she would hold her head high and never let him see how much he had hurt her. She came to the conclusion, after careful introspection, that the person she was most disappointed in was herself. She had known since the first night she met him that he was a scoundrel, had even felt sorry for Janice for falling for him, and yet she had allowed herself to follow the same path. He was smooth, no doubt about it. On their date, he'd appeared so kind and sincere. At first she was angry with Janice, but her anger soon turned to pity. After she had run out of the room, Janice confronted her later on in the day.
"Shelby, are you okay?" she asked, concern dripping from her voice. "You didn't have to run out of the room like that. All we were doing was kissing."
Fury rose as Shelby fought for control of her emotions.
"I don't wish to discuss it."
Janice's voice took on a tone of superiority.
"I don't know what it's like where you come from, but from where I come from, it's perfectly acceptable and proper for a couple who are courting to kiss one another."
Shelby's eyes widened in exasperation. Was Janice really that naive, or just plain stupid? Could she not see what was happening? He was playing them both for fools. She turned and looked Janice squarely in the eyes.
"And you think you're the only one?" "What do you mean by that?"
she stammered, her cheeks growing flushed. She was on the verge of telling Janice that Harlan had been out with her the other night, but then clamped her mouth shut as an image of a small abandoned baby left on the cold, hard steps flashed through her mind. Janice had been through so much. She deserved better than this. No, she wouldn't say anything hurtful to her. Her quarrel was with Harlan, not Janice.
"I just don't trust him," she finally said. "You deserve better."
The relief was evident in Janice's expression as a smile spread across her freckled face.
"I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself."
"Just promise me you'll be careful."
"I will."
Shelby turned and left the room, feeling a little better. She would have been shocked had she turned around to see the object of her pity sitting on the bed with a satisfied smirk on her plain face. The backyard of the Mercy place, with its giant oak trees and tall hedges, was the closest semblance Shelby could find to home. Whenever she began to feel stifled in the close quarters, she would come outside to be alone. Today she knew no one else would be outside because it was cold and overcast. After her conversation with Janice, not even the dark clouds, hovering like a blanket in the sky, deterred her from going out. She dragged her feet through the leaves on the ground as she walked aimlessly around the yard. Finally, she went to the shed and grabbed a rake. "Why are you out here raking leaves? You should let me help you." His voice startled her, and she turned around to face the person who had been the center of her thoughts. She glared at Harlan, her dark eyes smoldering, and then turned her back on him.
"I have nothing to say to you."
He walked around to face her. "What do you mean you don't have anything to say to me? We had plenty to talk about the other night." Fury flew all over her.
I can't believe you have the gall to come out here and say such a thing to me after what I saw."
"Oh, yeah? Tell me, what is it that you think you saw?" Instead of answering, she shook her head, her dark hair flying wildly as she threw down the rake and walked away. He caught up with her at the back of the yard. "Tell me what you saw," he demanded. She spun around to face him.
"Don't play games with me,"
she huffed, her voice hard with anger.
"I won't give you the satisfaction of putting it into words when we both know what I saw. Tell me, Mr. Rhodes, do you always take such pride in manipulating women?"
Harlan flinched at the bitterness in her voice. "What would you say if I told you that I didn't kiss Janice, she kissed me?"
"What? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you actually think you can tell me a pack of lies and that I'll believe you?"
She was near yelling, but she didn't care. "It's true." She shook her head.
"You disgust me."
"What have I done that's so terrible? Why are you always so quick to believe the worst in me?" For a split second her eyes filled with uncertainty. Could it be true? Was Janice kissing him? She couldn't remember. He sensed her thoughts and began to relax. "Shelby, you know how I feel about you." She looked up at his handsome, rugged face and felt herself soften. She did want to believe. "This is all just a terrible misunderstanding," he continued, placing a hand on her arm. She felt the familiar warmth rush through her veins at his slightest touch and lowered her eyes so he wouldn't see how he was affecting her. Before she knew what was happening, his arm encircled her waist and pulled her to him. She felt his breath on her hair, and he bent down to kiss her as she closed her eyes expectantly. Janice's long, frail arm clasped around his neck flashed through her mind, and she stiffened. What was she doing? She was furious with herself for being taken in by him again. She was beginning to think she was just as helpless as all of his other conquests against his devilish charm. In a huff of anger, she extricated herself from his grasp. "What did I do?" Harlan asked, dumbfounded.
"This stops here and now," she said hotly. "You won't add me to your list of conquests."
She lifted her chin defiantly in the air.
"I won't have it."
"What?" He couldn't believe his ears. "Is that what you think? You think you have it all figured out?" His mouth formed a hard line. She met his angry glare.
"Don't I?"
His face was white with emotion, but he managed to keep his voice even. "I've told you how I feel about you. I'm tired of playing your silly games. 1 minute you're hot and the next you're cold. When you grow up a little bit and start to see the big picture, you let me know." He turned and walked away. Still reeling from the sting of his accusation, Shelby walked over to the swing and sat down. She wasn't sure if it was relief or disappointment she was feeling as she realized that she would no longer have to worry about Harlan bothering her. Upon close inspection, it was visible from the outside. In fact, the small nondescript window was directly centered above the second-story windows. She had gone outside and checked. Because the house was so large, it was hard to tell from the outside which window went with which room. Most residents of the home seemed unaware of its existence. Maybe it was because 3/4 of the year the window was partially covered by leafy branches. She had discovered the attic a month ago when Mother Ramsay sent her upstairs to look for extra blankets. At first, she would come up and rummage through the old trunks, but lately she used the attic as a place of solitude. When the leaves were on the branches, it would be almost impossible to see past them. But now that the branches were almost bare, she had a bird's-eye view of the front. Today the street below was vacant. Red, yellow, and brown leaves littered the ground. She sat staring out the window with her elbows propped up on the open window, her chin resting in her hands. An old refrain she had once heard kept running through her mind. Time ebbs slowly by, especially for those who have no future. With the exception of her first week at the industrial school, this had been her hardest week so far. It all started with her argument with Harlan and went downhill from there. At first she wondered how she was going to avoid him, but soon realized that he evidently didn't want to be around her any more than she wanted to be around him. He had skillfully avoided her the entire week. Not that she minded. She was glad to be rid of him. Still, it was hard to watch Janice bask in her triumph. Somehow she had managed to keep her face expressionless as she listened to story after story about the wonderful time she and Harlan were having together.
"He told me I was the prettiest girl he'd ever kissed,"
Janice blushingly admitted. Shelby massaged her throbbing head. A shiver ran down her spine as she felt the wind pick up, sending a gusty draft through the window. Reaching up, she pulled down the window and clasped it shut. She knew she shouldn't be up here wallowing in self-pity, but she couldn't seem to break out of the despondent mood. Resolutely, she got up and moved away from the window and plopped down on the dusty feather bed as the old springs groaned beneath her weight. No one had ever come up here to find her. Didn't anyone ever wonder where she was?
Maybe they just don't care.
She closed her eyes and let herself drift off to sleep. "It's not a permanent job, but at least it's work." Bill Summers put down his tools, then went over to the window and sat down. He pulled out a cigar, lit it up, and took a draw. A light breeze was blowing in through the open window. It felt good. Over the past few months, Bill had worked so many odd jobs in various places that he was beginning to lose count of them all. That was okay, though, because as long as he could find work, that would mean Bessie and the children would be taken care of. He enjoyed working at the Mercy place. The constant noise and sounds of laughter reminded him of his own house. And Mother Ramsay was one of the kindest, most loving people he'd ever met. He laid his cigar down on the nearby windowsill and looked up as Joe, one of the other workers, stuck his head in the door. "How are we doing on plaster?" "I just used the last of it," Bill said. "Come on," Joe urged. "Let's run and get some more." Bill stood and the two men left the room. Neither of them saw the wind catch the curtain, fluttering it lightly before depositing it directly on top of the lit cigar. Nor did they see the curtain a moment later when it burst into flames. Shelby bolted up in the bed and looked around in a daze. At first she thought she was having a nightmare. Then she began to cough hoarsely, trying in vain to take a deep breath. As she was jarred fully awake, she realized that the air was filled with smoke. She got off the bed and looked toward the window. It was dark outside. Panic began to rise as she made her way to the door. The smoke was so thick that she was finding it hard to breathe. She pulled up the hem of her dress and held it to her mouth as a filter, but it did little good.
"Fire! The house is on fire!"
her mind screamed as she made her way to the door. She willed herself to remain calm, tried to remember what she knew about fires.
"It will be okay," she told herself. "Once I get out the door, I can make my way down the stairs."
She felt for the door and almost sobbed with relief when she realized it was cold. That meant the fire wasn't right next to her. She grasped the handle and pulled. The door didn't budge. It was stuck. She yanked it again with all of her might, but it still wouldn't open. The smoke was stinging her eyes. She gulped the air and doubled over as her body racked in a spasm of coughing. How could this be happening? She'd been up here at least a half-dozen times, and the door had never jammed before. Why now? In desperation, she began beating on the heavy wood.
"Can anyone hear me, please? Help!"
She knew it was useless. The door was so thick that her beating barely made a sound on the heavy oak. She fell to her knees and began crawling toward the window. The hopelessness of her situation hit her full force. No one knew where she was. If she could make it to the window, she could scream for help and maybe even get out on the roof. She couldn't see a thing because of the smoke and could feel herself losing consciousness.
"It can't end this way. There are so many things I want to do. If only I could see my family one more time."
Just when she was about to abandon all hope, she heard a loud crash. Someone was coming. Strong arms lifted her up, and she held on to her rescuer with every ounce of strength she had left. She must have then passed out, because the next thing she knew, she was outside on the grass in Harlan's arms. He was hugging her, and they both were crying. "I thought I'd lost you," he said fiercely.
"You saved my life. You risked your own life for me. But how did you know?"
Tears were streaming down her face. "Where you were?" he asked as he cupped her face with his hand and gently wiped away the tears as they fell.
"Uh-huh,"
she murmured, looking into his eyes. "You've been going up there every afternoon for a week." She didn't know what to say. She just shook her head.
"Why would you care where I was going?"
She stopped.
"Unless—"
"I love you. I have from the first moment I saw you. Please say you love me too. I don't think I could stand it if you didn't." His eyes pleaded with hers, and she felt as if her heart would burst with emotion.
"I love you too,"
she blurted out, and then was shocked at the wonderment of it all. She did love him, and was realizing it for the first time. All of her hostility toward him melted away, and she began to see things clearly as his lips found hers, and he kissed her tenderly. She pulled back and looked into his eyes.
"Thank you."
"For saving you? You're welcome." She smiled playfully.
"For loving me."
The children, captivated by the billowing smoke rising up from the roof, had all gathered as close to the burning house as the firemen would allow, while frantic assistants scurried around them, trying to maintain order. Shelby and Harlan, oblivious to the drama unfolding around them, hugged and kissed again. And as he held her in his arms, she knew her life would never again be the same. Chapter 18. The fire completely destroyed the new kindergarten room and a portion of the attic. Luckily, the firemen had arrived in time to keep the fire from spreading to other areas of the house. All of the children and staff had gotten out safely. At first, there was concern over whether or not the children would be allowed to stay in the home while it was being repaired, but Mother Ramsey insisted that the children would be perfectly safe as long as the damaged areas were blocked off. This was a relief to the children and assistants because it meant that life would go on as usual. Shelby gave her hair one last swift brush before putting down the hairbrush and picking up the necklace. She held it up to her neck and admired it in the mirror. How could she explain to Harlan how she was feeling? Just when she thought everything was great and that she could truly be happy, nagging thoughts would surface. Ever since the fire, she and Harlan had been inseparable. They took long walks in a nearby park and had even gone to the fair together last week. When she was with him, everything seemed right. It was afterwards, when she was alone, that the doubts began to surface. One thing she knew for certain about Harlan was that he was a man with purpose, never letting anything stand in the way of something he wanted. In every kiss and in every embrace, she could feel his yearning for something more. She began to fear that he might ask for a part of her, a commitment she couldn't give, at least not yet. If she could just see her Mama, Homer, and Sarah again, then maybe she could sort out her feelings for Harlan. Their relationship had deepened to the point that marriage was the next logical step. Even though he had not yet proposed, she knew it was imminent. And what would she say? His love for her was true, that much she knew. Still, she knew nothing about him or his family, and he knew nothing about hers. Could two people really make a go of things under such circumstances? She didn't want to lose him, but she wasn't sure if she was ready for marriage. Maybe he wouldn't want her if he knew why she'd been sent to the industrial school. She wondered what Harlan would think if he knew that Papa had tried to rape her. What would he think if he knew that she'd almost killed Papa? She shuddered. And then there was his family. Every time she tried to question him about his family, he became evasive. What was he hiding? She shook her head. Maybe they were just two misfits trying to make a whole. She wrinkled her nose. That couldn't be a good thing, could it? A knock sounded. Shelby turned to see Miss Bissell standing in the doorway.
"Harlan's here." "Thank you, Miss Bissell. Please tell him I'll be right down."
"You look beautiful tonight."
"Thank you,"
Shelby murmured, lowering her eyes, causing her thick eyelashes to flutter against her cheeks. She had taken special care in getting ready for her date with Harlan, choosing her favorite, a simple red dress that tapered in around the middle, emphasizing her slim waist. Its V-neck accented the delicate pearls against her milky white skin. Harlan touched her necklace, lightly brushing her slender neck. "The pearls look nice. I knew they would. They look as good on you as they did on my mother."
"You shouldn't have given them to me."
"Don't you like them?"
"Of course I do,"
she said quickly, touching them protectively.
"They're the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I just feel awkward wearing your mother's pearls. She should be wearing them."
A flicker of pain flashed across his face, and he grabbed her hand as they walked in silence through the park. It was dusk, and the last glimmer of daylight was fading against the trees. A gentle wind was rustling through the fallen leaves as they passed another couple walking in the other direction. He led her to a bench where they both sat down. She looked sideways at him but couldn't make out his expression. All she could see was his taut jaw. Tension began to build inside of her. What did she say that upset him? He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "My mother is dead." Her breath caught.
"I'm sorry," she began. "I had no idea."
"It's okay. You had no way of knowing," he said as he turned to face her. "Those pearls were a gift to her from my father. They were her most prized possession." He smiled ruefully. "Except for her children, I mean." She reached up and touched the pearls as she pondered the significance they played in his life. Her forehead creased. Funny, she had never considered that he might have siblings.
"You have brothers and sisters?"
He nodded. 4, 1 brother and 3 sisters. I'm the oldest." 1,000 questions tumbled into her mind. She waited expectantly for him to go on, but he didn't. He seemed to be staring at some unknown object, his mind far away in another place.
"Would you like to talk about it?"
she finally asked. He cleared his throat. "My mother's name was Hazel Jean. She and my pappy ran a general store in Tucker." Her eyes widened. They had so much in common and hadn't realized it. Mama had never been sick a day in her life, so when she started having stomach trouble, we assumed she had a touch of the flu. Pappy made her go to the doctor. She came back and told us everything was all right, but it wasn't. His voice broke. She died of stomach cancer 2 months later. Shelby placed her hand on his back and began rubbing it.
"Does your family still live in Tucker?"
"Yes. After she died, Pappy withdrew into himself. He kept late hours at the store. Mary Beth, my oldest sister, looked after the little ones." He shook his head. "I should have helped her more. I was just so torn up inside, too. I started hanging out with the wrong crowd, staying out late at night." He paused. "Anyway, you get the idea." Her eyes widened and she shook her head, not sure what to think. 4 months went by, and then Pappy brought Violet Kimball home to meet us. Only 6 short months after my mother went to her grave, he married again," he finished bitterly. Shelby started to inject her opinion, but then realized that he was speaking to himself as much as he was to her. She clamped her mouth shut and waited for him to continue. "Violet is 10 years younger than Pappy and has 2 boys of her own. They all came to live with us. She's hot-tempered and sharp-tongued, as different from my mother as anyone could possibly be. From the moment she set foot in the house, she tried to control me. I wasn't going to have it. She had no right." His voice took on a pleading quality. "One morning we had words. I lost my temper and pushed her up against the wall. Pappy came into the room and pulled me away from her. That's when he sent me here to live with Aunt June." She pulled her hand away from his back and clasped it in her lap. Nothing could have prepared her for this. She shook her head. "I'm not proud of what I did." He leaned his head down and rubbed his fingers through his hair, and then looked back at her. "Haven't you ever made a mistake?" he asked remorsefully. Her mouth went dry as she tried to formulate her fears into a single question. Her voice came out hoarse. "Do you think you would have hurt her if your pappy hadn't come in?" Harlan shook his head. "I don't know," he said, his voice heavy with anguish. "I've asked myself that over and over again. I was so angry at her and pappy." She hesitated. "I'm not sure what to make of this. What would you do to me if you ever got angry?" she asked, feeling very small. "I would never hurt you," he answered vehemently. "You know that." She searched his eyes for reassurance and found fulfillment there. Yes, she did know. She leaned against him, and he placed his arm around her as he linked his hands in hers. They sat in silence and listened to the crickets. After a while he spoke. "I wasn't gonna tell you any of that." She turned and looked at him. "Why did you?" "Because I never want to have any secrets between us." She nodded and swallowed hard. He had trusted her with his secret. Why was she having such a difficult time telling hers? He may have been waiting for her to tell him about her past, but when she remained silent, he didn't press her. "I had intended to talk to you about something far more important than my sordid past," he began. Her eyes widened. "Do you know what I want to talk to you about?" She stiffened. "I'm not sure." He placed his finger on her lips and traced a pattern around the edges. His lips came down on hers, and he kissed her hard, taking her breath away. "You know what I want to ask you." She nodded. "What is your answer?" Instead of answering, she placed her fingers on his lips to silence him before kissing him back lightly. "I just need more time," she whispered. He smiled, but she could see the disappointment in his eyes. "Just don't make me wait too long," he whispered back as his lips sought hers once more. "When do you reckon we'll be ready to leave?" Sister asked. "Will everything be finalized this Friday?" Sister nodded. Ellen did some quick calculating in her head. "I don't have much more to do," she smiled apologetically. "I can't contribute much financially to our venture. I wish I could do more." "Just letting me go with you is enough," Sister said. The two women smiled briefly and then directed their focus to the task at hand. They'd lived a couple of miles apart from each other almost their entire married lives, and yet they'd grown closer over the past month than they had in the last 20 years. Sister was selling the farm to Virgil Weatherby and could use the earnings to pay off her debts. They would use the meager remainder to finance their trip, first to Birmingham to pick up Shelby, and then on to Alder Springs. Shelby's letter gave the address where she was. Ellen had almost contacted the school to let them know she would be coming, but then changed her mind. She wasn't sure how much contact Frank had with them and didn't want to arouse suspicion. They couldn't go until Frank left in 2 weeks for Atlanta to purchase supplies for the store. From the moment Ellen read the crumpled letter, she knew she was going to retrieve Shelby, come hell or high water. She wept with relief when she realized Shelby was okay. In the place of her sorrow, a deep, burning rage had taken root. Sister told her about the night Joshua found Shelby in the garden, and Ellen had gasped in horror as they pieced together the events that had taken place. "I figured Shelby had gotten in trouble with some boy," Sister said. "I misjudged her. I had no idea." Remorse hung heavy in the air as she spoke. Joshua knew what had happened all along. How could I have been so blind? She clenched her fist. I could have helped him. Why didn't he tell me? I'll never be able to forgive myself.
She paused. "And I'll never forgive Frank as long as I live." She spoke with such forcefulness that had she not witnessed it firsthand, Ellen would have found it hard to believe the words had come from Sister. She understood her, though, only too well. Ellen's eyes met Sister's. "How do you think I feel?" Sister looked surprised. "What? Don't you think I blame myself every second for being gone? Here I was gallivanting around while that snake in the grass took my daughter off to rot in some school." Sister quickly came to Ellen's defense. "You were taking care of your mother. I hardly see how any of this could be your fault." "I should have come home sooner," said Ellen resolutely. "And I shouldn't have been such a blind fool. I would give anything to hold Joshua one more time." Tears erupted, and Sister burst into sobs. Ellen put her arm around her and let her cry. Finally, Sister lifted her swollen eyes. "Sister, I want you to listen to me. Neither of us can do anything to change the past. Joshua loved you, and you loved him. Nothing, not even death, can change that. He would want you to be happy, to start a new life, and I need you." "We need each other," Sister clarified, "and Shelby needs us." "It's settled then. We leave in 2 weeks." Ellen soon discovered that the hardest part of getting ready for the trip was hiding her preparations from Homer. Keeping him on a steady routine helped occupy his busy mind. Even so, he had asked why she was spending so much time with Sister and why Sister had begun to pack her things. She answered him as honestly as she could, telling him that Sister couldn't run the farm on her own and that she was going to sell it. Her answer seemed to appease him. While she detested keeping secrets from her children, one inadvertent slip of the tongue to Frank could lead to disaster. So far, everything was taking place right on schedule. If Frank sensed that anything was amiss, he hadn't let on. On the contrary, he seemed pleased that she had stopped questioning him about Shelby's disappearance. He even remarked that he was glad to see her settling down to a routine. She tried not to think about what would happen if he somehow found out. Her nerves were shot. The night before last, she awakened sick at her stomach and had slipped out of the house behind the outhouse, where she vomited until there was nothing left. On she went, going through the motions each day, outwardly composed, while her insides churned with apprehension and fear. It came to Shelby on the way back from the hospital to visit Tobias's mother. The news had been good. Dora Helton was in the recovery stage of her illness, and with a little luck, she would be released to come home next week. Tobias, bouncing up and down in the wagon beside her, had hardly been able to contain his excitement over the news. As Shelby had watched the frail woman reach up from the bed and embrace her son, tears of gratitude had surfaced, threatening to spill out. She was truly glad that something good was happening for them, but the feeling was bittersweet. If only she and Harlan could be reunited with their families. Life is too short to be separated from the ones we love. She couldn't do anything to change her situation, but Harlan certainly could. Goosebumps rose on her arms as the answer hit her full force. If she could convince Harlan to go home and mend things with his father, maybe that would help her feel better about her own situation. That's what she must do, convince him to go back and set things right. And it would give her some time to examine her feelings about marriage. She reached over and gave Tobias a hug. He grinned broadly. "I can't wait to tell my brothers and sisters the news." "Yes, it has been a good day. I'm so excited for you." She grinned. "And for me and Harlan, too." Ellen had almost finished the supper dishes when Frank came into the kitchen. She had to fight to keep her hands steady. Everything was happening too fast. Tomorrow Frank would be leaving for Atlanta.
Her heart lurched as he put his arms around her waist. His lips grazed her ear, and she had to fight the urge to recoil from his touch. "Sugar, you're working too hard," he said in a syrupy tone. "Why don't you come over and sit down at the table and talk to me for a few minutes?" She felt fear rise in the pit of her stomach. He hadn't called her sugar in years. What was he up to? Hesitantly, she wiped her hands on her apron and sat across from him. He scrutinized her. "Are you all right? You look a little pale." "I'm fine, just a little tired." "I've been thinking about this trip to Atlanta, and I've decided it wouldn't be right to go off and leave you here, especially with Shelby gone and all. I think I'll wait another week." She looked down to hide the bitter disappointment she felt. It was as if a vice were clutching her heart. "Remain calm," she willed herself. He couldn't possibly know. She raised her head and looked him steadily in the eye. To her astonishment, he was staring back at her with a benign smile on his face, and she knew in that moment that she was married to a monster. He knew what he had done to Shelby, and now he was toying with her. Her anger gave her courage. A thin smile etched its way over her mouth. "No, dear," she said, keeping her voice neutral. "Don't worry about me. I plan to spend a lot of time with Homer and Sarah. They missed me when I was away, more than I realized at first." She could tell from his expression that he was weighing every word she spoke as he made his decision. "Well, I really do need supplies. If you think you'll be okay." His voice trailed off, and then he smiled, portraying the perfect image of a concerned husband. Relief flooded through Ellen, and she managed to smile back. Harlan shook his head in exasperation. Why was Shelby being so stubborn? "Give me one good reason why you won't come with me." "I've already told you," Shelby said, letting him down as easily as she could. "You need to do this on your own. This is between you and your papa. I would only be in the way." She paused. "They wouldn't want me there," she finished gently. "Who cares what he wants? It's what I want," he huffed. But deep down he knew she was right. He just couldn't bear the thought of being away from her, and there was something else, a feeling of dread. She scooted next to him on the park bench and picked up his arm and placed it around her neck. He felt his anger melt away as he reached up and stroked her hair. He looked sideways at her profile, memorizing the outline of her soft cheek. "I guess you'll have to come here and listen to the crickets all by yourself while I'm gone," he sulked. "No, I won't come here without you. This is our place." She nestled into his shoulder. He grinned slightly. "Good." "How long will you be gone?" "About a week and a half," he said before raising an eyebrow. "You wouldn't be trying to get rid of me now, would you?" He kept his voice light so she would know he was teasing, but for some reason he needed reassurance. She punched him in the arm, her dark eyes sparking. "How could you say such a thing? You know how I feel about you. I wish you didn't have to go away at all." "But," he finished for her, "but you need to do this. For you. And for us." "I know," he whispered, pulling her as close to him as he could. She sighed. "I'll miss you." There was so much he wanted to say. He wanted to tell her that from the moment she suggested he go home, a deep, unexplainable dread had come over him. The intensity he felt for her scared him. Maybe he was experiencing the jitters because he had finally found the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, and feared that he might lose her somehow. He chided himself for being so superstitious. It was only a week and a half. "I'll miss you too." He hugged her once more, savoring the sweet scent of vanilla on her skin. "Just do me one favor." She looked at him quizzically. "Promise me
You'll be here when I get back."
Her eyebrows furrowed and she wrinkled her nose. From the tone of his voice, she figured he'd wanted to ask her something serious. This was easy enough. "I promise." Homer and Sarah were in the backyard playing when Frank's wagon finally lumbered down the road. Ellen's anticipation was building to the point of frenzy. She calmly waved him off. There was so much to do and so little time. As Ellen packed the last bag, she heard Sister coming up the stairs. Perfect timing. With any luck, they would be gone before anyone missed them. "Sister, come on in. I'm almost finished," she yelled.
"Well, well, what have we here?" Frank hissed. "Going on another vacation, I see."
Her face turned crimson as she whirled around to face him. His face was black with rage.
"Frank, what are you doing here?"
"Sorry to interrupt."
Before she could respond, he slapped her on the jaw, sending her sprawling across the room. Her head whirled as white light flashed before her eyes. She was so stunned she couldn't move. He stepped forward to pick her up. He wasn't finished with her yet. He clenched his fist to strike her again. The click of the chamber sounded like a bolt of lightning. Frank jerked around and saw Sister standing above him with a double-barreled shotgun aimed directly at his head.
"Leave Ellen alone,"
she said in a voice so hoarse and low it was almost inaudible.
"Give me the gun," he ordered. "You know you couldn't hurt a fly, much less me."
"I said back off."
He flinched, and his eyes rested on her trembling hands. When he spoke, his voice was steady and condescending, as though he were speaking to a child.
"Sister, this doesn't concern you. Put down the gun and go home."
He took a step toward her, and she raised the gun and tightened her grasp.
"No, you have destroyed too many lives already."
Her eyes narrowed.
"And if you have any doubts about my intentions, you just remember that Joshua is lying in a pine box because of you."
He could tell from the look in her eyes that she couldn't be reckoned with. His best bet was to back off.
"Go ahead and leave, both of you. I don't need you anyway. It won't be long before you'll be crawling back, begging for my help,"
he sneered as he turned and bolted down the stairs. Sister helped Ellen up from the floor.
"Are you okay?"
Ellen's left cheek and eye were already swelling from the hard blow across her face.
"I'm going to be okay as soon as we get out of here," she whispered. "Is he still around?"
Her voice quivered as she steadied herself on her feet.
"No, I heard him take off on one of the horses," Sister said, trying to sound confident,
although her own knees felt so weak that she could hardly stand.
"Get the children,"
Ellen said in a strong voice that surprised even her. "We're getting out of this place before he changes his mind and comes back." Chapter 19.
Miss Shelby, come quick. Something happened to Iris." "Where is she?" "She's sitting in the corner crying."
Shelby sighed and looked sternly at the little messenger.
"Agnes, have you two been fighting again?"
Agnes nodded sheepishly and then looked down at the ground, causing her long braid to bounce.
"What have I told you two about quarreling? You're going to have to learn to get along."
That's all it took for tears to well in Agnes's eyes.
"I know, I'm sorry."
Shelby softened.
"It's okay."
Agnes shifted back and forth.
"Miss Shelby?"
"Yes, Agnes?"
"Do you think I'm going to go to the devil for fighting with Iris?"
Shelby stifled a grin. She kept her face masked as she looked into the eyes of the little mischievous urchin standing before her.
"You are a good girl, Agnes. I don't think there's any danger of that."
Relief spread across the little rosy cheeks. Shelby smiled and placed her arm around the little girl.
"Now come on, let's go see about your sister."
Shelby was still chuckling to herself about Agnes's comment as she made her way up the stairs. It took all of a minute and a half to solve the quarrel between the two sisters. When she left them, they were holding hands as they skipped happily off to play.
If only it were that easy for grown-ups to put aside their differences. How is Harlan's visit with his father going? Did he make peace with him and his stepmother?
After Harlan left, Shelby decided the only way to keep her mind off of his absence was to keep herself busy. The mornings were easy enough. There was always so much that needed to be done at the home, she hardly had enough time to breathe. Afternoons and evenings were harder. She was missing him more than she realized she would. The days seemed mundane and colorless without him. Janice's change of attitude had been the biggest surprise of all. At first, she had reacted with anger and resentment over the news of Harlan and Shelby, but now seemed to accept their relationship. She, more than anyone else, had been extremely solicitous, going out of her way to make sure Shelby was okay during Harlan's absence. Her compassion touched Shelby, especially considering the situation.
"I've been looking all over for you. You have a visitor downstairs in the parlor,"
Janice panted. Shelby took a quick assessment of her friend. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was out of breath. What visitor could she possibly have that was important enough to make Janice run up the stairs to find her?
"Who is it?"
Janice smiled slyly.
"Why don't you come down and see?"
Shelby's heart skipped a beat, and a clutch of anxiety tugged at her. Was it Harlan? He wasn't supposed to return until next week. Had something happened?
"Is Harlan back?" "You'll just have to see,"
Janice said, grabbing Shelby by the hand as she practically pulled her down the stairs. By the time the two made it down the stairs, Shelby had convinced herself that Harlan was waiting for her at the bottom and that something had gone wrong. She came down the landing and stopped dead in her tracks. It couldn't be. The image she had most longed for was standing directly in front of her. Her eyes registered shock, and she felt as though the wind were knocked out of her. It only took a second for her eyes to brim with tears. A sob erupted from her throat as she ran and embraced her mother. She was so overcome with emotion that she couldn't speak. Finally, she caught her breath.
"I can't believe you're really here. I've dreamed of this moment for so long."
"Me too, Shelby," Ellen said, wiping away a tear. Shelby searched her mother's beautiful face as she reached and touched her swollen cheek.
"You hurt yourself. What happened?"
Ellen placed her hand over Shelby's.
"It's not important. I'm fine now."
She looked in her mother's eyes. What was she seeing? Fear? Sadness?
"I thought I'd never see you again,"
Shelby said, her voice cracking with emotion. She asked her next question and then held her breath as she waited for the answer.
"Is Papa with you?"
"No," Ellen reassured her. The relief that washed over Shelby sent a wave of guilt rushing over Ellen. No child should have to go through what her daughter had endured.
"You don't have to worry about that any more,"
Ellen added with conviction.
"How did you find me?"
Ellen smiled wearily.
"That took some doing."
She motioned toward Sister.
"I wouldn't have found you if it hadn't been for Sister."
Shelby shook her head dubiously.
"Sister?"
She'd been so overwhelmed at seeing her mother that she hadn't even noticed her standing there. She looked past Sister and squealed with joy as she ran and embraced Homer and Sarah. She was crying again.
"Look at you two. My, how you've grown. I've missed you both so much."
Homer's face was beaming. She then turned and hugged Sister. She had so many questions and didn't know where to begin. All of the commotion had attracted the attention of the other residents of the home as a circle began to form around them. Mother Ramsay was the first to step forward.
"Now I see where Shelby gets her stunning beauty," she said, her eyes twinkling. "You two look just alike."
Shelby smiled radiantly, and Ellen blushed.
"Thank you,"
they both chimed. Mother Ramsay motioned at the children who were curiously watching the scene.
"As you can see, all of us love to see a happy reunion."
A wave of compassion flooded Ellen, Shelby, and sister as they glanced at the children and nodded, all of them acutely aware that they were some of the privileged few among the group who had been blessed to be together again. Always the perfect hostess, Mother Ramsay began to attend to the needs of her guests.
"Shelby, take your family into the parlor and make them comfortable. I know you have much catching up to do. I'll ask Miss Patterson to bring you some iced tea in a few minutes."
"Thank you," murmured Ellen graciously. The long trip and emotional reunion had taken their toll, and she suddenly felt very tired. After Miss Patterson brought in the tea, everyone began to chit-chat in the parlor, mostly because they were unsure how to begin the discussion of the topic that lay directly beneath the surface. Shelby tried to clear her thoughts, but she was burning with a feverish excitement, and her head was spinning wildly. Finally, she couldn't contain herself any longer.
"How did you find me?"
A flicker of concern crossed Ellen's features as she looked at Sister. She cleared her throat and began.
"Mother was ill for quite some time. I ended up staying there longer than I anticipated."
Shelby nodded.
"How is she?"
"Much better."
"Good."
Ellen went back to her narrative.
"When I returned home, Sister showed me your letter."
Shelby sat up quickly and leaned forward.
"You got my letter?"
she asked eagerly, and then grew thoughtful.
"But you never responded. I thought—"
She stopped short, her face coloring. She didn't want to hurt Sister's feelings. Sister nodded in understanding, and her mouth became a firm line, emphasizing the lines around her mouth.
"It's okay, dear," she finished for Shelby. "I can only imagine what you must have thought about me and Joshua. I only wish we could have helped you sooner."
Her voice was strained. Shelby scrutinized her aunt. She looked older and vulnerable. A wave of tenderness rushed over Shelby as she placed her hand over Sister's.
"It's okay. I was just so afraid."
Her voice cracked, and she fought for control as she took a deep breath and began again.
"I was so afraid that you didn't believe me,"
she finished as a tear trickled from the corner of her eye. Sister was fighting her own emotions as well.
"Joshua never doubted you for a moment. He knew the truth from the very beginning. He didn't know where you went or why you disappeared."
She bit her lip and pressed her hand to her lips as a muffled sob escaped.
"I'm so sorry. I didn't know. He didn't tell me, and I never dreamed that Frank would be capable of doing such a thing."
Shelby's eyes were glistening.
"It's okay,"
she said, feeling as though a weight had been lifted. All she wanted was for them to believe her. She sniffed and raised her head.
"Where is Uncle Joshua?"
Concern shadowed Ellen's features, and Sister only shook her head. A chilling fear clutched Shelby as she looked back and forth between the two, waiting for an answer.
"He's okay, isn't he?"
Ellen shook her head, and Sister began to cry. The truth hit Shelby full force, and she began to shake her head as tears started to flow.
"He's gone?"
she managed to squeak, affirming the truth to herself. Ellen nodded as Shelby buried her head in her hands and wept. The joy Shelby felt over seeing her family was partially swallowed up by the pain she felt from the loss of Joshua and the sadness of being separated from Harlan. She walked over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain and looked down at the street below, committing the scene to memory as her eyes took note of the tall hedges framing the rock wall that led to the street below. She then looked at the trusty, towering oak tree just outside her window. How many nights had she lain in bed and studied its intricate network of branches silhouetted against the moonlight? It had been a comfort to her. Almost all of the leaves had fallen from the tree, making its sturdy branches look naked against the hazy sky. She raised the window, welcoming the air that splashed her on the face. Even though the days were still relatively mild for late autumn, a certain chill in the air gave the indication that winter was lurking just around the corner. She stayed there for a moment until a shiver ran up her spine, and then she turned away. Mama and sister were waiting for her in the parlor. It was decided that they should leave as soon as she was able to gather her things. She had waited for this day for so long. And now she wasn't sure. She was sure of one thing, however. Now that Mama had found her, she wasn't going to let anything ever come between them again. The room darkened as a cloud passed over the sun. The gloom that had immediately descended on her when she thought about being apart from Harlan deepened. Her heart ached as she pictured how he would react to the news that she was gone. If only she hadn't made that promise to him. She was being silly. No one could have foretold the events which had taken place during the past few hours. Harlan would understand. She clenched her fists. Her family had come for her. They were her life, and she'd simply die if she didn't go with them. He must understand. There wasn't much time. She sat down on her bed and wiped her sweaty palms on her dress. Her head was still whirling as she began to write. My darling Harlan, so much has happened. I hardly know where to start. I hope with all of my heart that you will understand the reason for my hasty departure, and that you will find it in your heart to forgive me. When we were together, I could never bring myself to tell you about the events which brought me to the home, and now the reasons no longer seem important. I will always treasure the time I spent here, because it brought me to you. My mother and my family came to the home today to get me. I thought they were lost to me forever, and I am overjoyed to be reunited with them again. I hope you will understand that I have to go with them. Even so, my heart aches at the mere thought that we will be apart for a time. I live for the day when we can be together again. Please come for me as soon as you can. I love you with all my heart, and will always be yours truly, Shelby. She skimmed over the letter before adding the address of the place where she would be. There were so many things she wanted to tell him, but she couldn't get the words to come out right on paper. She folded the letter and placed it carefully in an envelope and then sealed it. It was done. Hastily, she began stuffing her clothes in her frayed suitcase. She swallowed the lump which rose in her throat as she carefully wrapped the milky pearl necklace in one of her dresses and placed it on top before closing the lid. She latched it shut, picked it up, and walked to the door. Her hand on the knob, she hesitated and skimmed the room to make sure she hadn't left anything. Her bed, neat and tidy, and the small table tucked beside it looked sparse and cold without her things, almost as though she'd never been there. She shook her head as she mentally shrugged off the despondent thoughts and forced herself to think about the future. Mama was here. She had come for her, and Harlan would come too. She just knew he would. A glimmer of hope rekindled within as she resolutely closed the door and walked down the hall. Mother Ramsay had no doubt said many goodbyes during her years at the Mercy Place, but for Shelby, the experience was a heart-rending yet tender event she would never forget. Shelby fought back the tears as she looked at the kind eyes shining back from behind the round spectacles. She hugged the bony frame and then drew back and tried to memorize the wise, wrinkled face framed in gray ringlets. "I will never forget you," Shelby whispered. Mother Ramsay smiled. "Nor I you, dear. Just remember that life hands us many experiences, some good and some bad, but none are ever in vain. There's always a lesson to be learned if we'll take the time to pay attention." "I'll remember," she promised fervently. She suddenly remembered something. "I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to Miss Pearl.
Would you tell her I said goodbye and thank her for her kindness?"
The older woman nodded.
"Of course."
Shelby searched the faces behind Mother Ramsay.
"Where is Janice? I didn't get to tell her goodbye."
"I'm not sure where she is."
"Will you tell her I said goodbye?"
"Yes."
"It makes me so sad when I think about her wrapped in a pink blanket left all alone."
Mother Ramsay looked confused.
"What do you mean?" "She told me the story about how you found her on the steps when she was a baby." "You must be mistaken, dear. Janice didn't come here as a baby. Her mother brought her to us when she was a young girl. She comes to visit her every once in a while," she said, shaking her head. "At first I had hoped that her mother would get her life in order and come and get her, but I don't see any hope of that now."
Shock registered on Shelby's face.
"Are you okay?"
Shelby smiled weakly.
"Yes, I guess I must be thinking of someone else."
She hugged Mother Ramsay once more, and this time the tears began to flow. Reluctantly, she let go of her friend and allowed herself one more look at the majestic house before turning to go.
"Shelby, wait!"
She turned to see Tobias running down the sidewalk toward her. He ran and embraced her, almost knocking her over in the process. He buried his head in her arms for a moment and then broke away.
"I'll miss you,"
he said, his voice cracking. She looked into his dark eyes.
"I'll miss you too. I was afraid I wasn't going to get to say goodbye. You've been at the park." "Grover just brought us back, and Miss Patterson told me you were leaving, so I ran out here as fast as I could,"
he explained, still trying to catch his breath. He grew serious.
"Will I ever see you again?"
She looked into the dark eyes, burning with intensity, and knew she had to answer him honestly.
"I don't know,"
she finally said. He nodded and looked down at the ground to cover up his hurt. Gently she lifted his chin so that his eyes met hers.
"No matter where we go, we'll always have a part of each other."
She put her hand over her chest.
"Right here."
She paused and then continued.
"I have to go now."
She smiled through her tears.
"And you have a family to take care of."
His chin set with renewed determination.
"I know."
She hugged him once more, then turned and walked to the wagon where Mama and Sister were waiting. Shelby wiped her tears and climbed in next to Homer.
"Are we going to pick up Papa next?"
he asked.
"No, Homer,"
Ellen said. Homer looked puzzled and then concerned.
"Why not?"
"Papa is staying in Georgia," Ellen said, in a tone that was so resolute Homer was taken aback. He started to argue until he saw the look of warning on Shelby's face. He crossed his arms over his chest and pressed his lips together in a thin line as he withdrew into himself. Shelby looked at Ellen and saw that she was watching him. Did Shelby imagine it, or did a flicker of sorrow flash over her mama's expression? Ellen and Shelby looked at each other, and a look of understanding passed between them. Ellen patted Shelby on the knee reassuringly and smiled.
"Let's go home to Alder Springs."
Janice thought back to the day of the fire. It had been easy to lock the door to the attic because no one ever ventured up to the top floor. She had felt confident in knowing that she could easily slip up and down the stairs without being seen. She'd had to act fast. Earlier in the afternoon, she had seen Shelby going up the stairs. Shelby had probably thought no one knew about her secret place. Janice smirked. She had known. But then again, there wasn't much that escaped her attention. It wasn't until later, when Janice heard the children and ladies hollering about a fire, that a brilliant plan began to take shape. While the ladies were hustling the children down the hall, she slipped by them and up to the attic, where she locked the door. Her plan would have worked, too, if Harlan hadn't saved her. This time there would be no mistakes. She had figured Shelby would try to write Harlan a letter, and she had been right. She had stood outside the bedroom and watched her seal it. Then she quietly followed her downstairs to make sure she put it in the mailbag. Timing was essential. If anyone looked in the bag before she could retrieve it, she wouldn't think about that. She had to get there in time. She looked furtively over her shoulder before slipping stealthily down the hall to the front office where the mailbag was kept. Her heart was pounding wildly as she made her way into the room. She edged next to the window and pushed aside the lace curtain just enough to peer out and still remain unseen from the outside. She let out a sigh of relief. They were all still outside, watching Shelby's wagon pull away. Quickly she made her way to the desk to retrieve the letter from the bag. At first, when she saw Shelby writing the letter, she had been afraid that she would do something intelligent for once, like give it to Mother Ramsay to deliver. Her plan would have been foiled then, but Shelby had never been that smart. Pretty, but no brains.
It's a shame that beauty is wasted on the stupid.
She shook her head.
What I could have done with such looks.
Oh, Shelby was a good enough person, all right. Too good. In fact, she was so full of goodness, kindness, mercy, and benevolence that it made Janice sick. Was it benevolence? Janice frowned. She couldn't remember the exact word that she'd overheard Mother Ramsay use when talking about Shelby to Miss Patterson. But there was no way she could miss the point. Shelby had cast a spell over Mother Ramsay, the same way she had over Harlan. Images of Harlan with his slow, easy grin and golden hair flooded through her mind, causing a warm sensation all over. She could easily imagine him kissing her and caressing her tenderly with those piercing eyes. Her revelry turned to rage when an image of his hand touching Shelby's dark curls invaded her daydream.
He should have been mine,
her mind screamed.
No,
she corrected herself.
He will be mine.
She grabbed the bag and pulled a handful of letters out. It only took her a second for her to recognize the clear, careful handwriting.
Janice, what are you doing in here?
She flinched and almost dropped the letter as a hot, prickly fear covered her. She swallowed hard and quickly tucked the letter into the pocket of her dress. With a smile plastered on her face, she turned around.
Oh, Miss Bissell, you startled me. I just couldn't handle any more long goodbyes, so I decided to come inside.
Miss Bissell looked unconvinced.
What are you doing in the office?
Janice laughed nervously.
I was just checking to see if I got any mail.
She wondered if her voice sounded unnaturally high-pitched.
Well, you're looking in the wrong place. If you have any mail, it will be in there.
She pointed to a large basket sitting on the other side of the desk. Janice relaxed. She could have kissed the chubby woman for her daftness. She rolled her eyes and shrugged.
I never can keep these bags straight. One day it's on the desk, and another time it's on the floor,
she said flippantly. She walked over and leafed through the incoming mail, while Miss Bissell watched curiously. She finally turned around and smiled apologetically.
Nothing today. I guess all that work was for nothing.
I suppose so, echoed Miss Bissell.
Just remember from now on, you're not supposed to be in the office without permission. Yes, ma'am. I can assure you it won't happen again.
Janice nodded politely at Miss Bissell and then scurried out the door. It wasn't until she made her way up to her room that the full exultation of what she had accomplished swept over her. She pulled out the letter and lay across the bed. Eagerly she tore it open and began reading. Her eyes sparkled with a grim satisfaction as she tore the letter to pieces. Chapter 20. In a remote section of the woods, tucked at the base of the mountain and obscured from sight by kudzu in the spring and snow in the winter, sat a tavern known by the locals as the Bloody Bucket. Someone passing by would never notice the old tavern, except for the glimmer of light emitted from the solitary lantern hanging from the low ceiling. The bottom section of the clapboard was dry-rotted, causing as much as a 4-inch gap in some places, but no one seemed to care. A threadbare, dingy white curtain, barely hanging, was the only feminine touch to the place, lending the impression that some effort had been extended to make the place homey at one time, but had long ago been dismissed. Spit cans for chewing tobacco rested on the dusty wooden floor, and a scent of stale whiskey and cigar smoke hung heavy in the stagnant air. Despite its decrepit appearance, the Bloody Bucket was a place of great importance to the scoundrels who frequented it. Many lives had been altered within those four walls with the flick of the wrist, as the fateful cards cast their fortune or destruction across the grainy tables. The young man could feel the beads of perspiration forming on his upper lip in spite of the cold. He knew that the moonshine flowing in his veins was not the only thing causing his heart to pound wildly. His hands were quivering, and he willed himself to steady them.
Please let me stay calm.
He was so close now to getting what he wanted, he could almost taste it. He had stacked the deck perfectly.
Let the old man play out this last hand, he prayed, and I will have what I came here for.
He managed to keep his face passive as he looked around at the other players. They were also getting tired of waiting for the old man to make his move.
Come on, old man, one of them bellowed. Play your cards. What's wrong with you anyway?
Another one grumbled.
We've been waiting for you all night, and I want to go home. By golly, if you ain't got nothing, just fold.
The old man's hands were trembling as he looked around the room at the gambler's expressions and then back at his cards. What had he gotten himself into? Maybe he was in over his head. He'd lost almost everything. He had to win this hand. It was getting harder and harder for him to stay focused. The long hours of gambling and drinking moonshine were not only taking their toll on him physically, but also mentally. How would he explain this to Jane? The old man had just about decided to fold and go home. He was about to get up from the table when the door opened, blowing in snow from outside. A young boy with a shock of red hair stepped in quickly and closed the door behind him. He looked worried and tired. His ragged coat was a size too small, and his bare hands were red and chapped from the cold. He walked directly over to the old man.
Pa, we been looking all over for you all night long. Ma is worried sick.
The old man looked at his son. The alcohol and fatigue had clouded his thinking, and rage rose up like bile in his throat. How dare she send his boy in here to embarrass him in front of his friends?
Ted, what the devil are you doing here? He slurred. What did I tell you about following me?
He rose from his chair and almost fell as he raised his hand to hit the boy. It didn't take much effort for the boy to move out of the old man's way. The whites of the boy's eyes popped out of the dim light as he looked wildly between his paw and the men sitting around him.
Pa, Ma told you these people ain't honest. They'll cheat you, Pa. They will,
he wailed pitifully.
Go on, get out of here. Go home and tell your ma that I'll be there when I get darn good and ready.
Then, trying to salvage what little dignity he could from the situation, he turned and smiled at the group. The boy ran out of the bucket and slammed the door as the old man slouched in the chair.
Now, where were we?
He began with renewed energy, forgetting that he himself had thought about leaving a few moments earlier.
It's your play,
the young man said steadily, trying hard to keep the eagerness out of his voice. A toothless grin spread across the thin, wrinkled face as the old man spread his cards.
I call 2 pairs, aces and jacks,
he said proudly. Not so fast, old-timer, the young man said in a low tone as he spread his cards across the table. I have a full house. There was a collective gasp around the table, and then all of the players except the old man began to whoop and holler. All of the color drained from the old man's withered face. A gurgled sound started deep in his throat, and then rose to a fevered pitch.
You cheated! You cheated!
He screamed over and over. The young man smiled and shook his head sadly at the pathetic wretch. The old man continued to scream obscenities at the young man as the other men laughed. while shoving him out the door into the cold. They bolted it shut behind him. He continued to holler and bang on the door for a few more minutes. He could still hear the laughter inside as he slumped to the ground in despair. Everything was gone. Even the farm. Jane's farm. Somehow he finally managed to get to his feet. The pain in his heart was almost more than he could bear. He didn't feel the bitter wind or snow on his face. His only thought as he staggered and stumbled through the snow was how to tell Jane.
"Well, what do you think?"
Ellen asked as they drove the wagon into Alder Springs. Shelby looked first at her mamma's hopeful expression and then at the town. She'd been here before to visit her grandma, but had been too young to remember much about it.
"It looks a lot smaller than Cartersville," Sister grumbled.
The trip had been long and tiring for her, and she had grown irritable.
"Yes,"
Ellen agreed reluctantly.
"it is smaller,
But there's a bigger town, Albertville, only about 7 miles up the road from here." Ellen pointed.
look over there. There's the cotton gin. Do you know what kind of bushes those are growing around it?"
Ellen asked the question, not really expecting anyone to answer.
"Those are alder bushes," she continued, "and just over that hill is a spring." "Alder Springs. That's why it's called Alder Springs, because of the bushes and the spring," Shelby exclaimed.
Ellen smiled proudly.
"That's right. There's the general store. Herschel and Mindy Miller run it. I remember going there with my mother when I was a little girl."
Homer looked surprised.
"Really? Is it that old?"
Ellen laughed.
"I suppose. Now over there are the train station and the bank."
They passed another building and waited for Ellen to point it out. When she didn't, Shelby asked,
"What's that?"
Ellen's face flushed.
"That's a doctor's office."
Sister looked impressed.
"Really? A doctor in a town this small? That's nice." "Is the post office inside the general store?"
Shelby asked.
"Yes,"
Ellen said.
"Guess where we are now?" "At Grandma's house,"
Homer yelled excitedly. Shelby climbed out of the wagon and stretched her stiff legs. She was glad their trip was finally over. How would Harlan react when he realized she had left? She would go to the general store tomorrow and find out the length of time it took for a letter to get from Birmingham to Alder Springs.
Thanks for listening to part 1 of Living in High Cotton. Be sure and look for the second part and the conclusion of the novel.